Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket track last, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land under the free and the home of the brave? Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the US of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Land of the brave, the US of A. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Boy, I sure do love this country we live in. And I was raised by and stood beside those who fought to keep it free. Now it's on us to pass on that freedom. I just want to take this time to show my appreciation the best way that I can. It goes like this. On a hot summer's day at a small town parade, you can smell it in the air like some fresh cut hay. Tennessee ribs with the special sauce, funnel cakes and burgers with the dogs and brats. A float passed by with the stars and stripes, with a uniformed officer shined up bright, saluting our flag with his head held high. You could see it in his eyes, that American pride. The band marched on in a forward stance, while the flag team followed in a classic dance. Balloons cartoons were released, red, white, and blue, in remembrance of the soldiers that the families knew. We support each other in the life that we live, and we help one another when we got it to give. From the moms and pops to our friends and kids, one nation under God, and that's just what it is.
We're American made, like a 4th of July day, like a veterans parade, a flag flying over a grave. We're the land of the free, like the air that we breathe, from sea to shining sea, being all we can be. We're American made.
I remember this one time, the storm came through and hit Middle Tennessee, tore up a lot of things, hurt a lot of people. But you should have seen how they came together to help fix that community. Channel 2 News, live from the scene, the aftermath of an F4 twister debris. Houses destroyed in every way you could see, trees torn to twigs and power lines in the street. Families without shelter, water and heat, no clothes for their kids, no food to eat. People from all around came together to help rebuild lives like it happened to themselves. Volunteers work non-stop day to night with hopes of new beginnings and a brand new life. And with great success, the American way came through once again for a better day. No discrimination, no turning our backs on the people who need us living under our flag. Like a man once said, and I know that it's true, you got to do unto others as you would have them do you. Cause we're
American made, like a 4th of July day, like a veterans parade, a flag flying over a grave. We're the land of the free, like the air that we breathe, from sea to shining sea, being all we can be. We're American made.
Now I've seen my fair share of death in this life, but the most honorable display of what this country stands for I've seen in the loss of a great American leader, a fallen hero, a leader of the best. Remembered for his work the day he was laid to rest. People came from far away to pay their respects, and one by one saluted as he passed. Family and friends all spoke their piece as he lay before the nation for the whole world to see. Kind words spoken on a man's life dream, who cared for his country the best it could be. Lifted by his soldiers to a final resting place, just a few steps away from his brother's grave. This is just a glimpse at a lifelong parade, led by a family who's American made. See, we seem to forget until it's too late to recognize the liberty in the lives of the great, who lead this great nation to a better place, where we're proud to be the American made.
We're American made, like a 4th of July day, like a veterans parade, a flag flying over a grave. We're the land of the free, like the air that we breathe, from sea to shining sea, being all we can be. We're American made.
I see it's not about what you wear or what you drive or how much money you got. It's about being a symbol of this great nation and standing up for what's right every day of our lives, and raising our children to do the same, to help preserve the freedom that makes us Americans. Now that's American made.
Amen. American made. So morning, everybody. Happy 4th of July. Independence Day. Freedom Day. Morning, Scat Pack, Buffering, Savage Lee, Coffee First. Rabbit Coyote. D-Dog. What's up, brother? Dusty Country Roads. Big Dusty Little Dusty. See, we got, I think I saw, oh, there's John. John McGill, covered by CQ. Morning across the pond, sir. See, saw Devil Dog Prepper, I think, in here too, somewhere. Morning, sir. Morning, morning. Mayhem Studios. Miss Sandy. I think I'm catching people. I don't know. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm just catching up. Kim's Creation. Rocksteady. Morning, morning. Trying to stay on top of things. Are you talking about my hat? Hell no. That's a skull with two golf clubs. Okay, see, here's the scary part. See, you drive a big truck, and somehow you looked at that screen and you saw airborne wings. So are you realize that there are four-wheelers out there in front of you on the other side of that glass? Are we on the same page? I'm just sure. This is Tattoo Golf. It's time for America to take back DC. It's time for Americans to actually realize that, wow, I think we're American citizens. Does that mean we have like some civic duty we should do? Wow. What's up, Mr. William? See, Kim says, did y'all see that leaked clip of Trump on the golf cart? Oh, I guess I've seen it. Well, no, I don't guess. Not here lately. From the angle it's sitting, it looked like airborne wings. Well, here you go. That's what it is. Tattoo Golf. Morning, Eric. How are you, buddy? Get off Miami licks the windows in his truck. I know. See, and this is why you shouldn't use Windex. Because then when you end up with a window licker, then they're going to get that ammonia and stuff in them, and the chemicals just don't do good. Hey, D-Dog's not Riri as long as he's got purple crayons. It keeps him fueled up. Hey, so, I'm going to probably occupy for anybody that wants to hang around for about the next 9 minutes. I'm going to play a Paul Harvey. And it's the Declaration of Independence. And I just thought that was appropriate. So, for the 23 of y'all that are in here, morning, Ronnie. You want to hang around for like 9.5 minutes? Then here you go. Because today's a good day for some Paul Harvey and Declaration of Independence. So enjoy.
Americans, the how and the why of our beloved republic are so much better known and understood than the who. The United States of America was born in 1776, but it was conceived 169 years before that. The earliest settlers had watered the New World with much sweat. They had built substantial holdings for themselves, for their families. And when the time came to separate themselves from a tyranny an ocean away, at best it meant starting all over again after the ravages of war. Researching what you're about to hear gave a whole new dimension to my reverence for our nation's first citizens. All others of the world's revolutions, before and since, were initiated by men who had nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. Our founders had everything to lose and nothing to gain, except one thing. Hello, Americans. I'm Paul Harvey. You remember the cherry tree fiction. A long time after you have forgotten the more earth-shaking history-making episodes in the life of George Washington. You have misplaced in your memory the details of Ben Franklin's statesmanship, but you remember his flying a kite. Joyce Kilmer was a great military hero. But the only thing you personally recall about him is his poetic tribute to trees. Maybe of this current decade, that which will be remembered best will not be its wars and its moon rockets or its crumbling frontiers or the giants who lived and died. Maybe all that'll survive to linger in the day-by-day vocabulary of generations yet unborn may be the songs of a Memphis minstrel or the reincarnation of electric automobiles. But for any eve of the 4th of July, I, Paul Harvey, do herewith bequeath unto you something to remember. You may not be able to quote one line from the Declaration of Independence at this moment. Henceforth, you'll always be able to quote at least one line. It's in the last paragraph where you will recall when I remind you. It says, "We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." In the Pennsylvania State House that's now called Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the best men from each of the colonies sat down together. This was a very fortunate hour in our nation's history, one of those rare occasions in the lives of men when we had greatness to spare. These were men of means, well-educated. 24 were lawyers and jurists. 9 were farmers, owners of large plantations. On June 11, a committee sat down to draw up a Declaration of Independence. We were going to tell the British fatherland no more rule by redcoats. Below the dam of ruthless foreign rule, the stream of freedom was running shallow and muddy, and we were going to light a fuse to dynamite that dam. This pact, as Burke later put it, was a partnership between the living and the dead and the yet unborn. There was no bigotry, there was no demagoguery in this group. All had shared hardships. Jefferson finished a draft of the document in 17 days. Congress adopted it in July, and so much is familiar history. But now, King George III had denounced all rebels in America as traitors. Punishment for treason was hanging. The names now so familiar to you from the several signatures on that Declaration of Independence, the names were kept secret for 6 months, for each knew the full meaning of that magnificent last paragraph in which his signature pledged his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor. 56 men placed their names beneath that pledge. 56 men knew when they signed that they were risking everything. They knew if they won this fight, the best they could expect would be years of hardship in a struggling nation. And if they lost, they'd face a hangman's rope. But they signed the pledge. And here is the documented fate of that gallant 56. Carter Braxton of Virginia, wealthy planter, trader, saw his ships swept from the seas. To pay his debts, he lost his home and all of his properties and died in rags. Thomas Lynch, Jr., who signed that pledge, was a third-generation rice grower, aristocrat, large plantation owner. After he signed, his health failed. His wife and he set out for France to regain his failing health. Their ship never got to France, was never heard from again. Thomas McKean of Delaware was so harassed by the enemy that he was forced to move his family 5 times in 5 months. He served in Congress without pay, his family in poverty and in hiding. Vandals looted the properties of Ellery and Clymer and Hall and Gwinnett and Walton and Hayward and Rutledge and Middleton. Thomas Nelson, Jr. of Virginia raised $2 million on his own signature to provision our allies, the French fleet. After the war, he personally paid back the loans, wiped out his entire estate, and he was never reimbursed by his government. In the final battle for Yorktown, he, Nelson, urged General Washington to fire on his, Nelson's, own home, which was occupied by Cornwallis. It was destroyed. Thomas Nelson, Jr. had pledged his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor. The Hessians seized the home of Francis Hopkinson of New Jersey. Francis Lewis had his home and everything destroyed, his wife imprisoned. She died within a few months. Richard Stockton, who signed that declaration, was captured, mistreated, his health broken to the extent that he died at 51. His estate was pillaged. Thomas Hayward, Jr. was captured when Charleston fell. John Hart was driven from his wife's bedside while she was dying. Their 13 children fled in all directions for their lives. His fields and grist mill were laid waste. For more than a year he lived in forests and caves and returned home after the war to find his wife dead, his children gone, his properties gone, and he died a few weeks later of exhaustion and a broken heart. Lewis Morris saw his land destroyed, his family scattered. Philip Livingston died within a few months from the hardships of the war. John Hancock, history remembers best due to a quirk of fate rather than anything he stood for. That great sweeping signature attesting to his vanity towers over the others. One of the wealthiest men in New England. And yet he stood outside Boston one terrible night of the war. And he said, "Burn Boston, though it makes John Hancock a beggar, if the public good requires it." So he, too, lived up to the pledge. Of the 56, few were long to survive. 5 were captured by the British and tortured before they died. 12 had their homes from Rhode Island to Charleston sacked, looted, occupied by the enemy, or burned. 2 lost their sons in the army. 1 had 2 sons captured. 9 of the 56 died in the war from its hardships or from its more merciful bullets. I don't know what impression you had of the men who met that summer in Philadelphia. But I think it's important that we remember this about them. They were not poor men. They were not wild-eyed pirates. These were men of means. They were rich men, most of them, and had enjoyed much ease and luxury in their personal living. Not hungry men, certainly not terrorists, not irresponsible malcontents, not fanatical incendiaries. These men were prosperous men, wealthy landowners. They were substantially secure in their prosperity. They had everything to lose. But they considered liberty, and this is as much as I shall say of it. They had learned that liberty is so much more important than security, that they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. And they fulfilled their pledge. They paid the price, and freedom was born.
Man, love me some Paul Harvey. I love a good reminder because it's easy to get caught up in all the luxuries, and all the comforts. And you listen to some of the rhetoric, it's like, oh, yeah, they were just, it was these people that founded. But then when you actually go and erase all that crap, clear the cloud, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that talk stuff, but who actually puts it all on the line, says, there we go, here's everything. Me, my possessions, my word, everything, I put it on. We don't even think like that anymore. Hell, people don't even want to open the door for somebody else. Camo Carl, Wolverines. Yeah, I might try to go back into playing those every morning, play a little clip, because I do like that. I sit and listen to them a lot. Morning, Grumpy, by the way, sir. I saw you come in. Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day. And see, it's like Grumpy saying how, they were American treasures, both of them. But see, that's where we should have noticed a difference. Why didn't we have any more icons like that? Why did it slowly get down to where those became the ones, the representation kind of thing. It's why wasn't there more? Why didn't we notice that? Wow, we should have had a lot of Rush Limbaughs. We should have had quite a few Paul Harveys. But it was that slow avenue. Oh, Rabbit said, got to meet Rush and his brother down at Cape Girardeau when I lived there, Grumpy. Cool. Yeah, I don't know why Mayhem boogied. I hope he has a good day. He makes it a good day. Yeah, Thomas Sowell. Well, there's good principle people that just, because so there were like these values, but then the values started getting blurred as they became individuals. So then it got shaped and molded depending on the person. It's kind of like the whole, shut up, don't talk. I got freedom of speech. It's kind of like the whole hypocritical type thing. None of them ever preached controversy. Well, no, they said facts, and they pointed out it wasn't it wasn't the sales pitch kind of thing. It was just, they put things so just direct that you connected dots yourself, and I don't know. Hey, morning, G-Ma and Anna. Well, I'm glad everybody's kind of coming in. Happy 4th of July, Independence Day. We do live in the best country in the world. We just have to clean up the mess. I personally am starting to kind of see an analogy, kind of like a bunch of spoiled kids were left with the house, and now the house is all a mess, and they're waiting for mom and dad to clean it up, but mom and dad ain't at the house. So now it's like, well, gee, will you clean it up? No, you clean it up. No, you clean it up. And so meanwhile, everything's just kind of shitty while we got everybody pointing the fingers instead of just going, bam, this is the deal. Morning, Mr. William. I think I said morning. Did I say morning already? See something there. This is get out of town. What's up, Milky? Milkmaid, how are you, ma'am? I'm so proud of you. You rock it, girl. Bam. Morning, Nikki. Happy 4th of July. Okay, well, you know what this means. Just gotta do it. Man. Okay. STP. Happy 4th, sir. Happy 4th. Be right back. Got to release the ladies. Set them free. I can't wait. I'm going to try to get around to doing some of that today. What, Lady Smith? What's up, little firecracker? How are you, ma'am? Hey, I don't know if you caught it the other day, but I planted the red onions, the white onions, the basil, the turnips, the spinach, and the mustard greens, and then a whole thing of marigold. And so hopefully here in a few more days, start to see a little life out of them. I don't know. I'm giving it a shot. We'll see how that goes. The strawberry plant's doing pretty good. I actually got to come up with some idea for it so I can. Oh, that's what I needed to do. I needed to talk to you about those hangers you were telling me, and that. So I'm not sure if I should cut them or not. Man, it's 4th of July. We're going to have some fireworks tonight. Between the fire department and people in the area and the vets, we got the little lake. We're going to launch some fireworks tonight. Hopefully it comes out pretty good. And then, of course, next week, potentially hurricane possibilities. And that's yay, go team. Not overly excited about that. Not quite sure about the house, but we'll just have to see. We're gonna see what happens. I ain't stressing it. Just another year. STP, I remember when we were kids, that was a big ordeal to have a STP sticker. Oh, I know, wasn't it Kim's Creation? But that was the shiznit. That meant you had a hot rod. That and the moon eyes. Had a moon eyes sticker. You had a STP sticker. Had the hearse Roadrunner sticker. It's like, oh hell. And what was it? The exhaust. Cherry bombs, I think is what they were called. The cherry bomb exhaust. I always remember always having the lifeguard on the 4th as a teen, then watching the city display across the lake as we swam in the pool after we closed the gates. Oh, hell yeah, there you go, Grumpy. The 76 orange, that's it. There you go, G-Mon Nana. Damn, oh, I forgot about the little 76 orange ball. Actually, I thought it was always cool when Jack in the Box had the little Jack in the Box for your antenna, but then they stopped with the antennas because now you don't even have an antenna. Now you just have a little block so that the GPS satellites can keep track of the car. It's not about your antenna for your radio. It's like radio. It's just radio waves. I miss them good old days. Drive 55, bring them back alive stickers. Taught me how to say. Brings the what? Oh shit, Carl. You done took a deep pull on one, didn't you? And it just kind of went half sentence and taught me how to say brings the cool. Awesome possum. Well, yeah, back in the day you had the J.C. Whitney. Nowadays it's Jegs. And then you had Car and Driver, Popular Mechanics. Man, you used to look forward to the Popular Mechanics. Oh yeah, you had to pay a posi track. That way you could smoke both tires. Otherwise, it just wasn't as fun. Widow's Diary. Morning, morning. Hope all is well. The toilet paper oil filter. I hope everybody's doing pretty good. Hope everybody is planning on making today a good day and actually forgetting all the bullshit and actually remembering that we are in the land of the free. We're in the best country in the world. And while we got bad times, but at least for today, relish in all the things that we have because people sacrificed their lives for that. We just kind of let it go. It's kind of like being given this perfect, cool looking garden that has all the food, and we've sat around eating on all the veggies and all the stuff out of it, and nobody ever tended to the garden. So now it's time to tend to the garden. There you go, Rabbit. That's the 3, yeah. Wait a minute. Eggs ready to peel. What are we peeling eggs for? Deviled eggs? What? You know, I was thinking about that last night. I was thinking, you need to do some deviled eggs or egg salad. Either way, I'm good. Man, look at that. See, great minds think alike. I think that's about the only thing my brain connects to anytime I hear the word eggs and peeling or something. It's like, wait, deviled eggs? Hmm? Let's see. Hey, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Oh, I'm going to pause for a moment because we have just this most awesome guest. Ta-da!
Good morning.
Hey, morning, ma'am.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I had my headphones, but yeah.
Loud and clear.
Hey, y'all. Happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day. Hopefully it'll be a good reminder for people.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it'll do a little wake-up call.
You think?
Well, you got this. They now most the public now has a unfiltered visual representation of full Riri. And if that didn't make some people go, wait a minute, what? I thought they said he was doing okay kind of thing, then yeah, it might be a bit, but I'm hoping that kind of made a lot of people go, hold him up. That's not the way they described him. That dude's batshit crazy. He can't even say stuff. So I got to tell you, dude, it really, I get it. Everybody's got the one thing that he said during that whole debate shit that I thought, man, that's got to resonate across from coast to coast was, well, I'm the only president that hasn't lost any soldiers. And I'm like, holy shit, dude, did you really just go there? You actually caused the most horrific type thing with your little pullout from Afghanistan, and you're just gonna like, none of that even happened. Like, nobody's lost. What?
Did he check his watch when he said that?
It blew my mind. I was like, you did not just say that on that stage. I mean, the world's watching you, dude. I mean, if that didn't just seal the deal, that has nothing to do with partisan thing. That didn't have anything to do with anything. If that didn't just send ripples across coast to coast going, now, does that guy sound like he's got it together?
Most people don't have a clue. I mean, I'm realizing more and more. It's like people, once they get set in their mindset, they can't think outside of it. And thanks, y'all.
Hey, Moonchild. Morning.
Hey, Moon. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch it because I've been kind of busy.
Just a wee bit.
Just a little bit. I feel kind of bad. I have not been around much at all, but I had to kind of put some focus in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. You were missed. I'm not gonna make a lot of that. Yeah, sure, you were missed, and but what you were doing, it wasn't like you just, oh well. It was like you kind of had a focus. You had a goal.
Yeah, it took a lot. Yeah.
And hey, you achieved it too, girl. So
Thank you. I worked hard for it.
see, and you went in kind of going, I don't know, and you had all the doubts.
Man, I actually wrote some of my instructors and I told them, I was like, I just have to thank y'all. Like seriously, every single one of y'all, because I it was pretty I went in it to help other people, but what I didn't expect was to grow myself, That was definitely a surprise.
Yeah, damn proud of you too.
Thank you.
You kind of was like, oh, I had all that questioning.
Mm.
You just had to kind of have the right challenge to then spark that little fire, and then you can look back going, oh, I did it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is like a lot of people have fear, whether they want to admit it or not. They have fear of something, right? If you can conquer that, if you can face it, man, that is the biggest high ever. It's something.
Well, most people see fear as F everything and run.
Well, yeah, to a certain extent. I believe in thinking too. But oh, you mean run towards or run away?
Well, there's your differentiating. There's your polar opposites, because there's both. There's more of the runaway than there are into.
Well, yeah, that's like the default.
Yep.
We're definitely kind of sort of programmed to mitigate risk and definitely self-preserve. So doing the opposite is terrifying. Like breaking a horse. Mm-hmm. William, I had to take down the monkey dance because people were just getting weird.
Oh, is that the milkshake?
Oh, the one that Big Tap made off of it? Yeah. I was like, dude, come on. But yeah, uh, I had an option to not do survival day. Remember me telling you about that? Most people don't know about all that. But like at the end of this school, and it's like can't believe it was 5.5 months. It felt like a year, but at the very end, they have this whole thing set up that's basically meant to pretty much break you mentally or physically in some way and see if you can cope. And because I had some injuries, because I'm old compared to everybody else, so I was struggling. And they were like, well, we don't want you to actually end up having to go on light duty when you first start. So if you think that this is going to actually like physically break you, we want you to be honest with us because, I mean, that really does our department no good, right? And I just couldn't not do it. Like I was way too stubborn. My pride got in the way, and I am so glad I did it. Yeah.
See, but wait a minute. I'm just going to correct you. Your pride didn't get in your way, because there's a certain level of pride that you should have. And what it is that opened up, and it wasn't going to let you quit. It wasn't going to give you that option. And that was your inner part that's going, you can do it. Do it. Don't you dare give up.
There was this one moment. There were two really difficult. Basically, it ended up they like tried to scare the hell out of you and exhaust you at the very first hour of it. Um, get on the bus, get off the bus, get in gear, get out of gear, do this, do that. Like, and it was so freaking hot. It was the hottest one they've had yet. It was like 106. Like when we were doing planks and push-ups, you had to like shimmy your hands because at that point you've soaked through your gloves, like big structure gloves and sweat, and that conducted the heat from the asphalt that you're doing all this stuff. So you had to kind of like hop around to not actually burn yourself while you're doing all this stuff. and he got all this gear and 50 pounds pretty much of weight. And yeah, basically they tried to like freak you out at the very beginning, which was kind of funny to me because I knew some of the guys, and you know, they're yelling and screaming. I'm like, yeah, but you're not really going to kill me. So I'm not that scared. But there were two things back to back that were extremely strenuous. And they were having us jump in an ice bath in between because our core temps were getting so high that they were like, jump here. Okay, now go to the next thing. And my knee locked up.
Ooh.
And the one guy was standing there. He was like, good. You want the good news or the bad news? And I was like, bad news first. And he goes, the next station is the hardest. And I was like, okay. And he goes, the good news is it's the last station. Like, do you want to do it? And he explained what it was. And I was like, well, yeah. And I said, but my knee's locked. Like, I can't unbend it. And then as I'm standing there, I'm like trying to work my knee the whole time. And I was about to say, I physically, like, at this point, I'm not going to be able to move the way that I'm supposed to move. And he's like, okay. And it was tearing me up inside. And at that moment, my knee unlocked. And I looked at him with like the surprised look on my face. And I said, it unlocked. And he goes, oh. And I was like, let's do it. God, that was a hard one. It was pretty brutal. But we did it.
Cool. See, that is awesome. That's you. I don't know. That's what I find in the challenges. And you're going to just, as you do things, you'll just come across different scenarios you'll still have those thoughts. Or at least that was my experience. You just kind of, because that's the one thing I guess about that particular type. You can get a general idea, but every scenario is different. So you face different challenges, and you can run into a blip of a moment that you face that same kind of feeling. I think that's why, I don't know. I guess maybe it's the challenging part, because it does push you. It brings out what you didn't think was there in you. Hey, morning, Blue.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like most people, they say, you know, you think you're given 100%, but you're really actually not. The whole reason that they set up this one day, it was called Survival Day, right? And, you know, firefighting, you got the rescue side of it, which is my easy side. Like, for the most part, my brain works that way, and I'm fine with that kind of pressure, at least so far. I haven't seen some of the stuff that other people have seen, so I can't say that I've been to that level, but the fire side of it really scared me, to be honest, just because I'm physically not the same as these 20-something-year-old guys who are just ridiculously fit, right? And
Morning, Brian. Morning, Tuck.
one of the things that they kind of push is, you know, you lose people because of stupidity or not thinking things through and stuff like that. So I tried to incorporate that when I was learning stuff. It's not just all brawn and, you know, gusto.
Oh no, you got to think.
Yeah. And so Survival Day was a thing that they came up with because the guy who runs it, he actually runs an exterior school as well, where he goes around and travels to different fire departments and he teaches them this stuff. But the reason that they even created that was they went to do some kind of Mayday training where, you know, firefighter down. And this one guy is trying to drag a firefighter out, and it's a really difficult scenario. And the guy just said, fuck it, he's dead anyway. Oh, pardon my French, sorry.
No, you're good.
And it made that guy so mad because he was like, why, you know, this is wrong. Like, why would you give up? Why would you stop? Even if you're exhausted. I mean, you have to be smart about it, but then another guy who was part of their team when they built all this, he ended up getting into a firefighter down situation, and at his funeral, because they didn't save him, the brother of this guy who was also a firefighter got up and he was like, I'm looking out here and I thank you for your condolences and your thoughts and prayers. He's like, but I don't see any of you guys with bandages. I don't see any of you with broken bones. I don't see any of you really suffering because you gave your all, and it was very sombering. And at that point they were like, we got to teach people how to like overcome that last little bit. When they think they don't have any more left to give, they still have a lot more. And so that was the whole point of that.
But see, isn't that also a merge of the, and I'll generalize this in a real blunt way, but isn't that gonna tie into the give a shit like category too? Like you're accessing your drive and your fortitude side that yes, I can do, but that has to tie into the I give a shit, because that's what fuels the drive part. And I'm not trying to be ugly when I say this to that guy that did that, but to me, see, I hear that and it's the mindset, and it's like, well, why did your mind even thinking of giving up on that person right there? That should be what you sort of do, was to give all to save that person. So how does your mind click to say, okay, that was enough? And I've always kind of wondered, how do people get to like, what's that connection? How do you determine that? Because you won't know it till it happens. That person either has that in them or they don't, like that.
That's hard, and that was the thing that they kept trying to look at in recruits. Like towards the end of recruit school, we had gotten through all of our stuff that we were supposed to have in order to make us employable, right? Got through firefighter 1, got through hazmat, and there were a couple of other things that in Virginia you're supposed to have to be fully qualified, right? They kept a couple of people all the way to that point, and then they ended up letting them go. And people were so upset in my class. They're like, what? They made it through all this stuff. Why let them go now? We're like a couple of weeks from graduation after months of training. And basically it was their character. Like they didn't show heart. They weren't willing to put everything into it. And that's what they were looking for, which is great, right? Hey, Hillbilly.
Morning, Amy. Morning. Let's see. Actions, not distractions. Morning, Hillbilly. And just in case I have missed somebody along the way, so good morning, good day, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever that's working for you. Happy Independence Day. Welcome to America.
Heck yeah. Where we got guts.
Yeah.
Grumpy, his comment. Yes, they did. That really actually hurt the feelings of some of those young bucks. They got kind of passive aggressive and nasty towards me. At the end of survival day, I got the flag.
Oh, that.
Though, because like everybody else, yeah, I did some things better than they did. They did some things better than I did, but I wasn't as strong. Like there were times I ran out of air. And just physically could not move whoever I was dragging. I got to the point where I was just using my body weight falling backwards to move them. And at the end, they gave me the flag, which was the indicator, like the game stick, that I showed heart. I was pretty.
I don't know. You got it. It seems harsh, but to me, it was a perfect. If I was kind of wanting to see like how this team is going to perform, then to me, having you there is almost like the perfect thing, because you're incorporating everything. You have a smaller member. Are you going to be able to, can you coordinate this? Are you thinking on your feet? So many people, I think that some of that is just the brawn side, oh, well, you can carry the person out. There you go. And it's like, yeah, there's way more to it than just that. That's like, otherwise you just put people at risk.
I used to hear some of them joke about being Mr. February on the firefighter calendars. And I'm like, y'all are here for the wrong fucking reason then, man. Because
that's it.
They wouldn't joke around the instructors that way. But I heard all the back things, I was paying attention to the people because honestly, it really was interesting to be able to watch people. I watched people that I thought were shitbags actually become something better. And then I watched other people who seemed like they had it all together, but underneath, they were just terrible people.
That's it.
I wouldn't trust them with my life, you know? There's this one guy, I love him to death. He is not the sharpest crayon in the box or tool in the shed or whatever, you know? But that guy had heart, and I knew he would do everything. But I loved being paired up with him because I would make him stop and think for a second. Although sometimes he got his adrenaline going and he would just do stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're choking the guy out. Like, stop for a second. Let's rock him, you know?
Hey, morning, Canadian. Northern brother from another mother.
Hey, y'all. Sorry, I was talking.
No, you're fine.
I'm also tired. I just got off a shift. I go back again tomorrow. I'm missing out on all the fun today because I know I need to get some stuff done in between.
Hey, did you have a mellow shift?
Actually, this last one we only had one call and we slept through the night. So that was weird. But like the first day was back to back. But
So when do you go back on shift?
tomorrow.
Okay. So you'll catch the after effect of tonight.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking, oh yay, I'm not on fourth.
Right.
So I get to skip all the burns. But or probably drunk and stuff too.
You got a question for you. So Kim's Creation says, Milkmaid, can I ask why at your age then did you pursue this kind of career?
That I keep getting asked that by a lot of people actually. People in the department actually. Well, so it's kind of a weird, you know, road in that my kids were all growing up and getting out of the house. I was getting down about that because I was like, all I did my whole life was devote it to this, right? And also preparing all of that stuff. But I felt like I was missing something. And so I always was kind of into the medical thing. So I went into EMT training and I was like, I'll just volunteer, but I'll have those skills for later on when we need it. And then a buddy of ours who's a SWAT medic said to my husband, well, why don't you have her apply to our department, which is fire rescue? And I was like, I don't care about fire. Like that's not interesting to me at all. And I don't think I'm capable of doing that. But I did it because I don't know, I'm weird. And it's one of the harder schools. At least it's probably they have a reputation for being extremely hard in our state. Like there'll be people who will say, well, why don't you go to this department because it pays better? And they're like, no, because it's freaking hard. Like their recruit school is boot camp, you know, that kind of thing. And I don't know, as I went through it, I was glad that I made that decision because it taught me a lot of lessons that I wouldn't have learned otherwise, you know? Oh yeah, I jinxed it. I know, Grumpy. I'm waiting for it. But yeah, the reason why was originally to have skills to help people in the future, my family and all of that. But it kind of grew. I do actually like to help people.
Kind of does something to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's another, you know, skill set to have in my back pocket.
Well, do you notice like there's just something, I don't know, it's weird to say because it sounds so corny if you try to describe it because you start using the words like, you know, magical, isn't there? There's sensation, but it's kind of like you get this feeling and it just feels good to know that you forget all you just did and all that because it's like this wave of success kind of because you were able to help somebody.
It really is like I don't know. And it's silly little things too. Like we had this one call and it seems dumb. I hate nursing homes. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. But we went, our first call on shift was to go pick up this lady, and the nurse or whoever met us there, she didn't know crap. She goes, I think she had a seizure. I think she was trying to get rid of people, because we went back to that same place with that same nurse a couple of times, and all of them were in bad conditions. They had soiled themselves, all that stuff. They never even cleaned them up. And and this one lady, she was nonverbal, all of that stuff, but she grabbed my hand and she held it hard. And you know what? I kept holding her hand. I was letting the other guy learn how to do the vitals and stuff like that. And he was nervous as all get out. My little partner. He's a good dude. He's young though, and he is terrified of, I don't know, older people. I don't know what his issue is there, but like he is just so scared that he's gonna mess up. He was great in fire. Young buck, he'll just charge into anything. But when it comes to dealing with people, he kind of had an issue. But
Fragile.
that moment of being able to help her.
People are fragile, especially elderly. They always kind of come across as fragile.
And they are
Blackbird.
tough as nails. Especially the little old ladies.
Most of it is just the skin is what makes them look like they're really fragile, because that part will tear easy, but inside they're still.
Oh man, I had a ride along that I went on before I actually started the job, and this one lady, she had tripped in the parking lot of Walmart. Now she had an avulsion, like her skin was all pulled off on her cheek because she fell down, right? Just fell. And she was like, well, my arm hurts. And of course I splint her arm and everything. We get her to the hospital. Later on, we bring in another patient, and her daughter runs up to me, because her daughter was there when we, took her to the hospital. And she ran up to me because I engaged with her, the patient. She was like, yeah, my mom ended up having a brain bleed and a broken humerus. And I was like, holy crap. Like, she barely showed that she was in pain. Like, she'd wince a couple of times. She wasn't hollering like people with a broken arm would holler,
Right. Probably wasn't her first one.
Probably not.
She might have had like one of those real active use to where, it's kind of like you adjust to banging around or something, and you get older and you bang around and you kind of ignore things because you're going like, and it's like, yeah, but you're not that age no more. It don't work quite the same.
But we don't know that.
No, we figure it out as we go. I attest to that.
Funny bones are not humorous, yeah.
Because those old people are always in pain.
That could have something to do with it, Rabbit. Like, people were like, how are you doing? And I'm like, well, it hurts everywhere.
Maybe that's what creates the grumpy old man kind of thing. It's like, when you think about it, most of the images of grumpy old men have a cane and they're bent over, and you can only imagine probably every step they take. So they just kind of like, everywhere's their yard. So get off my lawn is just everywhere they go.
Yeah. Like, and their give a shit factor. Like, they don't care about what people think about them anymore. Like, they've gotten past that social thing. So they're like, yeah, whatever, fuck off, or that kind of thing.
Yeah. You just kind of, and this will sound a little dark. Don't mean to be it that dark, but if you kind of, because hell, I kind of got down. You get to where you can't do things you used to do. And then you just kind of, if you don't have like a support group that kind of helps keep you uplifted, then you can kind of just get into that. I can visualize that bent over the cane, and you're just looking at anybody that looks at you and you're just going, fuck you.
Right.
I totally get it, because you're just waiting to be done. And I'm here, so it's like I make the best of the day, so get the hell away from me, leave me alone. And I can visualize that characterization coming out.
Well, you kind of lose all that, worry about what people think or anything else like that. And, if people are being stupid, you have no time for that either. That kind of thing. Savage Lee said something. A nursing home worker is a crappy job. I can imagine, literally and figuratively. And people who care, like those have my utmost respect because it's so rare, especially like after the, you know, pandemic thingy. Like people got worn out and then they just stopped caring. Like as far as like even in normal settings like ER and stuff like that, they just got so worn out that they're caring left. I don't ever want to lose that. I think it's important, you know. No, Mayhem, I don't. I'm stubborn and I'm sticking to it.
She will one day. And she'll look back going, damn, I used to despise these things, but they're pretty damn good.
Nope, not happening.
I used to say that about things.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just changes.
Well, sometimes it's just a choice. And I'm going to be stubborn about this.
Yeah, that's what you see. You also went into this, didn't think you would actually going to make it. And you did. So.
Valid point. Whatever.
Just saying. Oh, bad thing about getting older, you get hurt. And when someone runs over to help, we tell them to get off our lawn. Well, that's that social disconnect.
Wait, who said that?
Eric Stealing Tree. There, put it up. I'm bad about not clicking on comments because I really watch the YouTube chat and just the StreamYard video window because I can adjust the YouTube chat bigger so that it's easier for me to see.
Gotcha.
That StreamYard chat, I can't expand that window without it screwing everything else up. So.
Yeah. I can only see StreamYard's version of it because I can't do both on my phone.
This is true. 2 windows, not good. Using same devices. Grumpy said that Angela quit training to be a nurse after she worked 6 months night shift on an Alzheimer's ward as a CNA.
I'm curious why. Was it like the Alzheimer's stuff or was it just the conditions?
Later actions. Make it a good day, brother. Happy 4th of July.
Hey, Jim.
What's up, PAEMT?
Hello.
Morning. Happy 4th. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, no, I was just curious about what Grumpy said because, like, we did have one lady the other day, and I felt so bad for her. Her husband was so sweet, but she was like spiraling with Alzheimer's, and she was a little combative every time we'd move her, and of course we had to move her from a couch to stair chair to cot to, a wheelchair, like a whole bunch of stuff, and every time she was just so freaked out. She said the wildest things. She mentioned cows at one point. And she was another one that just gripped my hand. And I don't know if it's because I'm a chick or what.
It might have been, and by the way, morning, G-Mall Merkel. If it wasn't good conditions, and so you could tell it probably been uncomfortable, and you might have represented somebody like, it's almost like that, and I hate to be this dramatic, but it gets the point across. But it's kind of like that save me squeeze. And hold that hand like, okay, you're an outsider. Save me.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, she had a very caring family. She wasn't coming from a nursing home, but it was scary to her because she didn't know what was going on,
Well, yeah.
I looked over at the guy that is training with me, and he was just kind of flabbergasted. Poor thing. Like, I feel for the young guys who have never seen anything like that. And I was like, yeah, if I ever get to that point, just put me down. Like, it's too much. Like,
Oh, dang. Scat Pack. They seem to have tremendous strength and hateful too. Combative. I had a guy that threw his crap all over the place. It was just too much for me after that.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be very good at that job.
Well, and that's so sad because there's no set, like, oh, you have Alzheimer's. That means this is going to be this way. The person that just, how is that person? And so it's different. How some just go back to, they're like a kid. Some get, I guess, really combative.
Well,
Be
yeah.
kind of curious to know the history to maybe people that happens to. Of course, that's that data tracking thing, but just because it's like, if you're a child, say from a single parent home, you don't get too much attention. You're kind of fending for yourself, entertaining yourself. So you're exposed to maybe an inner city environment. Well, when you get older and have an Alzheimer's, does that trigger maybe that side? Or if you're a rural person with a mom and dad and brothers and sisters and aunts and cousins and a bunch of family reunions, then you're the kind of person that goes back to being just that kid.
I noticed like she kept talking about kittens and cows and legs hurting and don't hurt him. Like it was just all over the place. None of it made sense. But I was putting together like something happened at some point and she was relating to that. Even though she wasn't in the moment, she wasn't aware of that. Something was triggering those old things is what I think was happening. And when that happens and you realize that that person has no idea what's going on, no wonder they're combative, you know? I
Real
didn't
sad.
know UTIs made people combative. That was something new.
Savage says, as a CNA worker, I worked critical care Alzheimer's ward for 5 years straight, refused to step down and be promoted out because I had a long-term commitment to the patients.
Aw. See? Mark of a good person.
And there you go, Lady Smith. We used to care for family members instead of placing in care of others. In care, yep. Well, it's the family unit. There's that structure. There's that.
Yeah.
And when you look at how much stuff ties to that thing, that's just those actions, that style replicates and has an overall effect.
Well, and it's the quality of people too. Like, I don't know, some of the kids today, and I'm not making a broad statement necessarily because there are some really good examples out there, but we've created a me society, and unfortunately that goes back a couple of generations, you know. And so at this point, would they get better care? It really depends on the person who's in charge of their care. Like, you know, we have friends who had people who needed care and they took care of them, you know.
Well,
They
it's
did.
a byproduct. When they went after the family unit, they went between the mom and dad. The minute they separated mom and dad, well, then you introduced a competitive state. So now you went from parenting to you got to be friends because one has to win over the other because you have to win them over, kind of is the way it seems. That's, and I'm like you, it's a general broad stroke. But it's like, that's what that kind of brings into play. Before that, you don't have competition between mom and dad. You only have competition, and you lose sight of the together parenting view when you introduce competition, because now you change parenting into friendship. And I remember we talked about that not long ago, me and the missus, and when the kids were little, you used to hear this term down here called free range parenting.
Mm-hmm.
It was to let kids discover. They need to be them. It's like, wait, what? I mean, I got the concept. We just kind of chuckled because it was like, well, yeah, I mean, they kind of get, but see, I viewed it. That's why I try to remind people to be sure and erase everything you know now when you go to thinking back then. And then it kind of connects because, like, I remember hearing that and I would just laugh and I was like, well, my kids do whatever they want anyway. But I never connected the fact that I had established guidelines. So what I said they are doing whatever they want was within these guidelines. What they meant was there were no guidelines.
Yeah, I think there's a distinguishment between that. I think that there was a desire to allow kids to be kids, but they didn't realize that that can happen within boundaries. Like you had helicopter parents who were uber controlling, and there's something to having those boundaries, but when you're over controlling and overprotective, well, that's how we've gotten like weak ass people everywhere. And the flip side of that is you can free range to a certain extent where you're allowing them to be children, you're allowing them to be adventurous and everything else like that. I guess that's how I saw some of that, not necessarily, but there's two sides to that coin, I suppose. Yeah, Gen X were free range.
Morning, Mystic Bunny Lady. Welcome. Welcome to the Cluckin Alamo. Morning, Kiss Off. Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day, everybody.
Hey, Kiss Off, and thank you.
Well, see, because it's, and it's like when you were saying that, I guess for me, because with the guidelines, I just never, like, we weren't over constricting. How the kids did the four-wheeler, they did the bikes whenever they spent the friend. But it was I guess somehow I like already had it in my head. There's just all you're trying to instill and help them understand right and wrong, it's
well,
not
the boundaries that they need. They need boundaries. They need to be taught. They need to be mentored, basically. I mean, that's called parenting, but people call it mentoring. And you have that throughout your life. If you're smart, you find people that you're looking up to and you're learning from. Other people, they were just like, let them go helter skelter and Lord of the Flies, and that's not helpful to kids.
Well, no, and the media and the representation through shows and stuff, I think, has shaped a lot. And it's because I don't know, and it's weird because I grew up in a divided family. Like my parents were divorced when I was young, and you know more details than most, but it's weird that, but they maintained, it's weird because it's like that generation understood parenting to where even if we're not together, we're still in agreement with the boundaries and the guidelines and what we want to teach them. And so they both maintained that. My mom was just weaker because I could get away with more shit. It's just because you got this smooth talk. Mom always feels better if you smooth talk because but the right and wrongs were the same. And I guess that's why I still kept those, even though I went kind of off the rails for a little while.
Which is not bad, And honestly, like I had a complete family growing up. I mean, we still had issues and stuff, but there's a level of resilience that you had to learn with that too, which I didn't have to learn. And so in talking to a bunch of people who had broken families or that kind of thing growing up, like to me, that was foreign. But I can also see where that built some resilience in them too. It's not ideal, obviously, but
right.
But that's, my mom grew up in a divorced family in the 60s. And like for her, that was extremely traumatic. It broke her to a certain extent. But it did give her some resilience. It just, emotionally, she was delicate.
It was probably an ugly divorce, huh?
Well, there were a couple of them. My grandma had really bad taste in men.
Oh.
Strong woman, and a good mother, but she just had bad taste in men,
Right. Blue, I hope you get to feeling better, especially on today. I hope you feel better. I hope the sunshine shines on you and helps you get out the funk.
Oh, what happened with Blue?
She just doesn't feel good. She says she feels sick.
Oh, that's not good. I'm sorry. It's never fun.
No, I actually just got over it. I don't know, some sinus crap just kind of kicked in, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, I'm running, and I went through all that. Me, I just kind of sleep it off for a day or so and slam down some Theraflu,
Yeah.
call it a day, and move on. It, I force it to go away.
Well, so that's the funny thing. Like I, as a mom, you kind of have to push through some stuff sometimes, especially if it's like on your own. Because I was never a single parent, but I wasn't an alone parent. Like my husband was gone a whole lot. So I'd have to push through things. But as I've gotten older, I've realized, just one good day of rest can make a world of difference.
You need a recharge. I mean, even plants rest at night. I mean, everything needs rest so it can recharge and have the energy to continue on. And
Yeah.
I have to disagree just a tad, Savage, because like my parents, which it's a rare thing, I guess, and it every day it just appears to be more rare. But like my parents, when they got divorced, they were still friends. They were friends up until they died. My dad died first, and like my step parents were friends. Everybody was friends. When we would actually meet up on weekends to like do the whole little from one parent to the other for visitation, they would literally sit at the Howard Johnson's table, all four of them together, and I sat at another table all by myself because they would just sit there and talk. And my mom took 20 years to give my dad his whole album collection and his things. And it would just, but they always so.
Sometimes it can be amicable. Sometimes it's actually beneficial. Like if there's something really wrong, maybe abuse or things like my cat cannot figure out if she wants to come in or out. This is driving me nuts. Out. Like don't scratch at the door and say you don't want out.
Well, and my parents were, I don't know how it's so, and this is going to sound like, oh man, but it's, whatever. They grew like my dad married, my stepmom is the girl that he loved as a young man when and the only reason he didn't get with her and actually marry her is because he went in the Air Force. And when he went in the Air Force, then she ended up, you know, ended up dating his brother, and then they got married. And when he come back, well, they were already married. So then it's kind of like, okay, well, and
Well, hold on.
my mom was kind of the same way in a way, only she didn't really go back and marry a childhood sweetheart. But I will say that I do believe to this day that when my mom met my stepdad, she met the love of her life. That was her soulmate. So
Strangest thing, like I don't know. Like sometimes I think people jump into relationships because it seems right, but it wasn't actually the right person. And see, I'm so not for divorce. I think people should, especially with a family, work through it and everything. But there are circumstances and times where you realize that maybe, I don't know, maybe you made a wrong turn along the way. It's weird.
well, and that's one of those words too, that get generalized, and it's really you got to really look at the individuals, and the people. And it's like my mom, when I would gripe about my dad, my mom would just go, you know what, son, your dad did the best he could with what he knew. And so see, you don't hear that. It's like, wait a minute, y'all got divorced, aren't you supposed to hate him? But it's the person. And so my parents didn't generate the negative, and I didn't get animosity. And I think that's why I still to this day I have a respect for women, I have respect for marriage, I have respect for things, because I was never shown the disrespect. I went and experienced the disrespect, but maybe that's what kind of was able to keep me on the outside edges without actually going full in.
Right.
It's because I didn't have that foundation to anchor off of or to reference off of. So I don't know. PA was asking me what my career choice. It just, dude, it's just, I think I hit it. Just there's nothing magical. I pulled my head out of my ass, cleaned the fog away, and said, I want to be a better person. And as corny as this sounds, it is what it is, but I literally made that my mindset to be a better person. And that it sounds kind of weak and lame and corny and shit, but
not.
I literally would, and I function that way to this day. I reflect back. That's why I'm a thinker. I reflect back going, damn, did I that's why I'll apologize to people out of nowhere, because for me, I've referenced something and it's like, that really wasn't very cool. Because if you don't hold yourself accountable, then you're open for the world. And I don't put myself out to other people. I hold myself. I'm going to be answerable for me. Whatever people's belief is theirs. But for me, I feel like one day I'm going to probably have to answer up. And there's like two tablets, and it's kind of like the naughty list and the good list. And I'm just, every day I work to make the good list longer than the naughty list. That's about the easiest way. And that was just one of the things around here that was, I'm one of those weird kids. You see the astronaut, you see the police officer, you see the firefighter, you see this G.I. Joe, and you go, ooh, I want to be that. And I went with the aren't G.I. Joe until a bunch of people were screaming at me and like all this shit. And it was like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Dude was screaming at me. I left that, and now I got 200 of y'all screaming at me. And so that didn't work out so well. So when I wanted to be a better person, it was like, you know what? That one, they put everything on the line. And I'm not knocking nobody that serves, so don't ever be, somebody wants to twist my shit right now, F you is all I can say. But when you look at actually, and I'm not talking about the dressed up book movie version of a firefighter, but if you look at the core nature of a person who is willing to look at something that's like 1,200, 1,500 degrees and is willing to say, I think I heard something. Not, oh, we need to get confirmation. Yes. No. I think I heard something. I'm going to check. The fortitude and the drive of a person to be able to do that was my goal. That's who I want to be like. I want to be that guy. So, I want to be that guy that puts it all. That makes me feel good. And it just, if it's called self-pride, it is what it is. But I feel when somebody says thank you for helping me, regardless of how it is, it makes me feel good. I feel like, damn, because I want to be part of the solution, not the problem.
Yeah. There's a lot of kids that went through my recruit school that are either they're gonna have to learn that. I found some diamonds in the rough here and there. You can see the spark of that. It's like there's this one guy, he ended up being my fire team leader, and I was like, this dude is a piece of shit. Like, he doesn't work as hard as everybody else. He's always slacking off. This, that, and the other, right? But what I actually learned about this guy was when the rubber met the road, man, he worked hard. And he gave people shit, but the moment that somebody needed him, he was there. And I was thoroughly impressed with it. He's only like 22 years old. But
that's awesome.
I picked up the quote unquote lazy side of it. He just knew how to work smarter, not harder. But I didn't like the lazy side of it. Like, just come on, suffer a little with me,
Right.
like have a little bit of ego there. But he ended up, I realized that they picked him for a leader for a reason. And I was flabbergasted because I had my presuppositions of this kid, and I later came to respect him quite a bit.
Morning, Metal Spawn and Pilgrim. Happy 4th of July.
Fire is fun. I'm not gonna lie. There's nothing like slaying the dragon. Even if it did knock me on my ass once. I opened the hose up and I went to go vent a window, and I literally ended up on my butt. It shot me back, and somebody, one of my teammates, was right behind me and held me steady while I vented the thing. They couldn't find the window. I could.
Right, Mayhem, the 3 hardest things to say, although I only agree with 2 because Worcestershire sauce is not hard for me to say, but But yes,
What,
I was wrong and I need help. Hey,
where's
do you
she at?
mind covering for me for about 2 minutes, Milkmaid?
Sure.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome. I haven't been up in here forever. The black monster. Oh, yeah, rabid. I'm not gonna lie, it still scares me to like, and not scares me to make me want to like run away, but um, it definitely is something intense. The biggest thing, we had this one drill, and find a victim, find another, right? So there's a dummy, and the strong guy grabbed the dummy and started dragging it out, but underneath the dummy was a baby, and then next to the baby I saw a kid, and I had to make a decision. Do I get the baby out first and come back for the kid, or drag both? And I dragged both, and I was told, look, because of that, you raise the infant up high, could swallow a lot of smoke, and then you're not moving as fast. You could have just taken it out to the balcony, come back for the kid. It was one of those things where my instincts, even though it was just dummies, it kicked in. Oh, thanks, Kiss Off. And congratulations, Blackbird. Savagely, I came too late to the emergency party to be a fireman. I did some DC work in the Navy, but when I went to EMT school, I was already 33. I just couldn't drag the dummy up 3 flights. Knees. Oh, dude, I hear you. I am 41, and if I had to, I can drag a dummy up 3 flights, but yeah, I'm dead after that. What they were really good about, though, was saying, okay, you push as hard as you can, but you be smart about it. With a RIT team, the rapid intervention team, they try to set it up so that you're smart about it. Like, you check your air when you get there, you check it when you go to a different floor, all of that stuff. So you make sure that you're coordinating well with everybody. We're lucky in that our department is trying to become one of those that is well trained to not make some of the mistakes that you see, that like we had to write papers on, like Black Friday, and the war something, cold storage, the super sofa thing in Charleston, all of that stuff. Like, we had to learn all of those things, and then give a synopsis basically on what they did wrong, not to crap on them, but to see what we could do better. Whatever, Mayhem. I know y'all missed me. That's I can't even do that. Let's see, what else did everybody else say? PA says, when truly bad things happen, only intense fire will prove who can and will be your brother. No easy answer, hence BS answers in a way. Oh, yeah. I have yet to, I've only done training fires. I do have a friend of mine who recently got pretty injured on our department, and basically they had the person out and they were dealing with the fire, and that person freaked out because their dog was still in the house, so they ran in, left the door open for a flow path, and they ran in, grabbed, my friend ran in and grabbed them. They weren't even in structural gear, they just dove in and grabbed the person out, and he got a whole bunch of 2nd-degree burns everywhere. Swallowed a lot of smoke. But he's actually the person who pushed me towards this. He's a good guy. fire.
Thank you. This was a gift. And who's a Reese's hater? Well, Milkmaid. She just hasn't come to terms with her inner self yet.
Hold on. So Metal Spawn, is that like
Little Metal.
of Metals?
Yes, that's Metal's daughter.
Oh, hey. Nice to meet you. You're welcome, Gmo.
It's been pretty cool, huh, Gmo? Proud of her.
And I'm just doing stuff.
Mayhem, actually, in connection to what Eric was saying with the cameras when you're searching, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Just because you can always go back and, like, when you actually get to the person, that you can then either blur that out or you can just stop footage from right there. But at least then you would have your searching footage, video. Mayhem's got his search and rescue deal, and he just put a thing yesterday where they did like a little simulated search and rescue in the woodlines, and Eric was telling me you ought to get some body cams.
I haven't seen that. I'll be honest, I have not been on YouTube hardly at all. Like, I'll see some of my friends' videos if they happen to pop up or if they tell me about them.
And some of that's even kind of weird. What was it? There was something that popped up, and I was like, wait a minute, this isn't like current. This is way back. This is like early last year. And so I scrolled down, and it's like, no, it just got posted. And I'm like, how is this? But, well, I scrolled in the comments, and other people caught it, and it was like the shadow ban. And so some things I think are coming out because it's kind of like vax stuff. Well, you would get put over in the corner, but now that it's okay to say vax or hydrocortisone, whatever the hell the new word is, we'll see now all of a sudden the videos can be seen. And so I think that's why some of this weird older stuff just keeps popping up, or random stuff.
Yeah.
That and the fact that Google's still pissed off at ad blockers, and they're fighting ad blockers.
I really do feel like that was a litmus test. And a lot of people failed. We all failed to a certain extent.
On what?
The litmus test of that whole pandemic kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
The jabs, all of that stuff. Like, it was a probing in a way, among other things, but it really did show a lot about people. And, and it's not necessarily whether you passed or failed. There is some pass fail things there, but it in my mind just clarified the water, so to speak, and you could kind of see where people stood.
Yeah. Well, see, yeah, I guess. Because I can kind of, at the beginning wave, I totally get it, because I kind of was really shocked when they passed Obamacare, and people didn't like get pissed off about Obamacare. It's like, and I even told her, and I kind of had words at work a little bit, because it's like, I'm sorry, is nobody like going to say anything how the federal government just made a law that you have to get a product that they don't even offer? Like, that doesn't sound like backdoor shit.
Oh, it's been slow and steady pushing the line. I think that in 2020, that was it was a test. It was like, okay, let's see how far we can push things. I remember having some really difficult, challenging discussions with my husband about this, because we could see where it could go, and we could see the trajectory of where this was going as far as pushing the line really far. And there's a bunch of other things too, like, J6, all of that stuff. Like, there was definitely a push, and it's accelerating. It's like a snowball kind of thing. That's why people are like, oh, we got time and all that stuff. Yeah, maybe. But at that moment, we really honestly were considering a lot of things on the table. Like, should one of us be the person in case grocery stores are shut down and we can't supply all of our food? It was really a huge push.
Yeah.
Kind of came on the back end of what we were thinking way before that, but it was an acceleration. And I think we're going to have more of those events, especially this year. The election, I mean, that was another litmus test.
See, yeah, in a way, I think that was, it depends. See, the first one I think was a failed deal. But then see, I'm that guy. I'm that guy that doesn't see Trump as a politician. I don't even see Trump as the celebrity apprentice dude, because I grew up seeing all the other stuff with him. So I see him just as a business guy. Well, I think that they've had this, like people reference the slow boil. And it was when they just were not expecting people to take that serious. But see, I wasn't really deep into it. So I still remember just the highlights. And it's like, I remember when he first announced it, hell, everybody thought it was like a Saturday Night Live skit. Like, oh, he's got to be kidding. He doesn't stand a chance. What? But then it picked up. And then all of a sudden it was like, this can't happen. And I just, some simple things. It's like, wait a minute. So this party over here, you did a film because you were worried the Republicans were using this system to their benefit. So you do a show saying these things can be hacked. Look how easy. And then we're kind of going, and you're like, yeah, we can just slide it in here and then she can get in. And wait, this dude just took over. Wait, what? And then all of a sudden that story flipped. And then, no, these are the most secure things ever. And I think that's why they went to the pizza boxes, the plumbing things, because they were hoping to do that again. But I think the numbers, and that's why I just encourage people to show up this November, because the numbers matter. That's what freaked them out in 2020.
I will say, I agree with that to a certain extent. Like, I mean, there's no freaking way we can let Biden. I mean, even his own party doesn't like him. But I don't necessarily think that there's a savior standing there in the,
Supposedly he's stepping down next week.
Who?
Biden. Supposedly, and that's good. That's been going out all night. Trump even said something about it last night.
So is it going to be a Newsom, Mike kind of deal, you think? Because I
don't know
in this for a while.
See, some constitutional people brought up some things, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I didn't even think about that side. But we have campaign election laws. And like they were talking, going, but you just can't put another name on there and then take this money and give it to that person. That violates all the campaign laws. So then it's like, well, how do you do that? And to be honest, what I thought of was, well, what if it was because some states have done this shit? So homeboy all of a sudden isn't capable. So, the missus picks up the banner and we're going to carry on for good old Joe. And so now you have a Harris Biden ticket still. It's just that it's Jill and Kamala instead of Joe and Kamala. Because she really, man, I got to tell you, after that debate and that whole, you did it, Joe, you answered all the questions. And he just was sitting like a puppy going, did I do good, Mom? Did I do good? That just was some scary shit, dude. That was some cringy looking shit.
It's all
I was like, holy crap. So this is the chick who answers the phone when it rings at 2:00 in the morning.
Well, do you remember when they changed all the rules? Now, I wasn't paying attention when this happened back in the day, but when Ron Paul was running for president, I want to say like the first time they changed the rules for fundraising, whether or not, like, if you hit a certain point, you could be a legitimate candidate. And, so they're not below changing the rules. Like,
oh yeah, or just ignore it.
Yeah. It's gonna be an entertaining show, let's put it that way, because at this point, like, yeah, get out and vote, absolutely, see if you can turn the tables, but I have a feeling that it's still a chess game, and the options have been weighed.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, hey, morning, crazy hillbilly. Happy 4th of July.
That's why I always go back to the basics. Like, Are you set up? Are you capable of handling yourself, being self-sufficient to a certain extent? Like, you have to have community and stuff like that. Get involved in your local stuff. That's a big deal. You pushed that before, but in
Well,
all, like on the big scale, that's only going to happen if you do stuff on the little scale.
oh, you know,
Yeah, people's getting pissed off about the political situation, but they don't even have enough food to last them 3 months.
well, that's the
I'm sorry.
catch. See,
Like,
I would look at November as you now know when a hurricane is going to hit your area, because a hurricane is going to hit your area on November 5th. And it's simply because you have two opposing forces they're meeting up in November. So no matter how you see this going down, there's going to be a clash. And so somebody's walking away unhappy. So that means that almost pretty much every metropolitan area is going to have some version of a hurricane. It's going to be a reaction that they stole it again, or it's going to be a reaction to Orange Man Bad. And so
it's a reaction either way. Like, you obtain the objective either way. Like, division has been a big thing, be it race, be it religion, be it, ethnicity, be it politics, like any of that stuff. That is their toolbox, and they are doing an excellent job. And to be honest, a lot of us have played into that as well. So we have to be careful with that too. Because I know some people who are generally kind of sort of left leaning. They have a lot of the same ideals. They just don't realize that they're on the wrong track. They think the same thing about me. But like, when it boils down to it, if the rubber meets the road, you have to be able to determine past some silly things in order to work with people. Division is their tool.
yeah. Well, that's how they keep that unified. See, that's why I think that, matter of fact, I was talking with somebody yesterday, just kind of on just a conversation, and we were talking, and I said, it's almost like a psyop. So you go, okay, so 9/11 happened. Well, shit, man, when you have an outside source attack this country, it seems to pull them all together. Okay, well, we can't want to do that. And then you have this guy that comes in and interrupts your political system, and he calls people together. And that's why they're hardcore with the J6, because they were going to try to weed out a lot. And that's why they were even questioned. I watched a hearing last week where old Garland was questioned about so are you planning on, what was it, 2 people a day or something for the next year? Because it's like 1,000 people are still on a list to be gathered up. But you wonder, it's like, so to create division, because you don't want people to unify again. I mean, this is on the teeter-totter side. So you literally, and I'm not disrespecting nobody, so don't attach things that ain't there. But then you kind of have to wonder if in the social media platforms, if there isn't an intentional drive to dissuade any pride in this country. So that's where it spins off on everything's questionable, everything was corrupt, everything's bad. And you kind of wonder where that gets started. Well, that just fits the bill to me, because then you got people so divided that they're off in their little cliques and divided up. So I guess we're going to see if people get pulled together in November, but yeah, that might be a way to divide. Go ahead.
Well, for me, like, pull together, yeah, sure, vote. I think that's important. I will always vote, even if it's, I hate to say this, but lesser of two evils, right? I don't trust Trump. Like, I like a lot of the stuff that he's done, and I think he's definitely swayed in a certain way, but there's something in my gut that says he's also used. So, it may be in the right direction, but it's also used, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's kind of,
it has been, they made lemonade out of lemons in their circumstance, is what I think happened. I don't know for sure, but that's kind of where I stand. I think that the people who are really driving the train, they will use anything. And
I think there's multiple faces to that. I think it's kind of like the Hydra thing. There's multiple heads, because That was part of the discussion I was having yesterday, was like, because when you look at the way that they're doing, so so Obama comes in and they create this front store called Ukraine. And so that front store commences to funnel in money. But then this interruption comes in, puts a pause to the cause, starts looking into some shit. That's a freak out mode. Then you turn around and you now get the control. Well, you're dumping even more money into that now. But in the meantime, the dude that's supposedly the president has so many deep family ties to China. But then when you look at what China and Russia are doing, it's almost like homeboy's funneling his money out. And so if this collapses, then they're still established and set up in the BRICS system.
Could be. I mean, I'll be honest, over the last 6 to 9 months, I have focused a little less on some of that stuff. I pay attention to like the headlines, and not the headlines from the news, but like headlines from
Yeah.
So I'll pay attention to that kind of thing, but I see it kind of going the same direction all the time. It's like, here's a test. Okay, they succumbed. Here's, a candidate that we're going to use to both divide and also be potentially useful in that division. And I'm not saying we should all be kumbaya and everything. Like, there's some people out there with some fucked up ideas that we just really shouldn't be going along with, period. But I'm seeing that they're doing a very good job of finding anything that they can use to drive a wedge in between the little man and the little man so that they never can become a force. It's truly brilliant, in my opinion. I mean, hats off, even though it's for the bad guy.
Are you leaving, Kiss Off? I just looked in chat and she said too tired, and Chrissy's dog goes home today. I'm going to bed. She didn't even say bye.
Aw, bye, Kiss Off.
She's the mean older sister. That's what it is.
She's so funny.
Mad Shad, greetings from the Erie Coast. Yeah, I try not to get. I watch the hearings and stuff, like the committee things, but because it's going to be the same thing, and it is what it is when it comes to that. Now I just worry about right here and is anything on the bill for Texas, because I am kind of proud of our state. I got to say, man, we're reinforcing things. We have our own power grid. We're the 8th largest economy in the world. Reinstituting the Texas Gold Bullion Depository. Building up the gold back. Yep. So we're making some changes.
I like Brendan Herrera's stint there. That was pretty cool.
Dude, see, and it's just like, he might not have won, but he won because, and matter of fact, that's a good example on the voting matters thing, because so people that hear that name and heard, didn't he run? Yeah, but so here's the real facts. The real facts to this is that the district that he was running for is actually one of the largest, if not the largest district in Texas that goes along the border. So all the Eagle Pass and all the border shit that you hear about in Texas, it's in that district is where all this goes down. That's where Uvalde is, in that district. Mm-hmm. So when all this shit's going down, he looked into the local representation to see that Tony guy is like, dude, you don't vote Republican. You do it for on the Democrat side. You don't vote Republican. Well, he decided, you know what? I got a platform. I have a business. I've got the means. Let's see what we do. And he did it from the ground up, and he did it. His whole campaign was about $1 million, and it cost the other side like $10 million to compete with him. And when you really look at the facts to it and the details, that's where it starts to shine, because when he threw his name in, he then caused a runoff. And in that runoff, that means, oh, wow, it's like, yeah, see, voting doesn't matter. It's all selected. Well, that proves that wrong, because all of a sudden there's a runoff between this unknown social media guy that has a firearms factory company. And then it's like, wow. Then it gets even better because when it comes to the runoff, homeboy, I only lost by like, what was it?
It was very
0.4% or some shit.
Oh, it was like, I think it was like a couple hundred votes.
Yeah. I think it was only like 400 votes or something like that, or
Which
300.
would have been hilarious if he had actually beat that dude out, because, I mean, man, that would have been great.
Yep.
I don't know. Like, I know he's kind of interesting, but at the same time, like, he'll play a crowd. He will. He could politic, but
He's a social media guy. I mean, they got
they have to.
that's just part of the thing. It's kind of like entertainment, basically. You might as well say that's entertainment. And so you're going to see an entertainer side of things. But he's real.
Yeah. The small stuff, it does matter. If nothing else, to prove a point. And I think those points are important because people have to feel like they have some kind of control over what's going on. It may not be entire control. It may be an illusion, but hope is important. And I think that was kind of what he brought some people. It also could just slow down the snowball, but yeah.
Well, it's actually like Nikki. Apparently, see, they got a new sheriff over in their county, and it took a runoff, but then they won the runoff. So see, that's because I personally think that's getting people thinking that it doesn't matter is like key to their plan, because but I've preached this before. There's a reason why our document starts off with "we the people," because that's where the whole power originates. Your voice really does matter.
And that's what they're trying to squash too.
Yep.
But the thing is that people, like, when that started, it really mattered. It's not that it doesn't matter now, but like, your life, your livelihood was on the line. I don't think a lot of people feel that right now. It's like, if you have to tell somebody to get out and vote, like, right there, that tells me that they don't have any kind of idea of what kind of power they might potentially have as we the people. Like, you can get out and vote. Yes, there is a whole bunch of stuff in the background, but you really do need to have a small growing grassroots kind of thing.
Well, I think it's it's like social media and the media itself. They portray everything on either a national level or an international level. So people lose sight of local stuff. And a good analogy and reference to this is look at all the child talk. Nobody likes the drag stuff. Nobody likes that being put in kids' face. Nobody likes these drag books being read to kids in schools. But when you break down the school, you go, but wait a minute, isn't your school controlled by a school board? Yeah. Well, wait a minute, don't you get to go down and vote those people in? Well, and see, and then all of a sudden you hit this wall, and it's like, it's almost like people's brain go, oh yeah, okay, you're either going to have to accept responsibility for either going or not going, or you're going to have to act like that doesn't matter. Oh, well, that won't matter. They don't, and I think that's where that why happens, because it's a local thing. And everybody complains about taxes, and it's like, well, there's one of the benefits. You now get a say in what kind of things are going to be shown to these kids. But how many lose sight that you actually have that control? It's a school board. It's elected officials.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing people talk about sheriffs do matter. Yeah, ours was trash too, Tuck. And we actually managed to turn that around, and we got another guy in. But I know this guy personally, and honestly, he's not, in my opinion, a great dude. I know him personally, right? I know his history and all that stuff. He's not great. He's better than the last one, though, as far as like just the job. But as an individual, people are people. And so, I mean, and the other thing, D-Dog, with the sheriff's matter, yes, to a certain extent, but there's workarounds that happen. Like, and I love you, D-Dog, don't get me wrong, but like, a lot of the stuff where it's in the law, it only matters if people obey the law. And unfortunately, I think we've seen enough things where people don't necessarily obey the law or the real law. You know what I'm talking about, hopefully. It's like all these things should be the soft sit stuff, but in reality, it may work in some areas, but on a whole, if that was a massive movement, you would see overreach because of just sheer numbers and ability.
Well, and see, I think the power to that, because I believe in the statement, because our country, if I'm not mistaken, we're the only one like that, that has the sheriff has the power and is such a force in our country. But it's, some of those are, and I hate to say bought off, but their funding doesn't come so much from their taxpayers, or it doesn't get directed to them. They're not allocated enough. So what they do is they go get in bed with the feds, like farmers and everybody else. When you can't make it, they're willing to offer you a program, some funding. And then you get locked into that. Well, you go to buck the system and they're like, well, we'll just cut your funding off. And then they start going, oh man, I'm going to have to cut stuff. And they find little workarounds to go with it. And it's just, that's what I see happening so much. I think that, and this is the part where people get upset, but it comes back to being an American citizen and willing to put into the system, for the payoff. It's like county taxes. I don't see anything wrong with that, because I personally don't want to have to buy a tractor and a grade all to go grade the road that I'm going to go drive on to go to the store.
Or fight your fires.
I'd rather have, a concentrated group that's now somebody's elected to kind of manage this, and then they're going to maintain roads. And so do I need to chip in? Cool. I'll chip in. Do I need to see if you're wasting my money? Oh, well, now I have to, put down a cup of coffee and go pay attention to something. But I don't think most people want to do that connection. They just will say, well, wait, taxes, they're bad. There's a benefit. It's just like funding your sheriff. Well, if you want your sheriff to really be the constitutional sheriff, then he has to know that he has the support and funding from his taxpayers in his area, because then that's who he's representing. But when the people kind of half the people are kicking him to the curb, and a quarter of the other half are just kind of making do, then all of a sudden homeboy's half in bed with the state and the gov, the Fed, because they want funding
across the board. Hell, the reason that I was hired was because of a freaking FEMA grant. How's that feel like antithetical to everything I stand for? But I got the training. So there's that. But when it comes to a lot of that stuff, that's why we're so embedded in this system. People are so embedded without even realizing it. Like they expect the benefits of the system that they dislike. You know what I mean? It's like we expect groceries. We're not willing to go out and work for them. And, scale that up. It's the same with departments. It's the same with state government. It's the same with our education system. It's all of that. Like, people will succumb to everything because they want the best, but they bulk at the cost, but they eventually give into the cost. And that's what has happened over decades. And that's where we are in that position now. And people, even though they want to stand up to it, they're not willing to take the cost of that. And that is the biggest challenge, I think, that we face.
It's the moral fabric of society. It's getting back to the practical principles of right and wrong too. I think that starts to set. It's just like there's no perfect person. So there's not ever going to be a perfect candidate for presidency. There's never going to be the perfect senator, perfect representative. But what we have to do is start holding character behavior to core. And then that way, if the dude wears funny shoes or he has a weird haircut, that doesn't matter. What's the character of the person? Okay, he has a good character. That's, it's kind of like the whole, you hear it with the the DEI stuff, jobs ought to hire based off of skill, not the gender or the race and all that. Well, it's the same concept. You can't, there's
I
no perfect. Go ahead.
so much freaking DEI training, and oh
That's sad.
God, they paid. Okay, so I'm trying not to dox myself here. They paid a ridiculous sum of money because where I'm working is a very liberal county. So they have embraced this full throttle, right? But my department is not exactly that way. So we listen to everything, sit through the death by PowerPoint and the stupid people who come up in their suits and they talk about stuff and they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to actual work, the real job, all the things that it takes. You have to be willing to face fear. You have to be willing to be unsafe. You have to be willing to sacrifice yourself. And you have to be willing to do the job and actually be capable of it. And in their minds, oh no, well, if somebody's not capable, you just give them a leg up. Well, yeah, you can give them a leg up in every way that you possibly can, but you're not going to just give them that. They have to freaking earn it. Like during that survival day thing, right? We were told because of management and whatever, it's too hot. Like you're going to break people. Don't do that last scenario where you have to carry this. Oh my God, I can't remember how big he was, but like probably 6'7", 300-pound dude had to be rescued. And there were 20 something of us, and it took every single last person to get this guy out and off to the hospital because he was a downed firefighter, all of this stuff. They told us before the scenario, we were told not to do this. I'm willing to take the smack on the PP if you guys want to do this. And everybody was like, hell yeah, we're going to do it. Even though everybody was exhausted, they've been through like 14 hours of just brutal training and ridiculous heat. Everybody wanted to do it. And that was that drive. That was not DEI stuff. Mm-mm. That was not, oh, well, you can't reach this, whatever. Although they did make me the ambulance driver. But I was the only one who could say the directions to the hospital. Everybody else was not thinking.
Morning, Yankee. Happy 4th of July, Independence Day, Freedom Day.
Hey, Yankee.
Freedom.
Oh, where's
I gotta say, see, that just blows me away. It's like, how do you even connect DEI to that particular? I don't get how they connect other and in general, but just even with that one, there is no safe place. This is actually the career that goes into the unsafe place. And you're gonna take this emotionally dysfunctionally, mentally jacked up person. She bouncing in and out on me. You went out and came back.
Yeah. There was this one day, it was great. There was a whole bunch of brush fires everywhere. We had a really dry spell and like there was smoke in the air everywhere and they had us go on this run. And I suck at running. I'm always in the back. I'm dying, And at one point I was seeing stars and starting to weave. And the instructor behind me was like, don't fucking pass out on me. Like, don't do that. So I slowed and got my breath back. But at the end of that, they had us go through this icy cold creek and we were doing push-ups in it. We were doing squats in it. We were doing like all kinds of stuff going through this miserable thing. And there were so many people bitching about that. Pardon my French. Sorry. They were complaining about that. And like, oh, my watch is going to get broken. Or, oh, I've got sand in my shoes. And they were just complaining and complaining. I was laughing my ass off at that point because I was like, thank God, this feels so much better than sweating my butt off and breathing smoke air. And at the end of that, one of the instructors said, look, you're about to go into an unreasonable profession. We're asking you to put your life on the line, go into incredibly hard circumstances, all of this stuff. And a reasonable person does not do that. We're asking you to be unreasonable. So is it unreasonable for us to do all this stuff? Absolutely. but if you can't handle this, you probably can't handle the job. And I remember taking away from that, I was like, that is what it takes to do some of these things. You have to be unreasonable to a certain extent. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I love that. I loved
Morning,
it.
C.
Every time we did creek runs, I loved it.
Morning, Mother Freedom. Happy Independence Day. Say my name, say my name.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I keep bringing up this stuff, but I really...
Oh, you're good.
It. Hey, C.
Only a dumbass runs into a fire. Nah. That's what it appears, but if you ain't got the heart for it, then I wouldn't do it, because you could freeze once you get in there.
That blew my mind sometimes when people would freeze. Like, they had some volunteers come in to try and do some of the stuff, and they said one guy actually got down, curled into a ball, and didn't move. And I was like, well, that's not going to do you any good. I mean, if you're scared, just leave.
Yep. Oh, yeah, she's hanging in there. See, she graduated. She's on shift.
Yeah, Yankee. That's how I think about it.
Well, that's true, Tuck. I guess me too. I guess I could. And I don't know if it's a good idea to take lithium batteries into the fire, but
Yeah. Oh, man. There have been some moments, man. I've seen some dumb stuff. They say they color code everything for firefighters. It's true, though. That's why I think it's so cool and also understandable that for pediatric bags, they always color code everything. Because people always get stressed out when it's a child. So when it comes down to that, even like the most hardened person has a hard time with peds. So they color code everything so that it takes that much less thinking. I love that. And they say it's because they're dumb firefighters, but I know the real reason.
you don't want to think about it too much.
Yeah.
Kept me around as a safety officer. I can basically come and go as I please. Hey, there you go, Yankee. That's what's up.
Yankee. Yeah, I had for some of our live fire stuff, we had a safety officer. It's this old crotchety dude who really actually, he's so grumpy, but I love him to death because he's always like dumb firefighters and blah blah blah. He's a master firefighter, right? And he pulled me off of one thing. I didn't hydrate enough. I started getting like really dizzy and everything. And I hated it because I went off and puked at one point and I came back. I thought I had hit it because I went behind a dumpster, but somebody saw it and they told everybody. And then I was throwing ladders and I started to get woozy to the point where I was like going down to my knees. And he pulled and he was like doing all of his medic stuff. And I was like, let me back in there. And he was like, no, I'm pulling you. And I was so mad at him. So mad. But he was like, well, I'm the safety officer, so I can do whatever I want. And he was like, you're not doing any more evolutions. And I was like, fuck.
That's a good question, Devil Dog Prepper. What do you think, Milky? It says, question, if one needs a blood transfusion and gets blood from someone who had the C19 vax, will that person get the effects of the C19 vax?
I'm not an expert. I probably wouldn't want it, though. But at the same time, I mean, if it's that or death, you tell me.
Love y'all. See you. So, I mean, that's my take. That's just...
Well, it's like, okay, if you're going to die, and you can't do anything more at that point, sure, if that's what you choose. If you take the blood from somebody who has that, I mean, they talk about shedding and stuff like that, so I don't know if anybody's immune to any of that stuff, but I mean, I probably could do a little bit more with a little bit more time. So maybe. I don't know. I never took it, and I don't plan on putting myself into a position where I have to.
You know, it's funny because I don't know, 23 years ago, I had a cervical spine, half of it replaced. And, you know, when they did that surgery, they had forgot to get any blood. And when that surgery happened, they said, oh, well, okay, we need you to sign this. And I said, what's that? And they said, well, that's the authorization for, you know, blood transfusions. And I said, no. And they said, well, what do you mean? And I said, I don't want nobody else's blood in me. And they were like, well, you didn't donate any. I said, you didn't say nothing about it. Well, yeah, you should have come, you know, yesterday and we could have drawn some. And I said, well, you didn't say nothing. And they, well, so you don't want us? And I said, nope, sure don't. I said, I guess we're going to just hope for the best. Hope you don't need it, I reckon. And we went in, and I know that sounds weird, and it's not like a recommendation to anybody, do you, boo? But man, I'm here by the grace of God. I firmly believe that. So there ain't no point in trying to sustain things. If I'm not supposed to be here, I won't. So I'm not taking nobody's blood, and I damn well wouldn't want to take it now because of just that. I don't know.
I don't know. Like I have my certain feelings about things. I wouldn't want to, but if it gave me a chance to still help other people, I probably would.
Well, see, and I don't view that for anybody else different. That's why I said I'm not preaching to nobody. I ain't recommending to nobody. That's my experience and where I'm at. It now, if I was needing to give somebody blood and they were okay with it, I'd give you the blood. It don't bother me. You can have some of mine. I'm just not taking none.
What is it? O negative? That's a universal donor?
Yeah.
Is that right? I'm O positive. So I think I'm a universal taker, which kind of irritates me. I don't want to be that. But I can give blood to anybody who has RH positive blood, I want to say. Just not O negative, I think.
Yeah, that's why I got no problem donating blood. I just am not, just to each their own. You know, some people like caviar, some people don't. Some people eat steaks, some people eat pork chops. Everybody's different. To me, some will take it, some won't. Apparently, the vax was even that way. Some people will take it, some people won't.
Well, like I said, we had some difficult conversations, my husband and I, because like when this was 2020, I want to say, we were looking far ahead into it, and we're like, okay, start making this a thing. Like, you can't go to a grocery store, you can't do anything. At that point, we had like the fallout of our first homestead, an issue with my mom, that kind of thing. And then my husband and I, we had this discussion. He was like, if it has to, I'll do it. And I'm like, man, stop it. You've been sacrificing yourself for the whole family forever. I don't want to see that happen. Aw. Miss Charlotte, hey.
So, hey, Mama. Milkmaid said hi. She didn't hear me because of the fan.
Aw.
It's been hot as shit, so I actually got like one of the shop fans in the hallway. That's what blows air back here.
You in a shop?
No, I'm in the back room. It's just that that little bitty old window unit just
Doesn't cut it.
No, it doesn't. Not during this. I don't know what's going to happen later in the month and next month. That's what we were talking about. Going, damn, man, we're already hitting 112, 115, and this ain't even the end of July or beginning of August.
All right.
No, but I got me some cool little sausage and biscuits.
Aw. Did she bring them to you?
Yes, ma'am. And my big glass of milk.
That's so sweet. I gotta tell you though, there's one thing I'm loving about the firehouse life. The meals. I'm the rookie and I'm supposed to be making the meals, but it seems like every time it's my turn to make meals, I'm on a call or in the middle of some kind of training.
Just so happens, huh?
It just so happens. And I'm like, wow, these people are making all the food and like I don't have to cook it. Is this what it's like being a husband? Man, that's kind of nice. Although
Yeah.
I will, you want to hear a funny story?
Yep.
Did I tell you about the enchiladas?
No.
Okay. So I was kind of disappointed because I went on my shift and they were not hazing very hard. I don't know if it was because I was a chick or what. But first day, back-to-back calls all day long. So I missed making lunch. I gave the idea, whoever followed up on it and finished it. Well, for the evening meal, one of the guys there, he decided to make a special meal for everybody. He was going to make enchiladas. So he makes 2 pans of enchiladas. One is the rolled traditional type, and the other was kind of like a lasagna style. And he was like, because you guys are new and we want to welcome you here, you guys can have these rolled ones. And I was thinking, oh, that's kind of nice. And then I started to help with everything. And they're like, no, go set up your bed, go get your stuff together, finish all of your extra curricular CE kind of things. And then, we'll call you when it's dinner time. And I was kind of annoyed because I was like, I'm supposed to be helping in the kitchen, do dishes, whatever. Well, I come back and he's like, I insist you guys have some of these enchiladas. So I start to eat it and it is fiery hot. Like I love spicy food, but I'm like, whew, this guy knows how to make spicy food, man. And then we get a call. So we leave and I come back and I can't wait to eat these enchiladas again.
And they're gone.
No, they were still there. So we got back and slowly the other 2 rookies just were like, I can't finish it, man. And then I start to hear chuckling from people and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. And they're like, yeah, I might have heard that they made some of them a little more spicy than others. And I was like, screw that. I'm going to eat this whole dang thing, right? So I ate it and it was so good. But the next morning at like 4:30, I am like visiting the restroom. And then I'm visiting it again on my way home from work because I couldn't even make it home. And then throughout the entire rest of the day, I was definitely feeling the fire on the other end.
It was spicy both ways.
They were laughing their butts off, but the guy was like, yeah, I sort of maybe added a lot more spice to y'all's, but I ate the same. I wasn't going to make you guys go through it without me, which I thought was pretty honorable of him. Right. But I had
Morning, Tony.
Everybody else gave up on theirs, including the guy that made them before I did. I was like, nope, not going to beat me.
Milky for the win. Morning, Tony. Happy 4th of July.
Kiss off. I don't have any cows anymore.
No, she sent me one. Yep. She kept threatening to, and she did.
Who, what?
She sent me a cow.
Oh.
I shit you not.
Mm-hmm. Shit.
Well, okay. I know it's here. Yeah, I'll even show you a picture.
Oh,
Come on, man.
Second or go.
Did I not?
And I'm sorry if I seem slap happy. I just got off work a couple hours ago.
Didn't I send you a picture of that kiss off? I thought I did.
Yeah, kiss off. I had to kind of laugh at that.
Well, shit. I thought I had a picture.
Of a cow?
Yeah. Yeah, she sent me a cow.
Oh my God, Yankee, the ice cream thing. Like, what the hell is that? The entire freezer for my shift is completely full of ice cream.
Ice cream. What flavor?
All of them. Like, it's ridiculous. And I'm not a sweets person, so I was looking at that. I put an ice pack in there for my knee, and I was like, I can barely fit it in here with all the ice cream.
I thought I sent you a picture, Kiss Off. Well, damn.
She says,
See, I guess there's some of that weird mind wave shit. I don't know. I'll have to look and ask her. Maybe I used her phone and I just took the picture. But so the cow she sent me is actually an inflatable cow. And it's like a big inflatable cow. Like it's probably 6 feet
I'm trying hard not
from
to.
tail to head, and it's got a little fan. And you plug it in, and then it's kind of like one of those little sail dummies that dance out there and stuff, and it's a blow up cow.
Oh, you need to stop. I'm gonna make a joke.
Yep. Hey, I had to plug it in. I had no physical effort. That's all I'm saying. But
Oh, really?
just plug it in.
Oh, God.
And I was well versed in that, so it was not a problem.
You were already well versed.
I've got kids. But yeah, I plugged it up because my granddaughter and grandson was going to come over, and I couldn't wait to see my grandson's face because he just cleared one. So dude, he come in, and as my son's walking in the door, I was sitting in my chair, and he sees me. He starts smiling. He's always usually happy to see me. And as I get him and I sit him down, and I said, "Hey, did you see that over there?" And he's just kind of looking at me, smiling. And so then I point, and he's following my hand. And as I spun his head around, then all of a sudden it's like that. Well, I felt him kind of flex up, and I said, "You want to go see him?" So I set him down, and boy, he took off, and he'd go up and he had hit it in the nose. And then he'd start laughing and dance around. He'd go up and he'd hit it in the nose. But this is what it looked like. No, man, come on.
It'll show it. That's cute.
And mind you, from that nose to the ass of that thing it's about 6 feet. So that's about 3 feet tall.
And he went and hit it in the nose?
Yeah. He went there and he'd hit that nose. Bam.
That's so cute. Oh, I didn't tell you. They asked me who was going to pin me during graduation. And I talked to my husband. I was like, "You want to pin me, babe? Because like you've been a good support throughout all of this." And he was like, "Well, yeah, he's not big on ceremony. He doesn't care about all that stuff. I never pinned him for anything, you know." And he was like, "Well, have any of your instructors been really important to you?" I was like, "Honestly, all of them. I have one that I would point out, but I don't want to insult any of the others because they've always been pretty awesome." And he was like, "What about our grandson?" And I was like, "I didn't think about that. He's only like 8 months old. He can't really pin me." But my daughter came up, and it was kind of cool because I think I'm the oldest chick who's ever graduated from it. So my grandson pinned me. It was so cute.
Hell yeah. That's one for the history books.
Mm-hmm. I thought, and he's such a nice baby. Like, he always smiles. It's so cute. I don't know if I sent you a picture or not. Oh, Metal Spawn. I was choking it back. I swear I cried more during that academy than like the last 10 years. Oh, what a cutie. Those cheeks.
That's my buddy right there. That's little man.
Does he have red hair?
No.
It's just
I think it's just the way it looks. It's brown. That's my buddy.
What a cutie.
Yep. I love it. He comes out. My son got him this Man, they got some cool toys for some of these kids nowadays too. I gotta say, he's got one of those battery powered Jeeps, and so that's cool. And you go, oh yeah, but that's what. So, but no, nowadays they've also got these remote controls. So the parents, you can put them in them, and then you put it in the remote part, and then they can do a steering wheel. Just that it doesn't do anything. But my son can drive it, and it's like an Xbox controller.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, my nieces have one of those, and it's so cute because they're two little firecracker girls, and they're always fighting, which is,
Thank you.
it's funny. Yeah, he is cutie.
No, that's
But the oldest is a terrible driver, I gotta say.
and he's the last one I got around me now. My daughter moved, so they're up around Austin, which, man, if you don't think parenting can be rough as shit, I got to tell you, even later on when they're grown, it still gets rough because it's like I got no say. That's not my that's my granddaughter, but I'm like, man, really, you got to go up there around Austin? And I was just like going, well, what about school? And, no, I'm a homeschool. I said, okay, well, yeah, don't put them in that school district.
Right. Yeah, that's probably my birds out there. The ones the cats haven't gotten. Dude. Okay, so I've been gone so much. You know how last year I had that freaking bird that built a nest on my porch and would
Oh yeah,
all the time when we were streaming? Well, the idiot came back and built another nest. And I thought I had pulled them all out, and yep, she did.
Yeah. Well, you got a nice, comfortable home. They didn't want to be evicted.
Well, it happened again.
Uh-oh.
Because all the kittens grew up, and they were way more agile than my poofy cat.
Damn.
Yeah. Idiots. There is such a thing as like low-key Darwinism going on here.
There's a reason why there's a food chain.
Yep. Well, Odysseus, I'm pretty sure it was him.
Dinner for the cats again. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Cut down on the food bill. She just lets the birds nest up there.
I didn't realize it until one day I saw a bird flying over, and I crawled up on the railing and looked in the like little under the porch ceiling kind of thing. And yep, there was another one. I was like, well, that's not going to last long. Quiet for the fourth around here. Oh,
No.
but it's loud right about the time I'm trying to sleep because I have to get up at 3 a.m. to go in tomorrow.
Well, and plus, this is the 4th, so this is the day probably a lot of people didn't have to go to work, so now they even took later to get up, so people hadn't got stirring. I do worry about how close are you to Philadelphia, Kiss Off? Just out of curiosity, and I know I could look it up, so if you don't want to say, it's totally okay, but I just can't remember, because I will say, that's one thing about today and just how crazy things are. And then so if you just kind of reach over into the crazy hat and just pull out one of those little pieces of paper to see, well, what event could happen, you kind of go, damn, I don't know. You guys are after our whole landmarks and historical figures and all that. And this is 4th of July. And boy, Philadelphia would really kind of be like one of those landmark kind of things, wouldn't it?
Oh, man, it pisses me off. The city I'm working in, they used to have all these statues, and they took them all down because of all that bullshit. Historically, like, oh, it's oppressive, or oh, it's Southern, or whatever.
Well, and it's just overall, I mean, the renaming of bases.
Oh,
and then,
that stuff is dumb.
Yeah.
That's going to take another decade or so for that to stick, because everybody who's gone through that is going to be like, no, that's Fort Bragg, that's Fort Benning.
That's it. That is what it is. There's too many lives have been lost and established those bases, and there's just too much there to let go of. But you look at what they do to the flag, the White House, the pride flag stuff, they call the American flag bad now. They've got "Make America Great" as a terrorist term, damn near. So
Yeah.
and you just look at the whole, and then you kind of go, well, damn, today is our day of independence, and there's where the documents were being established. So if you kind of wanted to make your statement, that's kind of one of those prime spots.
Yeah. I mean, statements. Yeah.
You know, if you're wanting to say that the Constitution doesn't mean shit, kind of thing, that's where that today, and that would be the place.
Well, yeah. If you said that the Constitution, bleh, I can't talk. Constitution wasn't shit, then maybe, but that would just have a bigger effect in the opposite direction.
Maybe,
Yeah.
you know, that's why I kind of, there was an interview. Damn it, I can't remember who that was. But they were asked, they said, you know, it's like, if 9/11 happened today, do you think that the country would come together the same? And they said, nope. You would actually end up with people that would say, oh, America got what it deserved. And I was like, you know, you got a point. This is the different generation.
There.
You'd have a bunch of senior citizens out there going, well, what? But the younger youth, would they rally behind the fact that that's a historical Philadelphia, our Constitution, founding fathers with that reference? Or have they been disconnected from that?
They've been disconnected. It's all about stupid stuff now.
Hey, later, Metal Spawn. I'd say happy 4th, but I know on that side, y'all don't have that. But hey, we'll celebrate freedom for you.
No, wait, hold on.
So Metal and Mrs. Metal, yes, they're here. But Metal's daughter is still up in Canada.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, she's grown with kids. So.
Okay. Gotcha.
She's a mama bear.
So was she close to like Sean?
Now that I do not know.
Okay.
I've never inquired.
Well, I wasn't trying to dig or anything. Canada, like, yeah, Canada Day. I have not seen one of Mad Shad's live streams in a while. I feel bad, but honestly, I'm in bed pretty early.
Oh, she's over in BC on the West Coast.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Whistler Mountain area. That is some beautiful scenery, I gotta say.
I wonder, is Little Mountain Homestead, I wonder if she's seen that channel. I want to say they're out in BC.
Little Mountain Homestead?
Yeah. She and I were friends, like, online way back in the day, before she got really big. Right before, when I had an Instagram, she and I kind of were friends there.
Oh, yeah. Well, so Kiss Off, it just depends on the statement that's being made. If it's against our founding and the country itself, I could see Philly. If it's just an impact to trigger other things, then I could see New York, kind of thing. So it just depends on the reasoning for the delivery. But and on another note, yeah, have you heard about Monique's new farmhouse?
I talked to Monique a little bit. Hold on, I got to go plug in before my phone dies. A little bit about her farmhouse. She was telling me some stuff.
Okay, cool, Metal Spawn. I'll have to check out your channel then. I've got pictures. I went up to spend a week up there in Vancouver, and I totally love Whistler Mountain. That whole mill down there and the river, the mountain in the back, that just was like classic paradise picture look.
Yeah, Mad Shad.
Did you get plugged in?
I did. Did you hear it?
Nope.
Did it go ding?
Well, it sounded like something crying, but I wasn't sure if that was just bumping the phone or.
Oh, that's me sitting in the chair next to the charger. Philadelphia.
And I've been missing a lot of people's just because here, after that whole little tree incident, I only sit up for, it's like this. I'll run, I don't know, 30 more minutes or so, maybe an hour, and then I'm going to go lay down because I sit up and it jacks with my guts, basically. I don't know. There's something with my spinal shit. I
Yeah.
actually was contemplating because I referenced something Bushido had told me. And when way back when we do the late night things, remember when we were kind of talking about what was wrong with me and stuff, and he had brought up, well, I wonder if you herniated a muscle over there or something and you kind of got, well, actually, I'm wondering now if that's what I did do during the tree limb thing. So during one of the storms, which we got a fence put up, so right after the fence was finished, a storm had come through, knocked a limb down. It landed on the fence. Well, I did a stream and I was going out there and I was cutting on the limbs, talking with everybody, but I would take and cut like the limbs on the right side of the chair, and then I'd pick them up and I'd stack them on the left side. And I think in doing that motion somewhere, I did something because when I shut that stream down, I started puking.
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't eat for, I don't know, I think like 4 days. I just wasn't even hungry. I even felt full. And that's when I was like, oh man, I hope I'm not like filling up with like, blood or something. And I ended up with a red spot that appeared on my stomach. And it's been kind of weird. But she was like wanting me to go to the hospital. I'm like, no, I'm not there.
Stubborn ass.
I'm sorry, man. I just got no trust in them people right now. So.
Okay, so here's my thing. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt
It
because
could.
it could, but it could hurt also to not. Just saying.
Yeah.
Mr. Chicken Noodle Soup.
If that's what I got to go back to, that's what I go back to.
God, you're stubborn. Bless Charlotte's heart.
You just,
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is.
Side of me, did you?
Well, I mean, because you gotta. It's like, so then when do I say that? Okay, well, I'm willing to trust you to this point, but I don't trust you when you say this. Because that medical field backed that whole shit. That medical field is ignoring biology right now.
Yes.
Nobody is coming out and just spitting out facts. It's all a dance. And, oh, well, I'll say it this way. And, oh, well, no, I kind of no. Let's just call this full-blown 100% retard. And everybody knows, and everybody should know by now, you never go 100% full retard. And to say that biology doesn't exist anymore, to say that you're going to put 2 layers of a T-shirt on your face and you're now protected. And it's like, I'm sorry. I have hundreds of hours of sealant and filters and all this bullshit and pressure. And now all of a sudden, none of that mattered. And nobody stood up and said, that's bullshit. I mean, we said it in channels, but when you look at the professionals, and I'll call people out, your fire chiefs, these hospital directors, these surgeons, where were you at? Mm-hmm. You cowered down to your funding. So how can you be trusted?
I will say there's some truth to that, but at the same time, don't ever throw the baby out with the bathwater too. Like, you have a brain, you can tell when something's bullshit or not, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt to not be so stubborn that you end up being like, I don't know.
Well, I didn't, just like the last time. See, it got bad, and okay, got there, bam, and there we went to the hospital, and bam, I came home. So there we go. So if it were to get like there, then I guess I'd be going.
He's so stubborn than he. Oh man, you wouldn't want me as a neighbor. I'd be such a pain in your ass.
Hey, Mrs. Metal, Miss Teresa, morning. Hey, I love it. I don't mind.
Metal Spawn. I didn't know she was on here.
Mrs. Metal just came in, but Metal Spawn.
That's who I was talking to.
Yeah, you were talking to Metal Spawn.
No, I was talking to Mrs. Metal. I said, nice to meet your daughter.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you said you didn't. Yeah, my bad.
It's okay. I'm like slap happy with sleep deprivation, so
Injury medicine is different than disease medicine. Yeah, I got you. See, and and just so we're clear, I'm not knocking what anybody does. You know, that's just my perspective is all I mean that by. I only mean that from my set of lenses. That's it. Solely applied to me only. I don't apply it to the missus, my kids, nobody else. It's just my viewpoint. And but then again, I've had certain experiences, and I just that's where my faith part comes in. So that's what sparks some of that conversation, because I've had certain life experiences that really have told me that I'm here by the grace of God. I should not be here. I'm here because I'm supposed to be, however, whatever term gets phrased with that. But so, and it's not that I look at medicine as so flagrant, whatever. I do have trust. If I met a doctor that I felt like was, if I felt the vibe, then I'd be like, cool. But I don't have a broad selection of doctors around me, because there's one of the things about being rural, hell, it's 20 minutes to town thereabouts.
yeah,
So
that's the challenge, I think, is that, like, especially if you realize that like the medical field is fallible, then you get way more pickier, which is good and bad at the same time, because it keeps you from ever finding a good one, you know? I think that may be a thing. Like, where I stand on a lot of medical things, right?
yeah.
But at the same time, I do see that there are benefits here and there. And so it's kind of like teetering on a line. It's like you have people who refuse treatment, refuse treatment, refuse treatment. It's like the guy that's sitting on the rooftop when the Coast Guard comes by multiple times and the flood is rising up around his house. And he's like, God, won't you save me? God, won't you save me? And he turns down everybody. And then finally he gets to the pearly gates and he's like, well, I sent him 3 freaking times.
Right.
So there is something to that,
Yeah. And I got you.
I am not calling doctors perfect, because they're practicing. That's why they're practicing medicine.
Later,
But
Savage. Have a happy 4th, brother. Celebrate freedom.
later, Savage.
Well, no, and I get you, and that's why I don't take nothing with nobody said, because I get, once again, it's kind of like other things we've talked about. It's all in the area. What are you exposed to? What's your environment like? Well, see, for me, like in the nearest town to me, I think there might be a whopping 3 doctors.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to go to not even really they call it a hospital, but everybody around here even laughs, and it's a glorified Band-Aid station, and they don't even do that really good. So everybody, like, if you have something serious, just like, well, the whenever I had my problem, and shit, we went an hour down south to the hospital, because it's just the type of, what you're going to get. And because, see, here's the drawback to the rural areas, because the economy and the way corporate and everything works, rural areas don't have that same fluctuation of money and income like the cities do. So your spots like our hospital, it's so, because most of their patients are the low income patients, so they're not making bank.
No.
So
well,
they're
maybe like
well, they're making bank, but it's just not going into the real thing, because they're getting it from the government.
I will say though, like, I used to do medical billing, and it was really interesting because the people who had insurance, a lot of times the insurance claims would fight against it. But when it was, and this is going to sound really backwards from what you hear on the news, but VA claims, they took forever to pay, but they paid 100%. And same with like Medicaid and Medicare. Like, it took forever. You had to be absolutely perfect when you submitted your billing for whatever. But when that happened, they paid way more than insurance companies. So it was strange. It took a lot more effort, but they actually paid more. So in essence, basically, if you were on those government programs, you would get paid more if you were a provider if those passed, but you had to jump through so many fucking hoops in order to make that. Whereas insurance companies, you had to jump through a lot of hoops, but it was easier for you to do that. I know that's weird coming from a billing side, but you can kind of sort of get where honestly, it's not that bad if you're on a government program.
Morning,
It's a lot of
KP.
work, but they actually get paid more, so they will actually put some attention towards that. It was a strange, strange world going through that. It gave me a little bit of insight on how it worked. It was messed up too, and that's why they were pushing more towards that.
Morning, Papa's Farm. Happy 4th of July. Morning, KP Heathen. Who
Hey,
else comes sliding in?
I'm
Somebody-
sorry, like rambling at this point.
No, you're fine. Hey, later, Scat Pack. Make it a good day. Happy 4th.
Later,
And
Scat.
definitely have some fun. Enjoy freedom.
I'm not going to do anything for the 4th. I'm going to take a nap probably and do
Well, that's enjoying freedom.
and
You're
then go
free to do that.
safely, and then mop up whatever mess is left over from the 4th tomorrow. Maybe we'll actually have a structure fire.
Ooh.
So the way that we run,
An empty structure, of course.
hopefully, but we never assume anything's empty. So even if somebody says there's nobody there, we always do search. So it's really interesting because I didn't know that they did this with fire rescue. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm sure you know, but like if it's both fire rescue, I have all my fire gear on the medic unit. So if we happen to show up at a fire first, we go in without water, like we do search regardless. And then if we have like a chest pain or difficulty breathing, usually we have the engine right behind us. They also have medic stuff. So it's kind of a paired kind of thing.
Yeah. Hey, morning, Indy. Happy Independence Day.
Hey, Andy. Long time no see.
Yeah, Kissoff says that Milkmaid, you owe us so many hours of your time. We waited.
I thought about making a video, like just updating people who don't go on live streams and stuff like that, but I don't know. Then I'd have to like get pretty in something.
Yeah,
Whatever.
exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth.
At this point, like I show up, but I maybe put mascara on when I show up.
So, wait a minute. I can see this now. Damn, is Yankee in here? Rabbit's in here. I hope one of them's here. So y'all can visualize this, right? So you're like laying in the bunk, and then all of a sudden the alarm goes off, and you're running out, and everybody else is like jumping in gear, but you got that one that goes, wait a minute, and has got blush going on and getting some eyeliner before they can gear up.
Oh, pardon. No. Uh-uh.
Oh, I'm going out in public. I need to poofy up.
Oh, it was so embarrassing.
Now we know why they went DEI, huh?
Whatever. No, when they did Survival Day, I sent you a couple of those pictures, right? Rescue.
Yeah.
Did I not look like absolute dog shit?
No. You look like a person. I don't understand why you think that like looks bad. It's just it's a person doing stuff. What was there higher expectations? Like, are you supposed to be like some kind of Vogue model when you're doing some hardcore work and stuff, or dragging hose lines, or what? It's like, I'm not sure how that works. But then again, I don't live up there in Yankee Land. Down here, we don't ever see that kind of stuff.
They got a picture of me dragging somebody, and it was just my freaking face. And I probably had a quadruple chin because I was like tucked up and like dragging, and my face was all purple or red or something. I don't know. It was really bad. I looked horrific. It was so bad. And I was like, you assholes, you put that on the whole graduation video thing. Ugh.
Whatever.
Maintain my femininity. Come on now. Slightly.
So okay, so then what's your recommended heels for pulling hose from the truck? Is that a 2-inch heel, 4-inch heel? Can you do it with 6-inch spikes? I mean,
Steel boots. Oh man. Poofy up. Well, yeah, poofy eyes up.
the poofiness, that's it. Got
Like
to do all that little blushing stuff and
I lost
smeary mascara crap.
the
Oh, wait, my bad too, man. See, look, that's like so old school shit. My bad. Y'all have like the whole Earl Shy paint and body thing going on now, so y'all got the little airbrush action. Y'all just can go. Whoosh, there we go. It's the new model. I just don't understand.
it.
Morning, Red. Happy Independence Day, brother.
No, man. Oh, I gotta tell you this. There was this girl. I actually have mad props for her. She is like a super tattoo chick, like neck, face, arms, legs. Like she is totally tattooed. And she had the best freaking attitude. I judged her so hard at the beginning because she had the false eyelashes, like all of that stuff. And I was like, oh, she is just here to,
Calendar girl.
right? Or just, make her way through the station kind of thing. And I did not realize that this girl actually had some heart to her. Like she really pushed hard. But for her thing was to actually look halfway decent. So she looked good throughout the entire freaking thing. Like I was flabbergasted. She could be completely sweaty in turnout gear after a workout in turnout gear, dragging people through, and she would come out and she still had her eyelashes on and everything else like that. I was like, I got to give you props. Like you actually decided that you were going to maintain this level because people were making fun of her saying you're never going to do all this stuff when you get in the hard stuff. I didn't because I didn't see the point of it. But like she did, and I actually I was impressed that she could pull that off. And she always had a good attitude. It was quite impressive. I
Well,
did
that's cool.
You could look good and do all this stuff at the same time. It was hilarious to me. I am not that person, but hats off. She managed to do that. She's also terrified of climbing ladders, but whatever.
Oh, so she's got to think about, is it about heights or just the climbing?
Heights, I think, because like when we went through Evoc, they brought out the ladder truck and we had to climb up it. And I'm not scared of heights, but there is a certain point where you're like, oh, wow, I'm really far up. And she was freaking terrified and she went first. So, I mean, that says something, right? You're not scared. You're not hiding behind. You're facing your fear. So I was cool with that. Oh, man.
See, and to me, I don't know, man. It's just,
Oh, shut up, Eric. Sorry.
it's cool.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're good. Right. Or before I can attack that room, hold on. I think my eyeliner's running. Hold on.
No, no, she
Got
wouldn't
to
do
pull my gear off so I can get my little hang. I got that. Okay, now I'm good. Okay.
I've some respect for chicks who can walk in with high heels because I can't because I fall. But those who can walk in and take over a room, cool. That whatever. Steel and tree. I can see MM going into a burning house and notices the bathroom. OMG, they left the toilet seat up. So I have a story for you, Eric. So when we moved to one of the firehouses for training, they had a classroom and they had a male and female bathroom. We couldn't use the rest of the firehouse bathrooms. We just could use those. So there's 20, I think at that point there were like 23 dudes and 3 chicks, right? It was me, the eyelashes girl, and a girl who was about 5 foot. But that girl could pound out some pull-ups. I was thoroughly impressed. Like she was impressive.
Later, Tony. Make it a good day, brother. Happy 4th.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Later, Tony. So anyways, at one point the guys decided this is ridiculous. We need to use the girls' bathroom too. Prior to that, we could actually use the bathroom without fear of sitting in pee if we had to use the toilet seat. From that point on, it was a disaster. The bathroom was just disgusting. Dudes, I don't know why they are so gross when they use a bathroom. They think they can spray everywhere and it's no big deal. So I ended up going up to one of the dudes and I was like, I'm about to make a statement here in a second because I am so freaking tired of these guys who apparently have such small things that they have to use a tweezer to try to aim and they still mess it up and get it all over the seat so that when any female goes in there, they can't use it. And of course, they can't figure out how to lift the seat as a courtesy to whoever might need to go in there. And also everybody who decides that they can't take a dump at home, so they have to take a dump in the females' room because apparently that one's not occupied as much, so they have to stink that one up. I'm just saying, like, I might have to bitch at some point about this. I never did, but oh, that made me mad. Like, I have not gotten mad the entire thing, but that made me mad. Don't pee on the freaking seat, man.
No.
But yes, thank you. Like, how is that possible?
But Christie's.
I actually got mad about that. That's the one time I got mad.
Well, I don't doubt it, but see, I would have been one of the guys that would have been pissed off. So, I mean, I don't understand. Yeah, people can be so nasty, especially if it's like not theirs. So if it's somewhere else's restroom, then it's just trashy.
I think some of them were making a statement. Like, there was this one really big dude. I've told you about some of the people in my class in the past, right? Well, there's this one really huge dude, football player for a college team. Thought he was hot, whatever. And I made the mistake of one time. I noticed that he was being intelligent about something, and I was like, that's really cool. Like, I kind of had this presupposed thing that football players were kind of dumb. That's cool. Well, he took that the wrong way. And from that point on, he started acting like a retard. And I would say good morning to him in the morning and he'd walk right past me as if I didn't exist. And I tested this a couple of times. And finally, I looked at one of the older guys that was in my class that was actually a captain in this department way back in the day. But because he was gone for a couple of times, they had a policy that he had to go back through recruit school, which was hilarious because he used to run the training division. But he was so humble that he ate humble pie and was like a mentor for a lot of people. And I looked at him and I was like, I might actually have to say something to this dude because he is being exceptionally, like, not just joking around rude, but like truly a jerk. And I might actually have to, what is it where the dudes do the chest up, man up thing?
You might have to put him in his place.
Yeah.
What's up, 15th? Happy 4th of July.
Hey. If he continues this, I might have to actually, confront him. And luckily, the dude backed down because I was not looking forward to that, but I was about to. And later on, if somebody says, why is that big dude, big, strong, buff dude, such a little P word? I'm going to have to say, yeah, he got offended that a little chick put him in his place.
Oh, damn.
Ugh, he irritated the hell out of me. What a tiny heart. Like, he tried to use his brawn, and then they were like, we are tired of you guys not being teammates to your teammates. Because he was part of my team. So you need to be a part of the team. Like, if they're struggling, you get down there with them and you work with them. And of course, I'm the one that's struggling because I'm like 15 years older than everybody else and a female. And so in front of them, last name. Go, go. And I'm like, that's the only time you've ever said anything. You little suck up. Like, you're such a piece of, oof.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
We don't pick.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up about all of
No,
this.
you're fine. I want to hear your experience. We ain't seen you in forever, so I love catching it.
Honestly, I was going to tell you all this on the phone anyhow.
We'll see. Now everybody got caught up.
I meant to call you the other night, but I was getting ready to go on shift and stuff, so I knew I had to go to bed early.
Oh yeah, especially because and once you'll find your rhythm. So what kind of shifts are you doing? Like 36, 72?
No, so we do 24s. So you do 3 of those with a day in between, and then you get 4 days off.
So kind of like 48 on, and then you're off 24, back for 24, and then off.
No, 24 on, 24 off, 24 on, 24 off, 24 on. And then you
Okay.
So it's not terrible. It's not the 1 on 3 off kind of things that a lot of people like. And you can get held over. But I mean, it's not a terrible schedule.
No, it's not so bad.
But like if you don't get any sleep, pretty much your day off in between, you're catching up. And I have to get up stupid early because I have a long drive in and I have to take care of animals and stuff. So
Later, 15th. Make it a good day, bud. We'll celebrate freedom for you down here. Because I think he's in Canada.
is he in Canada? I'm not sure if that name. Is that a new person?
Yeah, he's because Indy, you know how Indy does the music and stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's 15th. He does music, and so he's usually up on Indies.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Red. Hey. Yeah, I am actually.
Yeah, Red, she graduated. Oh, I thought you knew.
Mm-hmm.
Our little milkmaid's all grown up and firefighter now.
Oh, now Red, that doesn't mean that I'm not a farmer. Although the last 9 months, pretty much no.
She's a triple F now. She's a farmer firefighter.
Now I have to blend it all together. No, I took some time to learn some skills, get another job, and now I have to incorporate it all. But academy was kind of long.
Morning, Tiger. Happy 4th of July. Happy freedom. Right, Red? Notice it was so awesome. And she started out questioning herself. And now she even has more self-respect because she sees she's capable of doing what she puts her mind to do.
Trying.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little awkward when people say, like, I am proud of myself, but at the same time, if other people say it, I get a little weird and
Yeah, I know. Just roll with it. It is what it is.
I'm trying.
And if it's any consolation, you really don't have a choice, so you might as well just accept it. Because you can't control other people. So if we want to brag about you, we can brag about you. You can't stop me. Nah.
Oh, shut up.
I don't have to. You can't make me.
Yeah, I can.
No.
It's X.
I can put a video on repeat saying proud of milkmaid, proud of milkmaid. I just play that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
You can do it. You can do it.
Nice Yankee.
Got to go to walk in the parade with the vets in an hour. Happy Independence Day. Right on, Yankee. Make it a good day, brother. Happy Freedom Day. Independence.
Yeah, I know we say the 4th, but like for me, it has something different.
PAMT. Make it a good day, brother.
Later.
Have a happy Independence Day. I just hope everybody can at least just acknowledge the freedoms that we got for today. I mean, it's just things do seem bad. They always seem dark. Things, economy sucking. We, all that. But at the whole, though, we're still the greatest country in the world, and we just need to get back to we the people.
There is something to that. Like, I know we've fallen a long ways, but the foundation was critical, and the ideals behind that. Like, if another country had these same ideals and they fought for it and they did all of that stuff, I'd have just as much respect,
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Happy 4th of July.
Eric.
Right. Milkman is saving lives and making sure the toilet seat's down in burning houses.
Damn.
She not only saves the people, she saves the toilet seat.
Do not piss on my toilet seat. That's all I got to say. There's nothing worse than going into a porta potty in your turnout gear. That was rough. I preferred the woods.
Rescue, my organization is setting up a booth August 23rd and 24th at a hot rod festival. We should have the truck halfway set up for the show. Hey, cool deal.
Hot rod?
No, it's the search and rescue truck. They got them a truck and they're getting it set up for search and rescue, but apparently they're setting up a booth at a hot rod festival.
Wait, for fire? Or?
Well, yeah. So the truck that Mayhem's talking about that they got was for his search and rescue organization. So they got him a truck to use for that. But the hot rod thing comes in because there's a hot rod festival that they're going to set a booth up at the hot rod festival.
Okay.
With the show on with the truck on display, not in the hot rod fashion, but on the search and rescue side.
Okay, so is the search and rescue like Lost in the Woods hikers kind of search and rescue, or?
Yeah.
Honestly, that is interesting to me. Like
that's
the technical.
That's the simulation he just put out, was that they were like, somebody was up in the woods and they got lost, and so they had to go and find them. And they started, and it kind of showed where they started, where they were last known at. Then they track them down, they find the person, then they bring them out to where they can be evac'd. And that was kind of the whole simulation. So that's kind of their training.
Okay. Yeah, there are people that I know that do that with dogs and stuff. Put up a poll.
That'd be cool.
That's really good. Wait, just
right, Eric. Always remember, today was brought to you by your ancestors with guns and with a backbone. That's why, and anybody that missed the beginning of the stream, feel free to go and rewind to the first part. Played a nice little Paul Harvey clip on the Declaration of Independence, and it's not the dressed up fancy version. It's actually, it reminds you of what all they put on the line and what all it cost them to establish these freedoms that we're going to celebrate today.
I like kind of celebrating the rebellion.
Well, and it's just like, and that's because I think people think that, I'm probably against that per se. And it's not that I'm against it. If that's what it needs, that's what it needs. But I just also don't forget that, our 1776 wasn't like all in 1 week.
No.
It was over 100 years in the process of getting to where we decided to actually say, wait, no, we want something different. And then it took like another 10 years to establish, to get to the point to when we said, okay, here's the line. Oof. So, I mean, it wasn't just a oh my God, look at that. They're coming through and they're doing this. We're dead. It wasn't like that.
Well, and I think a lot of people don't realize that there was also a slow build up for that kind of stuff too. And it was things crossing the line. And a lot of people, they have this Hollywood version in their head of what it was like. I think for some people it was desperation or foresight. And I think in some ways we face that same kind of predicament.
Right.
Not necessarily the desperation, although it could get to that point, but trying to have foresight.
Hey, Cherokee. Happy 4th of July. Well, see, I think that's where I worry if we could ever achieve that kind of gathering again, because when you look at back then, like people had, you kind of like had a real contrast picture. It was like you're either going to be here or you're going to fight against it to try to have this. And so, and there wasn't like a lot of shiny foo-ha-ha on the table to really kind of, well, it was kind of a clear-cut thing because this was something that it was new. And we're fixing the buck to the largest, military power at the time. And it's pushing back. So that was a different mentality. And I think that's why when the fight went down, that's why it was literally so,
Visceral?
it was just, huh?
Visceral?
Oh yeah. Because it was literally, it was a fight for survival. I mean, it was a total change of word. Now I don't think you can't get people to really see that because there's, with the digital age, if you're feeling like, if you don't want to hear like the political side of things and where the country's going, you can literally just live in a little self-created bubble to where you never know a thing.
Well, and that's the
You
thing.
can still access everything. You enjoy all the commodities. So you're so disconnected, where back then it was different. It's either you're going to let these forces come over and gather people up that aren't following rules, or you're going to buck the system. And
I,
I don't know.
that's kind of the thing though, is that we aren't to that point. There's not a survival instinct kicking in. There's not a desperation at all. Like, even if we are pissed off about stuff, even if we are frustrated by things, or even struggling, quote unquote, to survive, it's not really actually a struggle right now.
Right.
It's really not. I mean, we've got it so cushy compared to so many people. And what was that phrase that they used, that they were pledging their lives, their fortunes, and their
And
honor?
their sacred honor.
Yeah. At that point, like, that was, they knew that death was a very real possibility. They knew that their family name,
They
their
were wanted. They were being
children,
looked for.
everything was at stake. We so aren't to that point right now. And that's why you're not going to see people at that point. I think that it takes, what is it? Hard times to make strong men. That
Yep.
that whole saying is so true. And
Hey, what's up, Kush? Happy 4th.
I can't remember who it was. It was in a chat that I was in, but somebody posted this whole um generational thing, or oh man, it was like 80-year cycles.
Oh,
And
I think I've heard something about that.
yeah, it's actually, the generation that we all roll our eyes at, the Zoomers. They're probably actually going to be the ones that end up being the catalyst for the next thing. And so, with that in mind, instead of being um, to the point where we write them off, we honestly should be mentoring them in any way that we possibly can, because that
Exactly.
can influence later on. It's uncomfortable, it's annoying, it's frustrating. You just want to tell them to get off your lawn, kind of thing. But in all reality, that probably would be more productive than us thinking that we're somehow us Gen Xers or whatever. Yes, I I put myself in Gen X because I'm right on the line and I don't identify with millennials. But when it comes down to it, we aren't actually going to make that big of a difference except for our influence on others.
Well, it'll just be the front line. That generation is just going to be the initial front line, but the whole.
No, they're going to end up having to be the old ones later on. They're going to
Well,
end
yeah,
up.
no, I meant the front line on to stand against stuff, because the whole next generation, there's so many that are disconnected, that they're, and if that generation, that front line, doesn't look back and say, hey, we need to be teaching them, not just preparing to fight that. You got to fight that, but you also have to teach. Otherwise, you're not going to have no backup. The backup won't be there.
Leadership. People who are followers think that they're going to do everything. That's not the case.
Right.
They're not.
But see, it's just, and I don't know, but look at the reaction Milt made. Like, look at the reaction that you would hear from Mike Lindell. People would make fun of him, the pillow guy. But if you were to actually look at that and take what we were just talking about, so when that guy saw the election get stolen, he literally took everything about him, his money, his business, his name, and he put it all out there to try to call it out. And you would even know, you had people that knew that they stole it, so they were like, for, declaring it stolen per se, but they would make fun of him. Oh, the pillow guy. Oh yeah, he's got it. It's like, you're missing the point. That dude is an American citizen that said, hey, I've got this and I'll put it in. Let's call this. And that's what I think it kind of was in the beginning. That was the people that put everything on the line. And back then,
I see your point.
your word and your sacred honor, as that phrase goes, well, that was back in the days when a man was known for his word. So when they might know you, but if they would tell somebody going, oh no, that's a man of his word, that actually carried weight. Like that opened doors, that made things happen. That was a different age than it is now.
Yeah, I would have to say yes. And also, it's not, he did do that. I will say that. The timing, though, like, he was ahead of his time. Let's put it that way.
Well, he was ended up becoming a lone wolf. Too many people didn't see the meaning behind what he was doing.
He was ahead. And, they make jokes and everything, and I've laughed at them too. But he did actually put skin in the game, and that's more than most people can say.
Yep. He put it all, actually. Dude, they went after him and shit.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Somebody put some kind of quote about Snowden recently, and I thought it was really good. It basically, like, he just showed you who the government thinks their enemy is, and that's the people. Like, you're labeled as a what's it called?
An insurrectionist, a terrorist,
No, not that.
an extremist.
A threat,
Yeah.
basically, of some kind, but you're labeled that because you've given the enemy information, and he gave the American people information. Granted, he just pretty much gave the world information, so I can see kind of sort of where they can skew that, but at the same time, who does that say your enemy is?
Yeah.
So that was, in my mind, a pretty good synopsis of the situation. And not even, hello, did Trump do anything about Snowden? And I don't think Trump's the savior. I will still vote for him, but I view him as a stopgap and potentially a lesser of two evils. And I know that's going to piss some people off, but
Well,
the humility is just not there yet.
oh no. Well, and there's it's like, and this
Ron
is
Paul was humble. Ron Paul was exceptionally humble. And he is the first and probably last politician I will ever trust, including local people.
Well, I don't know. You ought to watch my Thomas Massey video. Not mine. I said that wrong. It's not mine. I just put it up on my deal, so it's under my videos. And it's actually caused me to get, I might think I'm at 4,100 subs now. And
Good Lord, really?
Yeah. And it's not me. It's that video that did it. Because I actually, right after the tree incident, that morning before I went outside, I did a little stream. I showed clips of it. And then I went outside while we were talking, while I'd take breaks. And so then I'm like, well, I'm going to upload it, for everybody. So that way you can see the whole thing, and so I did. And the next thing I know, YouTube notification, congratulations on 1,000 subscribers. What? Congratulations on 2,000 subscribers. Holy shit. Congratulations on 3,000 subscribers. Holy crap. I don't even know if I want to go back. Who are these people? Where'd this come from? Congratulations on 4,000 subscribers. And I've come to realize that I've taken the positive out of it and what it tells me, because there's no message in that video. Like, this doesn't like a commentator to direct something, or it's not designed. It's just, it's a story about Thomas Massey, and here's his homestead, and here's how kind of what he's about. And for me,
Thomas Massey has a homestead.
Oh yeah, shit yeah, girl, you're gonna trip out. I can tell you that right now. You get off of here, you need to go watch the video, and I swear to God, you're gonna be calling me going, "Holy shit, Rescue! I had no fucking idea."
That's like Nick, what's his name, in Virginia.
So that dude, Thomas Massey, to me, to be honest, I watched that video and it represents the American dream. To me, he represents the American dream. He literally was a young guy that educated himself. Went off to MIT, didn't even know really what that was. He just applied, got accepted. Matter of fact, he makes a joke that for the first 3 months he was there, horns would honk and he would wave at people. And it took him 3 months to realize that they were flipping him off, because where he came from, when people honked their horn, that meant hello. So he's waving at everybody. And then he proceeded he married his childhood sweetheart, who went to MIT too. He developed some patents on VR stuff. And then they made a company, became successful, went to have a family, and decided they didn't want to raise their family there in that environment. In that, so they decided to go back to where, on land that she grew up on. And he has hand built his home. It's a castle. The stone that came out of that land, he chisels it and made the bricks. The wood that he built his house out of was from the lumber right there. He went. And there's a combination for anybody listening. Watch the Off the Grid video that's up on my video thing, or you can go to Free the People and watch the original, same thing. And then watch the Tucker interview with him. And you combine those two, and you will realize, to me at that moment, that all of those people up there in Washington are not the same. There are some different. He's one of the few. He actually called out the Israel thing and the AIPAC thing. And he even talked about how they wanted him to do homework. And he said, "I'm not doing homework for you. I don't work for you." He talks about how he got involved in politics. He got in politics when they were building that house. And then they went to raise his county taxes. And he said, "Well, why are you raising my taxes?" And they told him, he said, "Well, that doesn't make no sense." So he went down there to make a voice. He voiced it. People around in his area heard him. And so when they went to have another meeting or something, they said, "Okay, well, Mr. Massey, you have your 5 minutes." And people all in the room started standing up going, "Well, he can have my 5 minutes. Well, he can have my 5 minutes," and gave him over an hour of time.
Oh, shit.
Next thing you know, yeah, he became what he called a judge, but he goes, "But I wasn't a judge," but it was like considered a judge in his county. He fixed his own jail's steam boiler instead of buying a new one to save the county $6,500. This dude thinks that way. His house is 100% off the grid. He gets his water from, I forgot how many millions of gallons, pond up on a hill that he's piped down, has 80 pounds pressure coming into the house.
Where's he out of again?
Kentucky.
Okay.
And he refers to his little congressional House of Representative pins as that's precious. And if you wear precious too much, you'll turn into Gollum. And he said, "That's why I make it a point to take precious off and put precious in my pocket." And he talks about that. Dude, he's just clean. He's just true on point. He talks about going, "No, you put this on and it'll change you, because you put this on and you walk in there." He said, "Capitol Police move out of your way. Everybody moves out of your way if they see that pin." He said, "You take that pin off and put in your pocket and you're just like everybody else." And he said, "That's why I make it a point to carry it in my pocket."
That sounds And I should watch that because, well, okay, I'm a very skeptical person when it comes to politicians in general.
Well, here's a kicker.
Beautiful words and you can show beautiful things, but it doesn't mean that you're beautiful on the inside.
Well,
But
he's voted for
Trump.
every funding that we've done outside the border. He's voted against it.
Yeah. I mean, see,
And here's another kicker, and I'm not trying to throw a dark conspiracy because I've actually intentionally avoided all the comments on that video that direct this way, but I will say, just food for thought. He did that interview at Tucker where he kind of called out the whole AIPAC Israel thing and how almost everybody up there, gets in bed with him and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad to say, but on the 27th of last month, his wife suddenly passed away.
Who, Massey's?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
So I'm not painting any particular picture. Think of that what you will, but it's just, and it might not mean anything, so I ain't trying to instigate nothing. But you just kind of...
That's horrible.
Yep.
And that's the thing, like, it's messed up to say, but when that kind of stuff starts happening, I mean, people should pay attention.
Yep. That's why it's, it's food for thought.
Because it costs people every time they make any kind of headway.
Well, and that's why I just try to emphasize, I'm not trying to install anything. I'm not making up, because I hate that when channels do that. They go grab some TikTok video or some Twitter file, and then they proceed to fit in their story to tell you what all this really means. And the facts do say that he did have an interview. The off the grid video has actually been out for about 5 years.
Really?
It just got kind of brought back to light because he did the interview with Tucker. People got into looking. That's why I looked him up. I saw the interview and I said, I went and I saw this off the grid and I'm like, holy shit, man, people ought to see this. This dude is nothing like you imagine. This is actually everything what you haven't heard. You've heard how they've all sold out and they're all lobbyists bought off and all these politicians are crooked. And wait, this dude is one of the ones that isn't. And that's why you don't hear nothing. And then you go and actually listen to him and you see how he lives. He walks you all through his whole solar panels thing. He's got a Tesla. He talks about buying a Tesla. He went to buy the Tesla and see people question the money. And I'm going, dude, the dude developed some VR shit. So he's smart. You can't punish a person for being successful in life. Hell, if I sat here and invented some new way of doing something, all of a sudden I'm a bad sold out guy because I said, hey, look at this. And somebody said, hey, man, I'll give you $500 million for that. And I go, sure thing. Here you go. That doesn't mean I'm bad. Well, see, he just sold some technology and had money, but he went to buy a Tesla battery, dude. And they told him that they wouldn't sell him a battery. He said, well, so he went and bought a salvaged wrecked car, Tesla car. And he even talks about that. He drove. And so like when I say that, he actually got in his regular pickup truck, just like probably anybody else listening has, hooked it up to one of those nice little black angle iron frame lowboy traders, kind of like most people that are listening have. And he drove 400 and something miles down to this place to go pick up this battery and then 400 miles something back himself. So there's no, he had people just do that. This dude, he takes you out there where he chiseled the bricks.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a totally inspiring video. And that's where I thrive off of this 4,000 subscriber thing, is because what that tells me, without any personal connection, without any, let me find what I want to find in this. It just shows me that people watched a video and said, wow, I'm all with that, and subscribed to the channel that was hosting that video. Because they don't know me from Adam. They haven't listened to me. Nobody did. Nobody's like, oh, this dude's all right. This is solely off of that video. They watched it and then they subscribed to the channel that they watched that video on.
Huh.
That means there's 3,000 people that really get it. Because I will say some days on here, I've actually almost felt like damn near I'm swimming upstream, because no matter if you try to say anything positive, there's always 400 negatives to it. And it's like, man, there's got to be light at the end of the tunnel, because I don't know how to live life any other way. And so for me, that was a nice big breath of fresh air. But then that can lead me into the faith kind of conversation like I was having yesterday, because it's amazing how God works in funny ways. But the tree incident sits me on the sideline to slow down, because I was getting kind of stressed over some of the YouTube and all the little different dramas, and anxiety kicking in and just not knowing. It's like, man, I don't know this whole shit. So all of a sudden, bam, I'm kind of put time to reset. And then that gets introduced to me, and I'm like, yeah, a breath of fresh air. Hell yeah. See, we can do this. There are good people out there that will do this job. We just got to get them in those spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's on shift, Cherokee. She graduated. She's the educated.
Yeah, I'm all done, Cherokee.
And I'm sorry, somebody, John left, I think. John, make it a good fourth. Appreciate you, brother.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, when it comes to social media, it's really funny because you come across people who are real, and then you come across a whole bunch of fake stuff, and it's hard to distinguish because people are, you know, you've been around drug addicts, right?
Oh yeah.
Best liars on earth.
The digital age just made everybody like that.
Yeah, they're all they're like addicts. They're, you know, all that stuff. That's why part of the reason why I never with my channel or anything else like that. Number one, it was just a private thing. Like even my family doesn't know about it, you know. And the other thing was it was only to share stuff. It wasn't really to get anything. Yeah, it actually felt good when people liked things or made comments or things like that, but more than anything, I just wanted to spread something. If it was just knowledge and you could take from it, great. If not, you know, hit the road, Jack. That's why I kind of like these kinds of talks, is that we can bounce things back and forth. But that's really cool. I'm going to have to check out that whole thing with him.
Oh,
I mean,
totally recommend it. And I get the whole propagandist type thing. I will say now, anybody that does watch that, if you do see something that just kind of goes, I see that, then feel free to tell me about it. Because I personally, when I watched that, I just didn't get the vibe. I didn't see the facial expression that kind of would go. It just looked natural shit. Well, matter of fact, seems like some of the complaints I got was, why is the quality so low? Because it wasn't even like a 1080p, like, you know.
Fuck's sake. Do you remember, Nikki, Florida Nikki?
Yeah.
She hated Tucker Carlson, right? And I loved making jokes and stuff like that and sending her little memes and stuff like that with the confused faces and stuff like that when he was back on Fox. And she hated him. But there was something to that guy that I kind of liked. And I love the direction that he's been taking. Do I trust him entirely? No. But I have really actually enjoyed some of his stuff. And he did a thing with Sean Ryan. Again, another person that I'm not fully whatever with, but I like the fact that he is going into areas that are not necessarily always covered. But I saw some things there. I've seen some similarities with people who are on kind of sort of our side, who have had reoccurring themes when it comes to, our country's a little messed up. Here's some of the things that have been happening. Maybe we should be more self-reliant. Maybe we should not trust everything that we see, that kind of thing. And when I see that, I pay a little bit more attention. Sure, it can be, you know, red herrings or whatever. But at the same time, like,
hey, you know shit's getting real when Oprah's flunky Dr. Phil decides to tell you that you might want to prep up and stock up some food and shit because it's going to get bad. That ought to be a good sign.
Did he really say that?
Oh, yeah. He did a little episode about, you know, because he's been doing it about the border. And then he did it into TikTok and how TikTok bans anything Trump related. He's dug into the way the trial with Trump. So he's having these epiphany moments. See, that's so many people fell for the bullshit. And even people that we put in some high standard, like they're part of it. They weren't part of it. They were just gullible and fell for it. And now some of those people are waking up going, oh, wait, no, this is bad. It's like, yeah,
it
dude,
could have
this is
been,
what all them conspiracy theories people were trying to tell you.
and they could have been inadvertently part of it, honestly. If you look at a lot of people who have done kind of 360s or 180s, sorry, when it comes to how they look at things, even freaking Tim Pool and his stuff, like you see him going, oh crap, like when somebody starts turning around and saying something different and then starting to go back to basics, that's where I realize that they have an idea, even if it's not perfect, because I am pretty sure that my idea of everything is not perfect. And you know, people can actually change. I know that there's some elemental things that don't change, but people can wake up and people will say, well, it's too late. Not necessarily. You know, maybe too late for some things, but not necessarily too late for others. You
Well,
guys,
and it's a blend. I think some of this is, like, I don't know. It's like there's gauges to things, and I think some people have just been suckered in. It's like, well, Tucker even actually talked about it with him that his, the Afghanistan thing. Oh man, I still get a kick out of when he goes to talk about it because he gets all apologetic every time he brings it up because it it clicks to him. He realizes that he was spitting out their shit, and then he saw the reality and was like, I that's not what I ever wanted to do. And that it pissed him off, and you can kind of pick that up. And I dig the honesty.
humility and honesty are a thing that have been lost, and the more that those come out,
Yeah, because that's what it needs. It needs for if people are gonna like the people that have done the walkaway thing or whatever, from the Democrat, then get out and say why. Call it out for what it is.
it's a big undertaking. Can you imagine being so wrong all your life? And then you have to swallow a massive amount of pride in a time where personal self and pride and all of that stuff is like the biggest thing ever. Like if
Oh
you
yeah,
lose that, you're not a person.
yeah.
So like for me, humility, and not humiliating yourself, but just being humble enough to understand it's an aging thing, I think, almost, where you have to like accept that maybe you were wrong on some things, like the moon. Things like that.
I know. I don't understand why people have to be wrong about that. It's just it happened. It is what it is. Other countries have gone there.
Sorry.
It was a good
It's
attempt,
just
but you're still a rookie.
holy shit, it's fun. But I've had moments where I realized that I was really freaking wrong on some things. And that's so humbling. And you can either take the tact where you're just going to stick with it and just be prideful, or, and I'm not talking about the moon at this point, but just some things you realize that maybe you were wrong in. I love people who are like that.
Well, see, you got to remember though, because I one thing I've realized because that's where I get called all kinds of things because there's different gauges that people will use. Like there's like a certain level of people I could just show them a clip right now and say, no, see, watch what he says right here. It's kind of like the Charlottesville thing. So there's people that you can show the Charlottesville clip to, and that's it. They're locked in. That's all they needed to know. Rawr. And then there's people that say, well, wait a minute, what was the context? And yeah, I'm not sure about that then. And they're questionable. And then there's people that say, well, let me see the before and after. Oh, well, wait, that's not what he said. And that's not what he meant. And so you got people that I guess you could say gauge the facts differently. And I will say that's been some of the headbutting with me, and I'd probably get called some names, and that's fine, whatever. Because I need more concrete type stuff on some things, and that's why I still remain questionable. And I'll always choose the brighter side than the darker side, just because. And I don't know if this is. I like to think I'm not an egotistical person by any means, because I detest that word, but
We all are, though. You gotta.
I like to think that I err on the side of the brighter than the dark because I know if I have to face the dark, I can. but I'd rather look for the brighter side. And so in my battle, I choose the brighter than the darker. It's kind of like that. I would rather look for the better because I'm already prepared for the worst kind of thing, you know. It's weird. Hey, Papas, you make it a good day. Have
Hey,
a great 4th. Enjoy some freedom.
I
And
like
remember, those who gave it to us allow us these times. That's it.
Papa's is a good dude.
Yeah, he is.
Like, I didn't know Papa's from whoever, and I remember meeting him and then like going through a couple of circumstances with him and watching him, and I thought, that seems like a good guy.
Yep.
Carl, you're wrong.
I know. Well, see, there are the lost ones, Carl, but you know, we don't give up on them.
I have no idea what Cherokee was meaning about the coloring book.
Milkmaids sound like the color book did, you know. The pick did, you know, pick. The
Cherokee,
pick did, you know, pick. I ordered it for a kid. It said a story, but not there, no story. So you ordered a color book and you thought it was going to have a story in it, but all it had was the pictures to color, hence the word coloring book. I don't know. Just funny. I don't know. My brain doesn't always operate correctly.
bless his heart. As you will.
Nikki says, lose your wealth, you lost something. Lose your honor, you lost a lot. Lose your courage, you lost everything.
I kind of like that.
Well, then maybe that's why a lot of people don't feel like they got anything, because I got to say, there's not a lot of courage being shown.
Well, courage is hard to show when
Not facing some of the times we're facing right now. You got drag shows in front of kids and stuff. And, you know, it's amazing because we see the clips of these people doing this down the Pride Street during Pride Month. But how come you don't see the tens of thousands of other citizens of that city out there saying how sick that is? Because if you go into their living rooms door to door individually and you know them and you ask them, they tell you how disgusting it is. But it's amazing. You have like when it happens in New York City. So how many millions of people are in that city, but yet you're watching a video that only has a couple hundred in it going down a street, wanging ding dings in front of kids and stuff. Well, where are the million plus citizens of that city down there saying that this is bullshit? See what I'm saying? So where is the courage?
And what's so crazy is that the crowd is actually against it, but the crowd is so fearful of the few because the few have been given DEI. Basically.
Yep. That's people, and people want to blame it on the big government taking things, but I don't see them taking. I see people giving things away. They're giving freedoms away.
People want to preach democracy, but in an actual democracy, you'd be able to just say what you think.
Actually, a real democracy is bullshit, because in a true democracy, it would be the majority rules.
Bullshit. It should have actual, real, defined lines, but who decides those fine lines? You know.
See, that's where your republic kicks in.
We've bastardized that so badly.
Well, that's what polluted those terms. It's like republic. If you look at a republic, is when you have a majority and a minority, but yet the minority has representatives that get to speak up for them. And at the beginning of this, you have a set of ground rules that everybody agrees to, and you name that document the Constitution. And then so you have a democratic republic, kind of, because you have a majority, but it's going to be through representatives that you've elected from your areas to go represent
which is
which is what people and see. And it's that simplicity that's been polluted down to the part to where nobody thinks that's even possible. But it's like, but it is. That's why not every place is the same.
It is, but why
because
do you order
the population of each area is different than other areas. Even in Texas, where I'm at, is completely 180 different than Harris County, but it's a different vibe of people. That's city people. This is country people. Where I'm at's kind of a, like where Nikki's at's a bridge between the two, because part of her populace over there would be towards that city, and then the other half is more on the rural. So it just depends on where you're at and the populace in that area.
Yep. Carl.
And just don't forget about Texas, y'all. You know, shit gets too bad, it's okay. Just remember, Texas does have its own power grid, and we have our own gold bullion depository. So, and we are the 8th largest economy in the world. So, you know, hey.
Y'all's prices, I've looked up in Texas to find land up in the mountains because I can't do your flat stuff. That's freaking expensive. $500,000. Holy crap. I've
Damn,
looked. Don't worry, I've looked.
what were you trying to do? Live up around Dallas, Fort Worth or something?
I want mountains, man. Mountains are safe.
Mountains are safe. Now, that's the northern part.
No, just like mountains. The flat stuff makes me nervous.
Right, Nikki, that hill country's expensive.
Well, because it's cool.
You get over here in the woods, man.
Yeah, flatwoods.
No, it's not so much flat. Hell, I wish my yard was flat. Instead, I kind of have a good grade. That's what makes my chair such
Well,
a pain.
okay, I like hills. Don't get me wrong. But I'm a mountain girl. You got to understand, Appalachian, man.
Okay, well, see, yeah, you're gonna. I don't know.
I came from mountain people.
Well, you come on down here into the forest and the trees, and
Good luck with those freaking drones with mountains.
yeah, but see, one thing about a mountain, it sounds really good because it's like but then you're also easy to cut off because, well, you're up there, so all I have to do is cut everything down below off, and
Yeah. Caves.
yeah, but see, we're finding some of those from like thousands of years ago, so apparently that didn't work out so well back then.
Thousands of years ago? You mean they actually lived there?
Yeah, that's what they say. Man, do you even see the ones that they have found in the Grand Canyon that supposedly were dug in and stuff? And had whole civilizations that live there, but they ain't there no more.
Hey, Nikki, when you do decide on a weekend, let me know because I finally have my schedule for like the next year. So if I can get to Texas, I will. Like during recruit school, I couldn't go anywhere. They're very, very, very serious. Actually, even during like normal year, they're serious about like if you get 5 tardies, like 1 minute late, you're fired.
Well, that's your proving time. You got to prove yourself.
No, I mean even after proving time, period. Don't show up late. I hate when I'm not an hour early.
See, I've always liked to get wherever early just because I don't know. It's just something about getting in the mindset for the work. It's just, I've never been one of those kind of people that just like can roll out of bed, get dressed, and you just go to work. And it's like, man, no, I get up, I start processing my day, I get wound up, and usually like and I would tell I drove 2 hours to work when we first met. I used to drive an hour and a half. I'd work a 12-hour shift, and then I'd drive an hour and a half back, and then I'd go have supper with her, and then I'd go to bed, and that's what I did every day.
Aw. Little Share Bear. Thank you.
Here we come to live in Texas.
Have you said stuff about me or something? I don't know how people know this shit.
What? How people know what?
The graduation and stuff.
What do you mean? I told people you graduated.
Yeah.
Did you not want me to tell people?
I mean,
I apologize. I'm sorry.
I guess you can, but like, I haven't been around.
Well, I'm sorry. People would say, man, I haven't seen Milky. And I would just kind of told everybody the other day going, oh, by the way, just to let y'all know, Milky passed. She graduated.
I was kind of proud of that.
So I am sorry if I did cross a line. I didn't mean to.
You didn't. I don't care. I was just like, I didn't know.
Morning, Share Bear. Happy 4th of July. Independence Day.
if you get to work early, you don't have to stress about anything. You don't have to worry about accidents or hitting deer. Oh, I got to tell you this. Um, well, okay, they all flow together, but it was actually yesterday morning, although it feels like this morning, that I was driving to work and this deer happened to be driving past my neighbor's pasture, and he has woven wire fence that has like this two strands of barbed wire at the top, right? And a deer had got its leg. It was jumping over, and it got its leg caught in the middle as it was jumping, and it must have twisted. So it was like
Ooh.
the leg was strangulated, and the deer was laying on the ground. And I only saw it because it started thrashing, I guess because of my headlights or whatever, as I was driving by. And I was like, I stopped and I thought about it for a second. I was like, I have a couple extra minutes. I'm still going to be early. So I backed up and tried to lift it up by its other hind leg so it could get out. Because, I'm fine with hunting deer and eating deer and all of that stuff, but I don't like seeing them hung up and stuff,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. And I looked at its leg, and you know how they have such like tiny, skinny little forelegs on their back hind end, or like the bottom part. It was all scraped up, so I knew it had been struggling for a while. And I was like, shit, this thing's going to die. It's going to dislocate its hip, all that stuff. And I knew that there was a mama deer who looked like this deer who had been running with her tiny little fawn around our fields. And I was like, oh, I can't leave that. So my mother-in-law for my birthday had gotten me these trauma shears that also had a ring cutter. Like if you have a trauma patient with a ring and you have to cut their ring off,
Yeah.
cuts wire, cuts metal, right? So I thought, So I pulled it out of my pocket and I went over and I started trying to clip all the wires around it. And I did end up doing it to the point where the leg got free. And the poor deer was so exhausted that I kind of like stroked its neck and was like, it's okay, it's okay. And I was thinking, oh God, I got to get to work. So I texted my husband and I was like, when you come home, because he was up late on some calls. So he wasn't going to get home till late anyhow. I was like, can you just check and see if the deer's there? If it's okay, if it's like not good, put it out of its misery kind of thing. And then drove off. And then I texted my neighbor, and he's this old Marine. I freaking love this dude. He was an old farmer and a Marine, and he's always gotten along with me because we kind of get each other a little bit. And I was talking about it, and I was like, so I cut your fence to get this deer out. And he was like, was the deer okay? And I thought, oh, see, he's like a hard ass, but he also cared about the fact that this deer was caught up in it. I was like, I don't know. It wasn't there when I came back. And he was like, don't worry about the fence. I'll take care of the fence. But, yeah, my trauma shears weren't actually for anybody else. It was like for a freaking deer that I found caught up in that. But that was a good moment. Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Your skills.
Hmm?
Practicing your skills.
Oh,
rescuing.
At another time, that would have been like dinner. But, right now, I'm okay with helping them out,
Yep. Yeah, well, you don't just because you can doesn't mean you should, and it's that.
I get to the fire station, I'm wiping like hair and blood off of my shoes. And like, what the hell happened to you? And I was like, well, so here's the story.
I fought my way to work.
I think people should be badasses, but also be good, kind too,
Well, that's what we were talking about that yesterday with Mayhem, because, we were talking about males and how the males are like not supposed to show emotion or tears or any of that. And it's like, that's such utter horse shit. You should show compassion and empathy. There's nothing. That's why I said you can either knock somebody in the mouth or help somebody up. And it's a matter of a mindset. That's all. So, I mean,
it depends.
somebody can be disrespectful and I can open hand slap them right down to their knees. And then I can turn around and watch somebody stumble and trip and then reach over and help that person up. So people are capable of whatever they want to do.
Yeah, and people are interesting, depending on like what, like I don't know.
I think I'm getting meaner every day. You could be, because that's why I try to remind people about, you got to watch how much negative shit you put in your head, because it'll work you over. It'll change you. It'll make you bitter. So if you're not going to go search out things to be happy about, then yeah, be prepared to be stressed and anxious and upset.
One of the things that I've noticed are the biggest badasses, the ones who have
What's up, Anthony?
who have truly been through some rough things. They are hard, but they're also exceptionally kind to the innocent, you know? And
Well, I do believe that if you see enough bad, I mean, and I don't know, this might sound kind of harsh, so sorry if it does. Just nobody take it personal, but to me, if you see so much bad shit and it doesn't like bring out the good in you, then you really got to look at your soul, because
yeah,
those kind of events and that kind of visualization and things, that should really kind of spark your soul to bring out the empathy and compassion. So if it doesn't, then that's something to be worried about.
well, that's how I find out who are good people, honestly, is like people who've been through really difficult times. And they can be really hard people, but they're also some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. They're hard and nice, and I don't know how to explain that to somebody who hasn't seen that. I know you know that, but um there's the pushovers, there's the assholes, and then there's the true blue people, you know?
Yeah.
I love finding the good ones. Ooh, I'm almost dead. Hold on. Do you need to go? I know you said that you had pain and stuff like that.
Well, I like visiting with you. I haven't been able to visit and catch up, so I'm good either way.
I
Do
know.
you need to go or something?
I gotta feed the animals in a second and then take a nap because, I mean, I may not have gotten calls in the middle of the night, but that bed is not comfortable. So I don't think
You'll adjust.
I'm
You'll
not.
get to where you'll just be able to sleep wherever you're able to close your eyes and get some rest.
Hey, Firefly.
What's up, Firefly? Happy 4th of July. Independence Day. This
Uh,
also says it's Christmas in July going on in my town. Christmas in July is a celebration of Christmas traditions and themes that take place outside of the traditional season. It's also known as Christmas in summer or Christmas in winter. Yeah, I guess. I will say, I'm just going to say it because I probably wouldn't feel like I was being right if I didn't. But you realize, see, that's just another way to pollute the meaning of that holiday down. But that's just for people in that particular faith.
oh yeah, we could go on about Christmas and like
Yeah.
taking.
But I just, I felt I got to be, otherwise I wouldn't be calling out. I saw it, my brain did it, and I said, well, I guess I got to be honest and say something. So there you go.
I actually haven't seen the whole July thing other than jokes or Australians, but hmm.
Oh,
Honestly,
darn.
all those days, they're days to me. Like the meaning is there, but apparently I have Thanksgiving and Christmas off, which is shocking because my shift worked the last 2 years of those.
I identify as a pissed off American. Not that I enjoy it, but the attacks on us wear on me.
Yeah.
Well, that's the challenge is facing the aggravation and the frustration, but maintaining an order of peace around you so you don't carry it on with younger people, or you help promote accidentally more frustration. Oh, Rocksteady, that's me. Sometimes that being real part, it's like I laugh and it's like everybody loves honesty until you're honest with them and then you're an asshole. So
And how you can tell if somebody is a friend or not is how they take things.
And if they're honest with you,
True.
I mean,
Well, I will say, like, it depends on the person's mood, how hard I will go in the paint.
well, I mean, you're my friend, and I would like to think that if I like did something that was wrong up here or came out, pretty hardcore, that you would text me or you'd call me going, man, do you know when you said that, Brian, that was pretty rough. And because that's,
Oh, but I have.
yes, you have. And that's why I say you're my friend. A friend does that because a friend that tells you you're doing everything just fine is just an ass kisser, because ain't nobody perfect. So we all got flaws.
Oh, I've had people that I'm close to that I really love and respect, and I've said some things to them before that I'm like, "Oh god, I wonder if they're ever going to talk to me again." And how I know that they're my friend too is that they don't take it too personally, you know? Like, I crave that kind of friendship. I don't want somebody who just says, "Oh, you're great, blah blah blah," because I know what is said behind the scenes, you know? That's why it's so great to me when somebody shits on me, because I love it. It shows who they are, if they're the good kind of shit on you or the bad kind of shit on you, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not really shitting, but you know. Oh, Cherokee, I don't care who unsubs me.
Right.
Like, YouTube for me is not a thing. Like, it's a place I hang out, but I don't get my validation from any of that.
I got to tell you, man, I was actually,
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody. I won't say who, because I never do that. So anytime I'm telling y'all I talk to a friend, it's just somebody. I just don't bring nobody else into my stuff. But I was talking to somebody about that because I made a phone call, and I'm going, I'm just going to let you know, I don't know if I'm going to come back. I said, I might create just another channel. And they were like, why? And I'm like, cuz look at all those people that subbed. I don't know who them people are. Hell, I didn't even know the 800 people that were subbed to me. I only talked to about 30 to 50 people at any given time. So, and then it's like, oh, but see, and I'm going, I don't know. That just made me feel really weird at first, because I'm not about numbers. I'm not a social person. I kind of, because and I don't mean this bad to anybody. So I'm not, but I'm kind of a very antisocial person, because I don't know. I like being around people that are real. Even if you're a dick, I just want you to be a real dick. I don't want one of them behind the back dicks, kind of. I'm not into the reach around shit. It's like, be upfront about your stuff, and because that way it's like, I know it's like, okay, I got, what is it? I got a friend that doesn't like tomatoes, and we used to barbecue, and every now and then I'd pick with him and I'd go, by the way, I'm putting tomatoes on your burger. Oh, you better not. I'll put onions on yours, because I personally don't like raw onions on my burger. But we don't like, I mean, it just works. You accept people for the way they are, because at the core, they're good people. So everybody's different. Everybody likes different music, different kinds of foods, different kind of movies, different books. But it's the core of a good person and a good person. And do you enjoy conversations and spending time with that person? Well, then there's your friend. If you're not enjoying conversations, then is that really your friend? You know?
Bye, Nikki. Have a good weekend.
Later, Nikki. Happy 4th of July to you and Jeremy. Enjoy a Freedom Day. I ask you to please pray for healing of a sister from Canada, Shannon Anderson. Thoughts and prayers, Kush. Thoughts and prayers. But yeah, that's why there's I don't know.
That's why in the future, like, as I look at people, that's why I loved the recruit school. I think I brought this up earlier, but I really love looking at people and how they interacted, how they responded to things, that kind of thing. You got to know somebody ahead of time. And that was important to me because for the time that I'm here, I wanted to know who would have my back and who wouldn't, you know? And not just from a selfish standpoint, like who was worth me throwing everything for.
Yep.
And in all honesty, I'm one of those suckers that I probably actually would throw myself out there for somebody who wasn't worth it.
Well,
And
and
that
that's what your instructors
really,
are looking for during all that too. They're looking for who's putting in and who's not, and who's gonna be a risk to others and who's not. It's part
I'm
of
a,
the weeding out.
I'll 100% say I'm a risk because I am not as strong as everybody else. I'm not as capable as a lot of those dudes as far as like physical strength. Like I remember one time it was me and the older dude who used to be a captain. He and I were tasked with pulling the biggest dude in our recruit school out. And this guy was a big guy, right? And we were trying to pull him out of things. And we were trying to use mechanical advantage, like everything we could think of. And we literally could not get that guy out of the building. It's devastating when you realize that you're physically not capable, even if you're throwing everything at it. Like that was the point, actually, after that exercise, when one of the instructors reached down and gave me a hand up because I was collapsed on the ground. He gave me a hand up, and I maybe squawked really loud because something hurt really bad. I was pushing through it, but that getting up thing, and he looked at me, and that was when I almost got pulled because he was like, "Oh, you're actually really injured." And I I almost burst into tears because I was hurting so bad. And I was like, "Oh God, please don't recycle me. Like, please let me keep going through. I'll push past the pain. I don't care." He was like, "I didn't realize you were actually injured." And I was like, "Well, yeah, but I'll push through it. Just let me keep going." It was a very frustrating moment, you know?
Yep. Is it a hey Rocksteady, make it a good day. Happy Independence Day. Enjoy your day of freedom in the greatest nation in the world.
That's true, Kiss Off. I think I probably could have pushed even more. Oh, yeah, camera.
Well, and that's where thinking comes into play. It's not just the bronze thinking because of leverage. It's that cool, crazy thing called physics, but
Yeah.
because some of that weird mystical theory of gravity, but it that imaginary force sure does play a big part. But if you work it, and I actually saw a video not long ago, and I was thinking about you when I saw it because it was I don't know, one of the little groups that I'm still part of, and there was a little training clip that came out, and it was a female, and it was lifting a larger person, and damn, I was going to save that for you, but I'm real bad about saving videos I just come across because I
Oh,
don't.
it's okay.
Because I thought, man, that is cool as shit. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen about lifting up a bike? Have you ever seen like the lady that demonstrates picking up like a Harley
Oh, yeah, Nikki.
dresser and how she just does that so effortlessly?
Yeah,
It,
Nikki from Florida. She sent that. It was on a live stream with you guys.
yeah. Well, it's kind of that same similar thing. She kind of shows, it's like, you can go up and try picking this way, but or do this. And the way that she kind of moved them, I was like, well, check it out. And that was using the weight. And then as she picked it, she used the weight to actually help finish the picking up part. And, it still requires some leg strength, but then that's just anything.
A lot of that is using your brain and stuff like that. I missed one day because I got sick, and they went over some of those things, and I was so frustrated that I missed that because I ended up having to get the other students to kind of catch me up. I
Yeah.
don't know. There's a whole lot of learning left to be done. Let's put it that way.
Well, and there's so many techniques, and there's never set in stone. It's like this is the technique today, but somebody thinks of another little way to do it another day. So it's always evolving. Later, Tiger. Make it a great day. Happy Independence Day. Enjoy your day of freedom. Keep your head on a swivel. Hey, y'all need to pay attention to your surroundings today too. Enjoy the day, enjoy the freedoms, but situational awareness.
Yeah.
If there was ever a day for it, today would be a day.
I wonder what next year's going to be like.
Well, we'll have to see who walks off the field in November.
Mm-hmm. What should we do here?
I have watched every damn thing I own go up in smoke, and I watched everything I love die in front of me, and that's what made me me today. Lesson learned very well. Yeah, oh, Kiss Off and Chuck, that's literally lost everything they had.
That sucks.
Came home to the house burnt down.
Oh, y'all lost stuff in fire?
Oh yeah, they lost everything. I'm not sure if I get the whole story right, and I'm not trying to put their business out, but it's just, yeah, they were away from the house. I can't remember, like say go out to eat or whatever, but they were gone. And when they came back, was the road full of trucks. And as they go up, it's like their house was gone.
Oh, that's rough.
And she'll talk about it, and she'll say she didn't even let it hold her down. It's like, okay, well then that's what happened, and started go ahead and organizing, cleaning it off, getting it all cleaned off, cleaned up. Got them something else from the thing, put it there, and commenced to making that the new home.
Well, you kind of at that point, you don't have a choice,
Yep. Well, that's the message. She didn't sit and just kind of get down on how she lost everything. She said, "This is what happened. You got to pick up your bootstraps and move forward."
I've wondered about that as far as like the future. If I ever lost everything, how would I find something to motivate me forward? And I had this conversation with a friend of mine, a mutual friend. And I was like, I'm trying to find that place where I would continue to push, Because I was realizing that there were places to push that I didn't know about before.
Kiss off. Hell no. I went downtown playing golden oldies and got a hot dog.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's where you're either going to recognize where you are and you're going to push forward, or you're going to dwell in the muck. And maybe that's why me and Kiss Off get along so well, because she's not the quitter.
Well, I've dwelled in the muck before, though. I know what that kind of feels like. It's not a fun place to be.
Oh, we all have.
Well, yeah, I know you have. I know quite a few people have. It's not a fun place to be, and you don't ever want to get back to that place. If you ever come out of it. That's why I think that it's possible for people to overcome things. You just need something to motivate you.
Spring cleaning. Eric, I asked the insurance company what I would get if my house burns down tomorrow. They said 8 to 10 years.
8 to 10.
Well, maybe you should have asked if your house accidentally burned down, how much, would it be? But if you said how much, and especially if you said if I burn my house down tomorrow, how much do I get? Then yeah, you're definitely going to get a different definition.
I was highly amused when the fire marshal came in and gave his talk about, I can't even remember about what, but he told us that we had to use certain verbiage when we had the fire pretty much put out. And the reason being is that we couldn't say that the fire was put out, because at that point he couldn't do an investigation at that point. We had to say loss has stopped or something like that. And then they could continue to investigate for arson.
Oh.
But apparently the verbiage over the radio means something. I did not know that.
I guess you could, associate it to like the time of death, how that gets logged.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, okay, then this becomes the thing. Everything after this is just this, but before that means this.
But all the hose humpers, they love being able to say We put it out. It's done. We killed the dragon.
Huh? No, you gotta say it's under control.
I see you, Rabbit. Because I couldn't remember, and I went up to one of the fire marshals and I was like, "What's that phrase again?" I'm trying to remember it, so if I'm ever in that position.
Cops do the same thing with the scene. Like if it's a scene that requires, like either the medical assistance or fire assistance to come in, then they're going to say it's secured. And then that means it's safer for you to come in.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. There is no such thing as safe anything. That was so funny because, like, according to the book, you have to seem safe, blah, 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 BSI. Yeah, okay.
Refinance. Oh, that's cool, Eric. So refinance the house and property. No more escrow, all on you, but lowered your payment almost $100.
Are you putting aside for the escrow, though, Eric? Because if I remember correctly, you're in a certain state that is booming. No more escrow. That's weird. I didn't even realize they did loans without escrow.
I don't even know. So explain escrow to me. I probably know it. I know I've heard it, but.
So from what I understand, escrow is where, like, you have your mortgage payment that you send to your bank. So tied into that is your insurance company and the state taxes. They roll that together in with your mortgage. So you put money towards that with each mortgage payment, and then they make payments once or twice a year towards your insurance and your state taxes. But if you own your home at the very end, so my mom went through this, she paid off her home, but now she pays state taxes every year and she pays her own insurance every year. Before that was just rolled into her mortgage, so she didn't have to budget out for that.
I guess it's just in the financing. Because see, like down here, you can like buy a house and your mortgage company will handle it all, or you can you break it all apart. And so you pay your mortgage note, you pay your insurance note, and then you save for your taxes. And if you get behind on your taxes at the end of the year, then the mortgage company will pay those, but then you also, of course, have the penalty fee for them having to cover it, and then that gets added. So that's, most people don't do that. And it's like when paying this one off, it was literally just paying the bank note on the mortgage, but then the insurance was separate. And then the taxes are something you just tend to yourself. Some people save, X amount of dollars every month. Some people do it every quarter. Some people just wait till the end of the year.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, for mine,
I understand. I remember now how escrow works because, it's just, I'm not used to it because it's not normally what you would hear down here. But then this might be a term around here that gets only used in the $250,000, $500,000 type home deals too. I don't operate in that financial realm.
when we bought our house, it was higher than I thought I would be comfortable doing, but our mortgage was reasonable because we got a ridiculously low interest rate. It was in 2020, right? Mortgage rates were really low. And so I have a 3% on mine, which is pretty dang low. Now the insurance and the property taxes make it go up or down or whatever. But that's locked in. So I'm okay with my current mortgage. Like, if I were to refinance, it would be like 2.5 times, pretty much, or 2 and half a point more for a mortgage rate. That's why I tell my husband there's no point in moving until we get to our forever place, because it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Like financially, it's stupid. My property value has doubled since I bought it 4 years ago. And I live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I like the rural. There's sometimes I kind of, but see, that's that when I have to, when I quit, I've gotten to where nowadays I just remind myself that that's how easy it is to just step over that line. It's not that people are chasing that, but it's like I could sit here and I can kind of, man, if we did move closer, I could get potentially find a doctor faster, or maybe she could find a better bank to work at. Which, by the way, the missus has a different job now. She ain't at the casino now; she's at a bank.
Oh no?
Yeah,
I
she's
didn't
Monday
know.
to Friday at a bank.
Nice. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and it's a local bank, so whenever I say the word bank, it's not your uh, big Bank of America, Compass, or any of that kind of crazy shit. Wells Fargo, or this is a family-owned little kind of hometown bank.
That's good.
And so, yeah, and it's kind of nice because it's almost getting a finger on the financial pulse. Well, I'm not a financial guy and don't understand all that crap. Wherever Wizard is when you need him, but but at least there's people in her work that do. So if anything becomes of concern, she would hear about it.
That's good.
And so that was kind of like my own little selfish bonus. But for her, she gets to kind of sit down more, because at the other place there was no sitting down. There was standing up, tending to that all day, every day. And so where she's at now, she gets to take the break. She gets to sit down while she's working Monday through Friday.
That's good.
Like she gets the day off because it's a federal holiday. So.
Oh, so is she off? Wait, today?
Huh?
Yeah, today.
Oh, if she had been out there at the casino, she would have been working today.
Yeah.
But see, at the banks are closed today.
That's true.
So that's why she'll always get federal holidays off. And banks don't do overtime or any of that shit. I mean, when they close the drive-through at 5:30, it's a closed deal. That is what it is. There ain't no, we're going to stay. Casino never sleeps.
No, got to make that money.
Yep. So your 8-hour shift can go to a 10 because so-and-so hasn't shown up yet, or, yeah. All of a sudden, that's what got her. That's why she ended up looking for one, because they changed her. And see, and there's the Indians down here, and I'm not saying this about Indians in general. It's just the Kushada. And you know what? I've been around them for 40 fucking years, so I'm entitled. They're about batshit crazy, man. I tell you what, they just do the stupidest shit. I swear, their swing shift. Now, whenever I say swing shift, you would think that if you're a swing shift filler, that you're a person that might work 8 to 5, 9 to 6, 12 to 9, whatever. So, because it's a swing,
right?
You're a swing shift. Well, not according to them. That's just regular day shift. And she would be going in at like 3 a.m. and shit. Or then she'd be all the next day. She's got to be there at 9 a.m. Then the next day, it's be there at 4 a.m. And it's like, this is not a swing. This is just stupid management.
Probably. And stupid employees.
Oh, yeah, dude. And they catered, son. One thing about the Kushada, and I don't know if this is most tribes, but I know the Kushada was, dude, they're hardcore followers of the Democratic Party.
Right.
So it's like they're during the whole little mask bullshit and stuff. There would be customers, all the people out there doing the gambling and shit, puffing away on cigarettes, no mask. But the people inside the glassed in cash windows were having to wear masks. It was the most batshit crazy stuff I'd ever seen. I'm like, wait a minute. So the people that are in the self-contained, bulletproof, theft-proof glass boxes, they wear masks, but these hundreds of people out here on the floor, elbow to elbow, that's totally cool. Yeah, sure. This makes all kinds of sense. Yeah. It's like,
Oh, none of it made sense.
oh, and then they were paying them off out there at work. They were offering them $3,000 bonuses to get the poke and shit, and get weeks paid vacation if you want to get the poke. You can enter into a drawing for this, $10,000 giveaway if you get the poke, and they were doing all kinds of crazy shit out there. And I said, well, you just let me know when it comes down to that phrase, when it's like you either got to get it or you're gone. And then I said, we'll go from there. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. By the way, where'd you get that hat?
This hat was a gift from somebody. I mentioned that I played. This is actually, I've had this for well over a year, but I mentioned one time on the stream that I play golf online with a friend, and I play the PGA Tour golf stuff, and that Tattoo Golf is one of my brand sponsors in that game, and I dig their apparel. Well, this is actually one of their hats.
Oh, okay.
So this is actually a legitimate golf sponsor type product, Tattoo Golf. And I totally dig it. Oop, wrong way. It's this
The
way.
other day I was looking on YouTube and I saw one of your streams. I didn't get a chance to listen through it all, but I saw your hat in it. And I was like, I like that hat.
Yep, I kind of dig it.
How little I've watched. I'm sorry. But like, I literally have not had time. Little tiny I can catch. The longer things I can't. But I like it. It's so funny. Like the most fit guy in our entire school, he's a golf player. He used to sit next to me and he would freak out like hazmat. I was like rescue breathing him through that because he was like so stressed out. I was like, dude, you got it. It's okay. Just remember the trucks, remember the placards, look at your book, that kind of thing. But he's a big golf dude, which I never would have expected because he's such a country bumpkin. So funny.
Oh, Lord. Gmail Merkel, menopause does that too. Rabbit, I see your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Oh, that happens at menopause? That happened a bit earlier for me.
Well, I have heard I've not heard what I've experienced from my mother-in-law. Apparently, menopause can be a lifetime thing. I used to think that this was just a spurt, and there was a beginning and then an end. But with my mother-in-law, I realized that, oh no, this is just a lifestyle. It's not just an adventure. It's a lifestyle.
I guess if you accept it, like, here's my thing. I'm a female. I love being a female. Like, I like being a girl. I can do girly things. Please don't put a label on me. Like, you know what I mean? I'll go through menopause and I'll deal with my bitchy shit just like men do on a daily basis from the time they hit puberty to the time they die.
Yeah, but I think it's different because guys, the dick measuring never stops. I don't think it seems to carry on no matter which age.
I'm saying that's just what happens.
Yeah, I don't. That's yeah. This testosterone battles really crack me up.
Men hit like on women for their time of the month thing or their time of their life thing, but men, they hit that at teenage years and they just keep on going till they're dead. It's constant.
Women kind of do the same. Yeah.
We have phases. Not being cocky? Okay.
Well, and there is an etiquette to use. There's a code of etiquette that you can be blatantly honest without being crude.
Oh man, it's so much fun watching guys tippy toe around me at the firehouse. It is so funny. because I'm a bit older than a lot of them. So they're like, can we say this around her? Is that okay? And I'm like, oh, dude, you're mild. I'm like,
Well,
it's
that's good
funny.
though. That means they were acknowledging that you were in your presence. That's
Yeah.
and because don't get me wrong, I get it whenever females are like, it's like kiss off. Kiss off cusses like a sailor. But that doesn't mean that it's okay for me. And so it's just like for me, I would still feel uncomfortable.
They're like, oh, should we be proper or should we be crass? And then you're left on the outside all the time because you can't ever get in the inside because they all have their own jokes. And I'm like, yeah, I can make small pee jokes too. Like, let's go, fellas. Like,
Mine's
that's
smaller than yours. Nah, nah, nah.
it's so funny.
Oh, kiss off that word. It's real easy. It's just, what is it, like 5 simple letters? It's called smart. It's okay.
Oh, hold on. Wait, where?
I know you couldn't think of it, but I'll help you out. It's called smart.
Oh, no, I think it's more like a 4-letter word. It's DUMB.
No, see, there was no WO in front of that. It was just men are, not women.
Oh, is that what it was? That was a smart one?
Did I say that?
Bite me and kiss off, right?
Oh, Lord, what is this? The penisaurus? The penisauruses.
Oh, it's so much fun when men do their dick measuring contests. Like, it was really, truly fascinating to watch men do that. Not in the literal sense, but like in the other sense, where they were pretending to be bigger than each other. And I was just sitting back watching. Now I was going, mm-hmm. Yeah, nope.
Watching the flicks.
Oh, it was so much fun.
I'm more manner than that. Ooh.
And then they couldn't answer the simplest questions. It was really amusing. And it's not me she woman man hater kind of club, but I was just sitting there going, yeah, show me all your muscles, show me all your brawn, show me all your hoo-ha, whatever. Now tell me how we're going to fix this. Oh, no solutions? Okay. Here's how you're going to do this.
By the way, kiss off, I would go back to anatomy class, ma'am, because I think you kind of have that wrong. But hey, I think you got one too.
Well, they're called. Never mind.
It's the little man in the boat. Hey, Miss Bonnie. Happy 4th of July. Independence Day.
Ovaries. That's where God decided that maybe that person should procreate. He was, oh, never mind. Not balls, ovaries.
I knew a family that all the women had short arms, like half the normal length. It was apparently genetic, looked like human T-Rexes.
Oh, that's funny.
Damn.
If true. Very funny.
Penis people syndrome. It affects us all. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh my gosh. Shima. We went sideways.
Kiss off trying to bring violence and stuff.
It is funny. I did actually reach out to one of the chiefs because she's a female. And she was female back in the day, right? So one of the OG chicks. And I was like, how the hell did you do this? Like, how did you get guys to not be weird around you and allow you to do your job? And she was like, we should have coffee sometime. Okay.
She's going to clue you in.
Right? I don't know. We'll see. I sent her that email like really late at night, and I probably shouldn't have. But she was talking about it, and I thought I should ask her. That might be an interesting conversation.
Yeah. She can give you some pointers.
Because it is a guy dominated area. And to be honest, it should be a guy dominated area. Like, they physically are more capable. So I have no problem with that. Like, go at it, dudes. Like, I can't lift the 250-pound dude. You can. Okay, so what can I do to facilitate this?
Yeah, but see, that's also knowing your team, though, in a way, because being able to know your squad and then you know what they're capable of and what parts you're capable of. So while you might individually feel like, oh man, I can do that, but it should, your leaders, the commanding the area and the scene, they should be the ones to then either put two of you together that then go to both of you can carry the 250-pound guy, or he calls it to where you're backing up a larger person that can. But then that's that whole. So sometimes people can take things on themselves, but it's not really on you. Your goal is to put in your 110% effort and you give it your all, but it's up to your commanding people to direct that energy where it really is useful and is beneficial. So it's kind of like a setup for failure, because it's like if a dude just sends you in and he kind of can already assume that the person that's going down in there probably weighs 225, 250, then see, that wasn't good thinking on his side. You know, and if you were the only one available, then he should team up with you, in all honesty, to go in before you just send somebody in because they just have this title.
You want me to on a rampage when it comes to firefighters, which I kind of picked up on, and I think is actually a very valid point. So people get pissed off if females go into this field because we're not as strong, right? But they don't have a problem with people who go into it and they completely let themselves go, and they're like 300 freaking pounds and they can't move anybody because they've never been physically fit, because they get into like some kind of position where they're comfy and then they can't do the job, but they've been in it long enough that they're going to lord over everybody else. And then later on, you have people coming in, and there is no fucking way we're lifting 300 pounds without 4 people, you know? That to me is just as bad as saying, okay, so a woman can come in and do your job. Yeah. I don't think I can go in and do somebody else's job. I know I can outthink some of these other people when it comes to it. Like that one time we had this instructor, I love him to death. He's an asshole. Just a pure dick, but he's reasonable, right? And we had to pull him out of a building, smoky conditions, everybody's yelling, everybody's freaking out, and I'm remaining calm. I'm like, we have to rock him. You know what rocking is, right?
Yeah. Hey, G-Mo Nana, make it a good day, ma'am. Keep your head on a swivel. Happy Independence Day. Sorry, go ahead.
Where you take the lower belt of the SCBA, you lengthen all the straps, you wrap it around the bottom of their leg, and you clip it in so that when you pull them by their pack, it's not slipping off their shoulders, right?
Right.
So I kept trying to do this. Everybody's pushing me everywhere because I'm the chick. I don't matter, you know, all this stuff. And I'm like, back the fuck off. I'm going to rock this guy. So I'm trying to rock him, and somebody screams at my partner, who is like the most fit guy in our entire class. Love that guy. Dumb as rocks, but he will listen. But he didn't listen to me at that point, and he just started dragging the guy, and he started choking him out, one of our instructors. And I'm like, stop. His helmet's choking him out. He's like, you can't get it off. His fingers are shaking and everything. So I get it off. And I'm like, stop. We have to rock him. He's like, no, they told me to go. And I was like, don't go. I need to rock him. And he started dragging him. We get the instructor out, and the instructor is so pissed off with that guy. He was like, dude, you didn't let her rock me. You should have let her rock me. Like, it didn't matter how hard you pulled, how strong you were, how hard you did everything. You would have lost me in that situation. If you had just listened and let her rock me, it would have been so much easier. You made it that much harder because you didn't listen to reason. And like, I felt vindicated by that, but I kind of felt bad that he got chewed out by it.
Well, that's a lesson learned. Better than that, and somebody losing their life and learning the lesson.
I hope.
Hey, Lady Smith, make it a good day. Happy Independence Day. Keep your head on a swivel, ma'am. Enjoy the day. Thank you for being here. Hey, Moose Man. Happy 4th.
Hey, Moose. I'm sorry. I just kind of.
You're fine. Quit doing that. I like catching up.
Yeah.
Parade this morning, street dance and fireworks tonight. Hope y'all enjoy something today or all weekend. Right on, Bonnie. Yeah, we got some fireworks tonight out over the little lake. Fire department and some of the vets. Going to shoot some cannons in there. I'm sure there'll be a lot of AR-15 fireworks and AK fireworks. And the poor old river is fixing to get a good dose of lead, I'm sure, tonight.
That's what my neighbors do.
Oh, that's everything. That's like 4th of July, Memorial Day, pretty much any holiday. You line up, you get people all down along the river, and that's what you'll just hear all evening. It'll be just either short burst or full-blown raps and just of all different calibers. And I always get a kick out of it because I go, you can only imagine what that probably would look like from an aerial or something. It'd be like, holy shit, man, them rednecks are crazy. Because you just probably see water just going tannerite going off into the river and shit.
I wish. I'm not going to do anything this year.
Oh, I'm just probably going to take my chair out here and watch it over the top of the trees.
Cherokee, they didn't want me to play the victim because then I had to deal with a female. The gurneys with the tracks on them? What are you talking about, Rabbit?
Talking about the self-loading ones or something where they...
Oh.
I saw something where they ran a gurney up, and it was kind of weird because usually, you got to go and fold the front legs in and you go in, but as the dude just pushed it up in, hell, the others even beside him just turned away like it's like he got it. And I thought, well, what damn. And sure enough, it hit the back of that ambulance and the leg automatically folded. And it's like the bed had some kind of track thing that just pulled the gurney on in.
Yeah, we got those. I love them. We trained on the ones where you lift, but the ones that we actually use, the ones that you lift are on the backup ones. So you have to train on those, but the other ones, you just hit a fucking button and it goes up and pulls them in. It's kind of beautiful. Like, no more back issues. I played the victim for TECC where they had to do March assessments, and it was really funny because all the dudes were really nervous about me being the victim. So in one of those circumstances, you have to take your fingers like a claw and rake across their chest to find bullet holes. And they got really nervous because of a female chest. And I finally had to tell them, like, stop thinking of me as your classmate. Just think of me as a victim. And so they would do that. And there was a lot of blushing involved. But I was like, man, there are going to be people out there that actually have boobs. Like, just like with 12 leads, you have to learn how to do that. Like, on one call, I took over for my classmate on, a recent call, and he didn't know what to do when there was a female that actually had tits. And I was like, do you want me to do 12 lead? And he was like, yeah. And so I put all the leads on, which involved going around that area. And he was just all freaked out. And I was like, man, you've got to get over this.
Right.
Body. Like, just deal with it. You're dealing with real life scenarios with people with bodily parts. Get over it. It's nothing having to do with any of that.
I don't know what really this is. Eric sent me this. It's a little 11-second short. Let's see what it does.
I'll break into your house. What the fuck you gonna do about it, bitch?
That's Eric. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Wouldn't that really got that close to break into the house with all that shit all over your face and stuff? I'd have probably done stopped you in the driveway wanting to know who the hell you were. But definitely.
A gurney with actual tracks on it? Oh, that's kind of badass.
You should have said it. Oh, Milkmaid, right? Started jacking with him since he was uncomfortable and been like, ooh, what's that? Oh, I see. So he'd had him blushing. He'd have been redder than a blood bag.
Whoa, what?
Whenever you were talking about having to put the pads on and stuff down there and how the guy was freaking out and stuff, and if you had started making some just little like, ooh, oh, I see. Then yeah.
So bad for the dude, because I was like, man, you got to get used to this. Like, females have boobs. You got to get around them. Like, that's the thing. I have to get around the lower parts with men. Like, it's not a big deal.
Hey man, there's gonna be moments, that's I can say, and there's things that
Oh man, I've heard some stories.
hell, the missus can come in here and tell you to this day, I personally would never want to have to go in the fucking bottom floor of a hospital right now. There's a certain hospital because when I had the motorcycle accident and they thought I was dead, put me on life flight. Well, apparently somewhere along the way, once I landed on the roof and they took me down, they had brought me back. I was on this gurney and I'm all hooked up. And apparently at some point, and I don't remember this, thank God, but I had to pee. And all of a sudden I woke up and the kids were there crying, holding my hand on the thing. I woke up and she's like, oh, he woke up. And I told her I needed a pee. And they were like, oh, it's okay. Just go ahead. And I'm like, no. And I kept trying to get up and they would say, no. Well, I got up and I jumped off that bed and then I looked down and saw the catheter and I was like, what is this? And she said, about the time you grabbed that catheter, this one nurse looked at the other nurse and nodded their head and he went in his pocket and came out with this shot. And I said, yeah, that was that. You just shut up shot. And she said, yeah, you were standing there in all your glory. And I'm like, yep. And that's one place I just prefer not to go back to anymore. I have no idea all the faces that saw me in all my glory that day, and I'd rather not know who all that was.
Oh, so you... Okay, so it was about the time I gave birth to my first child that I was like, I don't freaking care. Like, see it. I don't care. Y'all can imagine whatever you want. It's just like...
Scene one, scene all. There you go.
That's what I said. Oh man, when we used to get ready for PT, they'd say you have like 4 minutes to get ready for PT, and everybody's like stripping off everything, trying to get to their PT stuff. And I'm a chick on a bus, and they're all like, "Get the freak off the bus, milkmaid." I'm gonna throw that in there instead of my name. And I'm like, "No, I'm busy getting dressed. You guys do your thing. I'm gonna look out the window. I don't freaking care. Like, do your thing." They're like, "You're gonna hit us up for some kind of HR stuff," and I'm like, "No, I really am not. Nothing here is that impressive."
Damn.
Oh, they didn't like that.
And you do see all kinds of crap. But, I will say that I never really thought about it as it was going down because you're in that moment. It's like accidents and, the shirt's ripped off. There's half a tit hanging out kind of thing, but you don't ever really take into account that's, oh, wow, that's a woman's tit. It's just kind of like the blood and flesh and all the mangled metal kind of takes away all that.
I don't
Now,
get it.
afterwards, there's times you kind of reflect back going, damn.
Oh man, it's so funny. Like it really does crack me up when people get all like weird about that kind of stuff. I'm like, you're in a medical profession. Get the heck over it. Like just you're over it. But there are some funny stories. Like I had my training captain who was such a straight arrow and like so proper and PC and everything. And finally, I'm off of recruit school. We're on our first shift, and he comes in the evening and he's telling us about one of our instructors' most embarrassing moments. It was some guy with like, he was a frequent flyer and he had no shirt on, or he had a shirt on but no pants. And the dude was seriously not well endowed, let's put it that way. And some leads got caught on his thing, and yeah, it was a funny story. I did not expect that from a very proper and prim captain. And I was busting out laughing, and all of the other people who were trying to be so like PC were just stifling it, and I was dying and laughing out loud. And I was like, why are you guys not laughing? This is freaking hilarious. Get over yourself. Like, this is funny.
Dude. Oh, Kiss Off, you're talking about, yeah, that was before all the BLM Antifa riot shit started. It kind of, we had our own little version of it down here in a way. Yeah, that was the night. I don't know. I'd have to ask the missus. I always get it wrong. 7 or 9, one of the two.
Like, if I have to save any of you guys' butts, I will make stories. Just saying. It's going to happen.
Hey, morning, Zombie Force. Happy 4th of July, Independence Day, the day of freedom in the greatest country in the world.
Sorry, I totally derailed your thing. Happy Independence Day.
There you go. Hoorah. I'll have to tell her that story one time. I don't know that people probably don't want to hear that. That just doesn't fit in, Kiss Off. Plus, I think Milkmaid's already heard it a couple of times.
The store your daughter was working at.
Yeah, she's talking about the vape store when we got jumped with all the guys. And
I don't know if I heard that.
oh, I used to manage these 2 vape stores for these people, and one of them was down here around where I live, and the other one was back over in Huntsville, and then another one up in Palestine. And we had been over at the Huntsville store, and we came back, and as we came to the store down here, my daughter worked for me at this one, and so we walked in, and she started telling me about this incident that went down. There was a girl at the counter talking to her ex-boyfriend on the phone, and there was somebody sitting next to her. Well, he starts talking all crappy to her on the phone. The dude can hear, so he just says, well, why don't you just leave her alone? Well, then, of course, you know, with all the dick measuring syndrome that guys go through, is, oh, I'm going to whoop your ass. So then, of course, he's going to drive down. Well, my daughter goes, yeah, and he come down. And I said, oh, really? And she goes, yeah, but he just drove through and then left. I said, oh, okay. Well, I turned to walk, and about that time, my daughter goes, oh, well, that's his truck. That's it again. And I looked underneath the blinds of the window, and I said, oh, shit. I said, okay. And my son was in there in the store, too. And I was like, look, y'all just stay in the store. You got too much glass in here. Don't need no bullshit. And so I walked out to go tell that guy to go. Well, I didn't know it, but there was either 7 or 8 other guys with him. And as I'm talking to him, they all getting out of their cars, and then they start to do the half circle around me. And I kind of look, and one of them is steadily doing curling his lips and curling his knuckles. And I told him flat out, right, going, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, I've been in the same scenario with a lot bigger guys, and you ain't got it. And I kept telling the dude going, look, man, this is my place. I don't have nothing to do with this shit. You need to take this on down the road. And about that time, he headed towards the missus. And I turned and I said, yo, dude, that's my wife. We ain't going there. Well, when I did that, the other dude took the opportunity to tag me. And when he did, I reached and I grabbed him, and then I pretty much Yeah, it was just a brawl after that. And I got kicked, I got hit, I got roped.
Oh, yeah, that one.
At
Okay.
one time, there was even a dude that straddled me like I was some kind of bull and was literally at his hands doing that. And he was just waylaying me on each side of my head. And all I did was I closed my eyes and clenched my teeth. And I held on to that same dude that hit me. And I remember to this day, I still remember hearing my daughter go, "Oh my God." And then this dude out of Domino's, a Domino's chef, come running out of Domino's and just did some little Superman dive and tackled the guy off of me. And I will say, if my son had known more about fighting then that he knows now, then it would have been way different. But my son and that other dude that was in that store, they didn't know how you have to fight mobs, and mobs will pluck and pull. So if you're fighting a pack, and so food for thought, anybody, if you do, we all talk about shift. Here you go, food for thought. So if you're confronted with several people and somebody comes to back you up, that person backing you up needs to stay with you regardless, because what will happen is that pack will realize that they're defending you, and then they'll get somebody to come in to pull them away, so then the rest of the pack can jump on you. And that continuously happened. And so yeah, it was a rough little night. And then I proceeded to almost get tased twice. So see, it's just like when everybody criticized me because I'm pro law and order, just so understand. I mean, I've been on the other end. I'm a 2-time convicted felon. I had my store. I had people come to my store in my parking lot, threaten me, attack me, and then I ended up with a cop threatening to tase me because I couldn't identify him. Luckily, the missus, she heard him, and because he goes, "Well, can you identify him?" And of course, they're across 40 yards across a parking lot, and I'm looking, and I'm like, "Well," and I went to stand up out of the chair, and he grabs that taser and he pulls it out. And I said, "What are you gonna do? Tase me?" He said, "Sit down." I said, "How am I supposed to identify him from here?" Well, meanwhile, the missus veered off to the side, and she actually got over there. She goes, "That's the one that started right there. That's the one that hit him first." And that dude commenced to trying to duck behind cars and shit. Well, shit, man, we had city cops there, and that was the problem. It was mismanagement, and I'll cover that here in a sec. So we had city cops, we had some county deputies that showed up for backup, and we even had a fucking game warden show up. So yeah, they called everybody, and I didn't know it at the time, but there were people that were trying to look out for me. I just didn't. I'm a father, so I'm a father above and beyond all, and that was my son that was involved. You're taking my son to jail. I'm going with my son. That's that. And I kept having some other officers that had gone into paramedic stuff kept looking at me and saying, "Brian, you need to go to the hospital." I said, "No, I ain't going to the hospital. If my son's going to jail, I'm going to jail. You need to go to the hospital, Brian. Don't you want to go to the hospital?" Well, see, I didn't realize it until after the dust settled, but what they were trying to do was, in the legal system, had I said, "Yes, take me to the hospital," then that group would have been considered a gang attack. That would have transformed the whole scenario. And they knew that, but they couldn't tell me that directly. And so I didn't know. And I actually fought the whole damn city to go to court for over 2 years. I mean, I went down and had words with the city attorney going, "No, dude, I'm telling you, I want my day in court. You people put me on a concrete slab. I'm all for being on that concrete slab. When I break the rules, buddy, I'll suck it up and do the punishment. When I don't break the rules, I'm going to buck that shit. And I want my day in court. Somebody going to prove what I did by having a store open." And that dude, after 2 years, I went in the one day, the last day I went in, as I went in the double doors, it's like he must have saw me pull in the parking lot, and he come out his office and come up to the fucking counter before I could even get down there. And he said, "I'm telling you now," and I won't say my last name. People that know, "Mister, I'm telling you, there will not be ever a court date." So that's that. I'm telling you, there is none. Well, what I found out was they just put me off for 2 years, because after that, it falls off the books anyway.
Oh, okay.
Now, it doesn't fall off on my record. So if I were to get pulled over, you're going to get that information. You just won't ever see a resolution from that, but you'll see the arrest. Yeah, I got arrested for disorderly conduct. Whenever I spent the night out in jail, and I told them, I said, "Oh yeah, I want my day in court. Somebody explain this to me, dude. I pay for this building. I pay for this parking lot. How did I disturb the peace? This is my place of business." So I have my gripes. You got to learn where to focus it. I could be mad at all cops are bastards, but that's not. that was the one management officer who was supposed to be on duty, took a side job down in Houston in Harris County. And he decided, since I live in such a little luxe rural county, we don't really have no big things. Hey, I'm going to go hook up some extra cash. So I'm going to go on down into Harris County and do my little side job. And oh shit, something bad really went down. And well, just treat this as all like a fight, because then he didn't have to answer up of why he wasn't up here to be able to be on scene. So
That's
anyway,
a little.
that's my venting. That's this, and that's why I get flustered sometimes. That's why I'm not down with this whole all cop thing. I get it, man. You can take your legal bad experience, but it's like I remind people, it's like if you don't pay your electric bill, there is going to be a dude that works for the power company that's going to come cut your shit off. Does that make every electrician across the country now a piece of shit? No. You did something and it caused somebody to react. Well, it's kind of like going out here and breaking the law. Then you're introducing yourself into the interaction of the legal system. So when you go bitching about the legal system, you didn't have to open the door and step into that.
Yeah, that's a fine line that people don't necessarily always get. Like, you don't have to be in the limelight there. You can be very not on the radar, but it's not.
Dude, it's how you carry yourself most of the time. I'm not saying there aren't asshole cops out here that have a badge that, all of a sudden, buddy, it's like little man syndrome, but at the same time, I've had, man, when I first got out the last time, you could see it in their face, man. I'd hand them a driver's license. They'd rattle that number off and I could hear the information come back, and you can watch the hand then go to the butt. And it's like, oh. And it's like, and I would even chuckle and I'd go, just so you know, it's not the same person. And I'd say, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, sir, no, sir. And then believe it or not, in my area over time, I actually have gotten the respect of those people now because they see a different character. You can read something on a piece of paper. What you show them is what's going to set the tone.
That's very real. And it's funny because I know a lot of cops and they will say the same freaking thing. Like, they're the ones that deserve attention, and they're the ones that you're like, okay, so they made some bad decisions at some point, or there was some kind of altercation, but does that really tell the whole story? No.
Right.
And well, those are rare, the ones that can tell, but that doesn't mean all are bad.
Exactly. And if we don't learn to discern and separate them, then to me, it's no different than when you hear Kamala Harris say, oh, those Trumpers, they're all MAGA extremists. Well, that's a big generalization for somebody you don't like. And so it's kind of doing the same thing. It's just that, and it is what it is. I'm not trying to call nothing, but can't be hypocritical.
Well, like you said, people are people. Like, I really am interested in the Thomas Massey thing.
You got to watch it.
Did you put that in your story?
It's in my videos. So if you just go under videos, you'll see it. And it's probably going to be at the top because it's already had like 11 or 12,000 comments. I think it's been viewed like 120,000 times.
Geez, you hit the algorithm with that one.
Well, see, the Tucker
bucket on its head that hit the algorithm once, and
it was the Tucker interview. That's what did it.
Like, Nikki used to hate Tucker, Florida Nikki, and we would make fun of her for that. But I don't think he's perfect. I don't think that necessarily he's the best guy ever, but I've seen some interviews with him, and I honestly think that he may be on the right track-ish. At least pointing people towards the right track.
Yeah. Well, that's what I see.
I mean, if somebody, even if I don't agree with them on everything, if they can point people towards a good track, I'm okay with that.
And that's me. See, that's what I want to try to. I was going to throw the channel in, not giving up on y'all per se. That's what. But if I can do something, and if I can just encourage, man, you know what? If somebody shows up in November that wasn't going to show up, and they do because of that annoying asshole on YouTube Rescue that just kept preaching about it, then you know what? It's kind of like getting somebody sober. You can go out there and talk to 500 people, but when you're talking to 500 people, you know what's really going through your mind? You're just hoping you can help at least one person get off the shit. Well, I've decided that I'm just going to adapt this platform. I can get up here and I'll have all the conversations, and I'm cool with that. But I believe in this country, and I do believe your voice matters. And I'll probably always end every episode with letting you know that your voice matters and that you're capable to do anything you put your mind to, and that voting does matter. And if one person does it, then it's like, cool, score. That was one more than there was before.
Voting, or even just like little actions that builds up. Like, I do agree. I still will vote because there is, I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it makes a statement, even if it's not heard by the masses. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, and I did my part. I mean, that might sound kind of selfish, but at the end of the day, I'm only accountable and responsible for myself. My parenting job is over. They're grown and adults now. I still feel the parenting emotion, but as far as my belief and my God-given job, now my job is to walk the talk. So now it's about me, and I need to, it's self-accountability. And so, hey man, if I can help somebody, then that's a good thing. But at the end of the day, can I say that I did all I did? I can say, if I keep trying to do this, is it everything I could have done? Probably not. More than likely it's not. But I did do something.
Well, doing something is better than doing nothing, right?
Amen.
That's what gets me, is that a lot of people think they can't do something. They can. I mean, I'm trying to do little somethings, little tiny somethings, and I don't even know if it's going to make a dent, you know?
But you are, because look at you're going to have a moment, and there's going to be a life you save. And in that one life you save, Milkmaid, is going to, all this that you've been going through to get to there goes away. This is what it was all. And you did more above and beyond with just a one, much just all the others that might come after.
I don't know, but we'll see.
Well, you're in a helpful role. You're in a helping role. So you're going to have that opportunity. And the fact that you're willing to step up into that opportunity, and I get it. I'm not trying to say be on a pedestal, because it's not that you're no special than anybody else per se, as far as talent wise. Everybody else is capable of doing what you just did. I just think you're special, and I commend you because you did step up and do it.
Gma said something pretty good. I don't know. It's usually painful either way. LOL. It is. But it's better to have tried than to not have tried. Right?
Yep, that's it. If you don't try, you'll never know. So you can just, and that's that whole victim or victor mentality that I've talked about. To me, if I don't think there's anything I can do, that's like a victim attitude. And my brain it's not wired that way. There's got to be a solution. And it's kind of like the little catchphrase, if I don't think that if the minute I go, wow, that's a problem, that automatically tells me that there's a solution. Otherwise I wouldn't have a problem, because there's a solution to every problem.
BB and I, and actually my husband and I, have talked about this a couple of times. Like, don't bring me problems. We have all the problems in the world. Bring me a solution. And to me, that's actually challenging in a lot of ways. Like, I've tried to bring solutions, and I have brought some solutions-ish, I feel, but they seem so tiny. But bringing a solution is actually a thing. I'm going to try to embody that. I don't know how to, because I'm really good at pointing out problems. Really good at it. I can point holes in anything, but a solution is way harder. And maybe that solution isn't actually the best thing ever,
Ooh, dang, Firefly. So the tow truck's there. Well, you be safe, ma'am. And I sure hope you make a good day of today. Sorry you're having some bad vehicle problems. She got brake problems.
Oh, that's not good.
And happy
We
4th,
gave
Miss
her
Tammy.
the help.
Oh, well, thank you, Firefly. That's all I know to say.
It's weird when people say that kind of crap. You're like, well, no.
Well, because I mean, but it does. You know, it's like that's why I said that I had to flip the video around, and I looked at that as a positive.
Yeah.
That's 3,000 plus people. I didn't say nothing magical. It had nothing to do with me. They saw that video, got out of that video what I did, and that was so reassuring because it's like, yes, it's kind of like one of those feelings when it's like you go, I'm not alone, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah. We don't like to be alone. I mean, we are loners, but at the same time, we don't want to be alone in our thought processes and in our realizations, that kind of thing.
Yep.
I think that's why the whole internet, YouTube, streaming, chat, that kind of thing is kind of big, is that people realize that they're not alone.
That and the fact that it kind of opens the door for make believe because you can be whatever you want to be.
Yeah, there's that too.
That's
dangerous.
Especially with the current events in the last 6 years. I think there were, we talked about how power corrupts, and stuff, but it depends on what you want to define as power. Power is not always some political term. Power could be the thumbs up. It could be the likes. It could be the subs. It could be, the comments. It could be all kinds of things. So
that's what took me by surprise, is that I said some things and I pointed out some of the things that I was thinking about, and people started saying stuff, and I was like, oh, people actually care what I say about things. And it was this weird thing where I was like, no, not really. Like, I like sharing this stuff. I want to share this out so that other people are like that. But as good as it feels that somebody else recognizes something, I don't really want that to be a thing. That's why, some people talk about growing their channels and reaching a ton of people. No, I don't really want to do that. Not really.
it feels weird, I gotta say, because this morning when I started this one, I looked at that and I'm just like, wow. And every day I go through to click and like the comments on that video and I'm just like, holy crap. But then, I've felt really weird before. I've talked to people and that, it's situational because I've been like in places to where I've had to like speak and to put things just in a blunt, raw way. I've been in situations where I basically took in and, for lack of better words, just kind of had to take control. You just got to kind of, here's how the cow ate the cabbage. This is the way it's going. This is what we're doing. Shut up, sit down, listen. Here we go. And then there's been times when I've talked to people, and it's usually about the sobriety or the life stuff. That's when I get more, I guess you could say, almost timid, because I get real nervous. If I have a job to do, I don't give a shit. I'll tell you what you got to do. This is how this works, because it's a job. But if it's not a job, if I'm just like talking, trying to maybe motivate or do an encouragement or something like that, then I always got nervous. At first, I used to get nervous if I taught classes because I wasn't sure if I had like all my little shit in order. But after a while, I don't even really care about the classes because you can kind of read the class and then you just want to adapt to how the class is going. But no, I used to do the talks for sobriety and stuff, and because you don't want to ever, I don't know. I guess that's where maybe I look like I'm more sympathetic, and that seems strange to people, but I really do try to watch things I say because I realize that words have an impact on people. And when you see kind of how fragile society really is, because society is really very fragile when you look at what all's gone down. So,
And even tough society, like people talk about how fragile our society is now, and that's true. Like there are a lot of weak ass people out there. But when it comes down to it, even the strongest people, they have these things that they still have to work through and deal with and all that stuff. Like you look at, I love that electrician and all that stuff, but like a lot of the people that he talks about, a lot of them had issues that they had to deal with. I don't know if you caught that or not,
yeah.
but I
Well,
love
what was
that.
it? The last one he just got through doing was, damn, what was that one? Because that was coming through all kinds of obstacles.
What, the Beaver one or the 77th?
Was it the,
Old Bastards?
yeah.
Oh, the Old Bastards is one
Well,
of
actually both, because I guess it would be the old bastards, but it would also been the airplane, the bomber dude. He wanted to fly the fighter jets, but they put him in the bomber. Then they tried to ground him, so they actually went and they took an old bomber and they rebuilt it, mounted all different kinds of machine guns in it, ended up flying the bomber like they didn't even think it could be flown.
Oh, that rings a bell, but I can't remember the name of it. But like one of the things that I love is that like those stories, they tend to follow an individual and the hardships that they went through.
Yeah.
Usually. Like sometimes he just covers an entire platoon, brigade, whatever the fuck military status they were. But like a lot of times he follows them throughout their life and he shows those points that they went over.
Yeah.
Through,
All the struggle.
In spite of everything. I like those stories.
Oh, see, that's my motivator, man. I love those stories.
Well,
perseverance.
I've noticed that is what he focuses on. And the funny thing was, you remember Desmond Doss, the whole Old Bastards, the whole Hacksaw.
Oh yeah, Hacksaw Ridge.
I remember originally seeing that movie and thinking, what a fucking pussy. Pick up the damn rifle, shoot somebody, right? But what I failed to recognize was that kind of level of drive where he pushed beyond anybody else. He got the respect of everybody who carried a weapon. Would I be him? No, absolutely not. I would totally shoot a motherfucker in the face. But when it comes down to it, his just one more thing, the scene for that. And unfortunately, like for that movie, I found out later on, they actually downplayed the number of people that he saved because they said nobody is going to believe the number that he actually pulled away. It's not realistic. This is Hollywood saying that. It's not realistic, so we're not going to put that in the movie. That kind of thing. But that kind of drive, that's incredible. So that kind of thing, I think, should deserve more accolades than even the person who is shooting everybody in the face kind of thing.
Yep.
If that makes sense, that drive, that heart, all of that stuff.
See, that's what I look at as our society back then was men of that caliber. We had
people are people. They've always been that way.
Yeah, but we weren't soft. We weren't lazy. We were thinkers. It's kind of like, man, I wish I could remember that episode, but the bomber one I was just talking. See, it's like that dude not only did his physical and all the stuff to finally get in the service and get where he was at, but then whenever they even tried to ground him, hell, he modified and thought of a different way to mount shit to go. It was, once again, it's finding the solution. And it's like we had a culture back then that always tried to find the solution.
But we only see the gems of that generation too.
Well, yeah. Well, that's, it's like Washington chopping down the cherry tree and you don't hear anything else about his whole life. Kind of, it's
right. Well,
we glorify those.
I have those in every generation now. It's just finding them.
Well, see, to me though, that's the people. That's what whenever I used to talk about how people loaded up wagons and, come out west and like, you go up to Nacogdoches, and if you spend time around the downtown Nacogdoches going into the the county courthouse to look at the old pictures and the old documents, because that's the oldest town in Texas, is Nacogdoches. So you can get a vibe of just the drive and the caliber of people that built this country that we're sitting in, talking about how these business suit people have stolen everything. And it's like, but hardcore, strong people built this. This wasn't all here. We didn't just drive up here and become an America. We built this, and it was those people from that generations. And somewhere we've let them pollute that, and that's what we need to. That's like, for me, I'll speak from my perspective. That's what I need to teach my grandson is to be that kind of person. So to skip over the shit right now and go back to having that strong backbone, breaking a sweat, sweating and working hard is good.
Here's the thing that I think, though, that we should also focus on, because all of that old school goodness that put blinders on people, and they did not expect anybody else to operate outside of that. So they assumed that everybody else would be as honorable, as industrious, as disciplined as they were. They shunned everybody who wasn't, and those people who weren't, those people found a way, and they got into these positions of power, and they've gotten into these positions of power where they're slamming down on everybody who had these honorable positions. Our one fault, I think, was teaching them that the other side didn't exist, that the only way to do things was the right way, which is, in all honesty, absolutely the right way. Like, you should do things the right way, but you have to be cognizant and aware that people outside are not willing to play by the rules.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think that at some point will mean that we have to play outside of the rules to a certain extent, within a certain realm. There has to be some boundaries there, but like, it's dangerous to think that we can operate in an honorable way and expect other people to fall in line. We have to teach people to act honorably for the future, but we also have to be cognizant and aware that people outside of that will act in a dishonorable way, and we have to be willing to mitigate those tactics, if that makes sense. Not become them, but find a way to mitigate that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Because
and I think that's that gray line, is keeping it on the addressing the problem from the righteous perspective versus just reacting. And
piss off.
as a what?
No, sorry.
Hey Garrett, happy Independence Day. Hasn't agreed to 24 hours a day yet. What are you talking about now? I never know. You never know if she takes her meds or not, so I never know what comes out.
She's just giving you shit.
So hasn't agreed to 24 hours a day yet. I don't, what is that? What are we, 24 hours of what?
Mary, quite contrary. But like, when I think of it, because I've looked at the future and kind of compared it to the past, and I keep thinking that people are going to have these ideals that we have right now in our circumstances and our comforts, and they're going to try to apply those in very difficult circumstances that don't fit those parameters, and that's going to cause a lot of chaos later on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I think until we come to terms with, there has to be accountability, and with that accountability becomes then guidelines and parameters, boundaries, however you want to refer to them. But, it's rules of engagement per se.
Yeah.
And if those lines, well, it is what it is, and everybody understands, these rules of engagement, well, there's more than likely be potential of ugly shit. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just take it back to the day. There used to be a day when you acted atrocious and you stole horses, or you abused a woman or a child, or you just killed somebody out of malice. You know what? They swung your ass from a rope and called it a day, and that was that. And
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere from then to now, we've established this big gray area of ass kissing to where we can either fix this, we can, we just punish this, and well, let's look into this. Well, the color of the house on that paper only said it was blue, but it was really red. So we're going to just have to let them get away with this. We need to stop with all that.
Yeah, but
gray
that
area.
back in the day too.
I'm not doing no damn 24-hour marathon. You need to take your meds. Woman, where's Chuck? Chuck,
Oh hell no. We're gonna
piss
end up
off, need your meds. Go ahead.
Oh, I was getting on board with you. Never mind.
I was just needing her to take her. She thinks I'm going to do some 24-hour marathon just because Carl did one.
Carl did one?
Yeah, Carl. Oh, yeah, Carl. He went 24 hours.
Dude, what? Did you have an extra cup of coffee?
And he didn't. I got to say, he didn't even like just leave something playing to go take a nap. Neither. He sat there and had guests coming up all the time. And
oh, really?
Yep.
Well,
40 hours. That's right. 40 hours, not 24. He did 40.
Wait, I'm trying to scroll through all this.
So he did 40 hours straight. Hey, Lisa. Happy Independence Day.
I need food, I'm realizing. I should have brought home some of the leftovers from last night. But they're just going to throw them out. The waste. I'm telling you what. I'm going to leave a compost bucket for everybody at the station so they can throw all the stuff there, and then I can feed my chickens from that.
Oh, look at you. There you go.
I'm weird. So I have to introduce my weirdness slowly. We'll call it eco-friendly for the weirdos there.
Well, that's true, Dreamo. He wasn't straight through 1 minute of it, but he did hang in there for 40 hours. What's up, Huckleberry? Happy Independence Day, sir.
Hey, Huck. Long time no see.
Didn't see him come sliding in.
I'm sorry. I've kept you a long time. I did not expect to stay this long. I thought I was...
If you don't stop, I swear to God, I'm going to call and chew your ass out. You don't have nothing to apologize for. I'm so glad got you caught up. I've been missing you. Been proud of you. Wanted to catch up.
I'm sorry. I talked about that stuff way too much.
No, you didn't. I'm sorry. Did anybody else not enjoy listening to Milkmaid or hearing about all that? I'm sorry.
Dude,
feel free to speak.
John got tired of it. They left.
Hey, Wayne.
Wasn't
afternoon. Happy Independence Day in the greatest country in the world.
It's kind of funny. This day actually makes me a little sad because I look at where we are versus where we were.
Right, Rabbit? We need to hear from our favorite child,
What did he say?
He said we need to hear from our favorite child, Milk.
I'm not a child. I'm a couple of years younger than you, Rabbit. Shut up.
Well, you're more than a couple from me, Missy.
Only a couple.
Maybe a couple of decades.
No, that is not true, and you know it.
Damn near. What, missing a year? 2 years?
41. How old are you?
60.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Not a couple of decades. Just
It's we can do this 1 + 1 = 3 thing if you're wanting to, but it's simple math. This is a couple of decades.
Just one. You can't claim a couple.
Almost.
You really 62?
Yeah, look, Rabbit's 62, so see, that's a couple of decades from him.
I thought he was maybe 55, 56.
See, you spent too much time around them youngins. You seem to think you're old now. You're not. You're just still a youngin.
It's true. They all think I'm so old.
I know, and you're just a youngin.
You mean to tell me I'm talking only to old people?
That's it. The nursing home.
Oh, snap.
That's it. See, look, Carl, he's 60.
Moose Man's
Miss
100.
Lisa's same age as me, she said. So, yep. You didn't kiss off. She's on up there. So, yeah, see, you're just talking to the elderly here. You come to
Shit,
visit the nursing home. Thank you.
Rabbit, that's what I say to the kids in my class. Moose Man's 168.
Yeah, see. Oh, he's 168.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so then if anybody's to blame for this bullshit, Moose, it's you.
Yep. He's the
Because
blame.
you've been around long enough to correct this shit. So what the hell is up?
Billy.
What's up, Billy? Best life. Happy Independence Day in the greatest country in the world.
How's your garden, Billy? Because mine sucks. It's non-existent. I have potatoes that came up from last year's spuds.
Duh. Kiss off. Milkmaid, my kids are 47 and 48. You're still wet behind the ears. Now go get my walker for me. She's 67.
Yes, I am. Getting it right now. Huck, that's just not fair. Those mailboxes, they ran out in front of me.
Sure they did. Yeah, we can go with that. It's like, really? See, y'all didn't know that the real details behind that deer caught up in the wire is because she bumped him off the bumper first and knocked him into the wire. But
Nikki's doing math things that hurt my head.
C's like, I'm 60 going on 25. What are you talking about? Man, and I will say, there reaches a point when age is just a number, man. It's just.
It really is. I do still feel like I'm kind of in my 30s, like early 30s. My brain is stuck there. Anything beyond that is just a talking point.
What? Say it again?
I think that I'm still stuck in my 30s mentally.
Yeah.
With some age, wisdom, hopefully. But anything beyond that is just kind of a talking point. Like, my joints hurt,
Yeah, you start to feel it, that's for sure.
You get out of bed and you're like, ah, crap.
I'm not as young as I used to be, but I'm as good as I once was.
That song means more now.
Right. Hey, Savage. Yeah, I couldn't help it. Had the most awesome opportunity to sit here and visit with Milky for a few hours, and man, did it. This is a good 4th of July.
Oh.
So this is how you make your day a good day. So,
well,
yeah, good
visits,
visits.
and I saw he was live, and I just couldn't help myself. My garden is doing okay. I had to start a new one this year. It's got a lot of weeds, dude. Billy, I did not garden this year. Like, I went out to my garden. I had potatoes from last year, grown new potatoes. I need to go harvest them. I have a couple of rosemary plants, but we've been going through a drought, so everything has been dying. But my thyme is still doing good. My oregano is still doing good. I bought some tomato plants. Yes, I actually bought plants instead of planting seeds, but I had no time. And then I never got to plant them, and now they're shriveling up. So that's depressing. But I literally have had no time.
Hey, Seymour. Happy 4th of July in the greatest country in the world.
My animals are still alive. That's what I've been spending my extra time on.
Oh, yeah, I got 7 laying hens now. Well, the other ones aren't up to laying yet, but they will be. So now I've ended up with, I have a new rooster called Alamo.
Oh?
That I hatched. And I have the 3 original hens that I started, and I have 4 others that I've hatched. So now I have 7 hens and 1 rooster.
I think I have 6. A fox has been coming and slowly picking off my ladies.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately. Kind of sucks.
Not good.
But I'm gone so much, and my husband's gone all the time, so it's really hard to manage them. So I kind of let them run around. And yeah, sometimes they get hit by predators.
What if you got some of those sprinkler type things that go off of the motion? So if it detects motion, like, and if you pointed them towards like a fence line, then if they come up around the fence line, it starts to go off. I wonder if it would chase
I
them
mean, I
away.
have dogs and everything, but we kind of live in a wildish place. So maybe that might work, but none of the wildlife around me really actually care for anything that we do.
Yeah, but that sudden bursting of water spraying on them might be like, what? And then they'll run away. I don't know. Actually, Nikki's the one that turned me on to that because she had some of those around there that she did for the deer for her garden to spray.
I might do that. And that's the other reason I didn't spend a whole lot of time in my garden, because I knew I wasn't even around to scare off any of the things that would eat my garden. So kind of sucks.
Excuse me.
I want to set up something really good this fall. So next spring, I have something much better. Although I'm really nervous about these elections. I really want to be out in Arkansas at this point. It's really frustrating. My husband is not quite on board at this point. He has to get there slowly. Pushing my solar today. I want to see how far I can go before I reach 4,500. See, solar is something I really actually do want to get into. It's on my list of a million things that I do want to do. Oh, where'd the comments go? But I don't know enough about that to understand everything that you're talking about. Are you there? Rescue? Uh-oh. Oh, where'd he go? Shit. Am I here alone? Oh, no. Well, he's probably tired. He was not planning on staying on that long. I was not planning on staying on this long. Oh, no, Rabbit. That's dangerous territory.
Well, I guess the heat took out the internet. So,
Well, you're back now.
yeah, well, I had to kick over to the phone. So I got a little hack program I use on my phone. So I plugged my computer up to the phone and then the phone thinks I'm on the internet.
Oh, gotcha.
That way Verizon doesn't throttle my bandwidth like am actually hotspotting. But
Yeah, you froze up and disappeared and left me on my own.
well, thank God you're highly trained now to be able to handle those scenarios on your own.
Mm-hmm. Talk, 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 talk.
Yeah, I was sitting here and I looked at the screen. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at a spinning circle on my screen. I'm like, oh shit. And then all of a sudden, and chat ain't moving. And then it's like chat disconnected. I'm like, shit, yep, lost internet. Now I looked at the temperature and it's like 93 or 94 degrees, which means what is our heat index? Oh, we're at like 105 heat index.
Oh, shit. That's a little bit more than that, and that was what we did our whole survival day on. Freaking full gear PT. Blech.
I am fixing to be calling it though in about 15 minutes because I'll tap out before 6 hours. That way, if I do have to edit any of the stuff
Bad
that I
words.
played, I got time to mute it.
I used a lot of bad words too. You better edit those too.
No, whatever. I don't ever do all that. It's only because YouTube will flag me as what it is, and it'll be like, "Oh, this song is blocked in all countries." Well, if you stay under the 6 hour window, then you can edit this in studio, and you can just go tell YouTube that, Okay, fine. Then just mute that song during my stream, and they'll just go in and like if you go back and listen to some, you'll hear it, and then all of a sudden you'll just hear dead quiet for 3.5 minutes. It's because they muted that song. But then everybody can look at the video again.
They actually muted out?
Yeah.
Oh, there's
but see, if you go over the minute you go over 6 hours, you can't edit it in YouTube Studios. You can download it and then edit it and upload it, but I ain't had good success with that. So
yeah. Oh, I've only done one live stream on my thing. That was a long time ago, and I really don't even care. It was like me tipsy after canning.
Hey man, some of those little wine streams were pretty good.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, what's wine? It was hard cider, and apparently I make some people laugh when I say that that's hard cider talking. It's actually talking right now, just so you know. I got off work. This is my evening.
Hey, milky unfiltered.
Not a good.
Whatever. She's not as unfiltered as she likes to think she is. She isn't as more cautious at all, but she's still on point. So.
You think? I don't think.
I thought so. I thought it's just more of a free talk. That's all. It's kind of like when you talk backstage and you're not worried about who might hear what, so you just kind of talk openly.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
Well, I get old people vibes, so I just kind of like say whatever I want. But now I have to worry about like people in my department eventually figuring out who I am, and that would be really bad.
well, we don't have to tell nobody.
Yeah. Let's not tell anybody.
That's Milkmaid. She's just a farmer girl.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Harmless.
No, we ain't getting any smoke that I know of, Miss Lisa.
California had fires, although I have not looked at the news at all for weeks. So, yeah.
I know, right? See? Yeah, the canning jigglers. They were fun, the canning sessions. I think y'all ought to go back to doing some of those, but I know the time consuming now, but
I miss that so much. Like, I was thinking about that the other day. I was driving home, and I was like, it has been forever since I've canned with Ghost, because I was thinking about him and wondering how he was doing. And then thinking about, like, now I'm actually going to have some time, I hope. I know I'm in the rookie phase, so, like, I'm not as free as I could be, but I'm going to have 4 days off in between my shift thingies that I can get stuff done, which is good because my house is an absolute disaster area. I would never show anybody my house right now. It is absolutely terrible.
that's it. Running over. On my way.
Wait, what?
I said, nope, I'm on my way. I got to see it.
Oh, it's so bad. So.
Hey, Miss Kim, happy 4th of July. Happy Freedom Day in the greatest country in the world. Actually, I guess I am in Texas, so I could technically say the greatest country in the country. But that might be really egotistical, although we are. But
It is. It's egotistical. Where I live is the best.
yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty.
And let's see, where do y'all rank on the world economy?
Oh, shut up.
Wait, you do have your own power grid, right? Oh.
Well, we have technically little DC, so maybe it's kind of good.
Wait, so y'all at least have a big, port of resources and stuff. Oh, wait, no, shit. Oh, wait, y'all got college campuses. There you go. Okay.
Oh, is that what makes us special? I thought it was like Langley, and there is one place that I drive through. Remember when I talked to you on my way to recruit school and there was a dead spot? I swear they must have some kind of CIA kind of base there, because it is a dead zone. Totally dead. Like, can't send a text. Can't nothing.
They block that shit. You ain't getting around there filming nothing and sending no messaging.
And they're like, ooh, the mountains. And I'm thinking, no, ooh, not the mountains. Those are hills. That's not nothing. That is where you have blacked out something. And I'm
Well,
driving.
that's a mountain. It's probably, it's a hollow mountain, but
Man, it's in the same county that I'm going to be working at. And apparently they were talking about, so, they talk about building construction and pre-planning and all that stuff, right? Like where you understand the buildings and the facilities in your area so that you don't get caught unawares if you have to respond to a fire. Well, there are places where they literally will not even let you in there if there's a fire. If there's people in there, they're fucked. Pardon my French. They're screwed. And too bad. So sad. They won't let you in
well,
there.
they probably have their own in-house fire team.
To an extent, or they're happy that the fire takes care of stuff.
Because that's how, I mean, when I don't know on, because the military side, but I know like refinery side, there's only certain units from the city department that would be allowed in the gate at the refinery. And it has, because they're the trained ones.
Yeah.
And because the refinery approach is going to be different, you have to be more chemically aware.
Yeah, actually, hazmat was really interesting to me because I remembered a lot of the stuff that you were talking to me about with fires and stuff. And when I started to dive, I was really disappointed because I thought hazmat would be interesting, but it was really dull. Like they just covered the very basics, and I thought y'all are boring. And and at the same time, they expected you to know all this stuff from extremely dull PowerPoints. Like to the
Well,
point where I'm struggling to stay awake, and I'm pretty good at trying to extrapolate something to make me interested, but that was bad. But when it comes down to it, I really do want to learn about that kind of stuff because that's a big deal.
Well,
But
do you have like do y'all have refineries and stuff
no
around
refund.
where you are?
Well, we have a nuclear power plant in a neighboring county, and we are along some major highways. So waste like that, and then also a lot of other stuff going to manufacturing. So
Excuse me.
and train lines, which we all learned from East Palestine or Palestine or whatever you call it in Ohio.
Because
It's
that's
really scary when you learn some of this stuff, like even household goods, and when they catch fire are like, why do we live with this stuff?
right. And when you really, as you start experiencing more, then you wonder why people put things where they put them, and it's like, aren't you aware of what could happen? I
But
mean,
nobody's aware. Nobody's aware of that crap. Nobody's aware that you probably should sleep with your door shut at night. That's one thing that could potentially save your life. Nobody knows that.
yep.
It's like the stupidest tiny thing. I live in a death trap when it comes to building construction. It's probably balloon. It's got a whole bunch of crap in it because I'm a prepper. So, yeah,
Oh well, me
bad.
too. This house ain't nothing but a big tinderbox.
And crappy electrical from people who have rigged it over the years. Like it is really bad. I really hope my house never catches fire. And then I almost got into the mind frame where I was like, or the mindset where I was thinking, this should be regulated. Like we should know the layout of everybody's houses so that if we have to go in to save them, that we know how it's laid out. There should be pre-planning for all this stuff. And then I thought about it for a second. I was like, oh crap, that totally invades privacy and all of that stuff. So how do you mitigate that?
Yep.
It really sucks if you have to, and people are like, well, they should have saved those people. And I'm thinking, but they had no way of knowing that you had a gazillion things in the way and that your house layout was all fucked up and that you didn't use any building permits and all that stuff. I can see where people start to get into that mindset. And that's kind of dangerous too, because you don't want people to know how you have things laid out, you know?
Right.
It's weird seeing it from both sides of the story, you know, and not from a tyrannical standpoint, but just from a, if I have to go in there and save you kind of thing. It's weird.
Yeah.
That's why.
A rescue thing.
Yeah.
You know, you have to react quick, and yet you're going off of unknown information. And hey, I hate to cut you off, but if you want to just hang around till after the song, we could still talk backstage. But I got 5 minutes, so I played my little exit song.
Peace out, y'all.
All right, everybody. Make your day a good day. Have a happy 4th of July. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Remember, we live in the greatest country in the world, and it's we the people. And you can do anything you put your mind to. Just keep that in mind. And I appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all soon.
Later, y'all. Good to see you all.
I ain't here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it.
Happy birthday, Matt.
It'll
Happy 4th
run
of July.
forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Don't let life turn bitter. Don't be ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke, but a couple of tears don't make you weep. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Keep the shotgun in
raise your babies by the book and keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Just remember, you're capable of doing anything you want to do. So put your mind to it, put positive in, you'll get positive out. Make it a good day. Today is what you make it. How you decide to perceive it, how you're going to take it, that's going to face your reaction. So make a good day of it, everybody. Appreciate you. Peace.